had an energy drink, Greg.
That's a good thing. I live on Diet Mountain Dew.
It's not good for any of us.
It's not good for any of us?
I get chatty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a normal coffee to everybody else. But to me,
we won't run out of things to say tonight.
No, but I'll talk about silly things. Like I wonder why that guy used rubber mats instead of like the wood that everybody else uses.
Yeah. You want to be different.
But do you think it holds as much? Can he use that deck space though? Wonder what that's out of. How he got a hold of it. Or it's trailer made. I think it's trailer made. Do you think he got him like out of a warehouse somewhere?
That's got to be homemade fabricated.
Right. Yeah. He took it out of another and repurposed it.
Right.
You know who I cracked just now?
Who's that?
Taylor Corsa. As quiet as she is, I walked up to her truck and I was like, "Hey, you promised 4 weeks ago." She's like, "Well, we got a lot, and we're running a two-wheel drive." I go, "Exactly. What are you doing from four-wheel drives to two-wheel drives?"
Talking about Taylor?
Yeah. I was like, she's like, "Well," I go, "Exactly nothing." So will you be not saying you're my plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good.
They're coming to us soon.
Okay.
Oh, here comes Doug as well. So let's start, and then we'll invite him over.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to Full Pull Live. We're here complimentary on your social media, on your YouTube channel, on our Facebook page. But we're here in the Henry County Fairgrounds, the Grand National event in Napoleon, Ohio. I'm here with Greg Randall with the NTPA. Greg, welcome.
Phil, thanks a lot. A beautiful day. I mean, low humidity, just a little puffy clouds. 171st Henry County Fair. We've been here since 2011. Grand National action started here in 2014. It's going to be a great show here tonight.
So we've changed up the format here on our Countdown to Pull Time show. We got rid of our desk just for this weekend, just for this event, and we're taking it a little more casual, right? Well, I mean, we still have notes and notebooks.
Well, absolutely, and not only casual. I mean, look at the condos behind us. I mean, it's awesome. The fans come out here. They really deck it out. They wait for this Saturday night every year at the Henry County Fair, and tonight's no exception. We'll be walking through there and seeing a lot of good-looking stuff. They even got their own porta-johns up there, Phil. Who does that?
I saw that. Yeah, they've come with all the amenities. I've seen some grills on a few, and if you'll look past us here, you can see the lineup of the chairs, the decking, the scaffolding. I mean, it's creative. It's grain trucks to hay wagons. Further down is gravity bins. We're going to take a walk down there later. But coming up, we're going to have on our show the co-chair of the event.
Yeah, we're going to have Doug Powell. I've known Doug for a long time. I sanction contract all the events with NTPA. So I've had a great relationship with Doug, and he puts his heart and soul, and there's a lot of people behind the scenes with the Henry County Fair that do the same.
Yep. So the fair here, we're on the back side. They've got a horse track around the outside on this, I would call it the western edge of their fairgrounds. The most of the commodities and the entertainment, if we get stuck that way, is like onto the grandstand side and beyond. They've got plenty of amenities, your ride tickets, covered grandstands, which will get packed. And so the grandstands have so much space, but what they allow is grandstands to the starting line, grandstands beyond, outdoor portable stands beyond it, but they also let everybody use their hay wagons and their grain trucks and everything and bring it in. So it's a bit of a tailgate. It's very much a run-up to a Bowling Green style scenario. And we see this at few fairs, the way that these guys are so welcoming with how they let these get set up.
Yeah, and a lot of times, they're charging pretty good for the real estate here, but they can really relax, have fun, drink a cold beverage of their choice, and enjoy the action.
Absolutely. And as we look back to some of them, they're multi-layered. Like, they're setting it up just like a grandstand where if I'm sitting in front and I'm blocking Greg, I'm literally down one scaffold, Greg's on the next one, and then there's like a third tier. So the ingenuity.
Yeah, we're talking 2-3-story condos, plus if they sit underneath the trailers, it's a basement. So, I mean, they got it going on here.
Absolutely. So you're watching live on the Full Pull Live Facebook page, our social media channels, and our YouTube channel. But if you'll slide on over to the Full Pull Picks, the Full Pull Picks are up as well because you have 5 classes here, the 4-wheel drives, the minis, the Pro Stocks, the Super Stock diesels, and the 2-wheel drives. And there's head-to-head choices that you could literally pick your winner, your loser kind of thing. You'll log in. It'll show you all those head-to-head choices that you have. But we also have semis in Morley.
Semis are in Morley. That's a one-hook deal. The celebration on the pond, Dana Myers and the staff up there, they do a tremendous job as well. And it started with a car show last night, and it goes through tonight. And, should be some great action up there.
Yeah, so the Grand National classes are just split just barely this weekend. But along with them, they have a regional hook there as well of multiple classes. But speaking of the Grand National, the semis just happen to be on site in Morley. But there's regionals that are pulling alongside them. It's not just one class and done.
Yeah, I believe there's 3 or 4 regional classes up there as well. And I think they also have some other style pulling, stock pulling earlier in the day. So it's a 2-day affair.
Yeah, this place was packed earlier with antiques coming down the track, and then a farm stock classes, pace pulling, open pulling. They had pulling all morning long. This place was a buzz with trucks and trailers.
Yeah, this is one of the fairs, and there's a lot of them in Ohio where they truly go with the roots of where tractor pulling came from. A lot of them were on a step-on sled. Not that they had that, but I'm just saying there's a lot of places that stay true to that sentiment, and all the way up to a Grand National event here tonight to cap a great fair.
Absolutely. So the event, we're in Napoleon, Ohio, and if you're not familiar with how Ohio is, if you find yourself in Toledo, drop down 75 south, and then veer a little more further to the west, to the western edge of Ohio, and that's where Napoleon is. I had never been here before. It's highly entertaining. It feels comfortable. It's warm. It's welcoming the workers. But let's bring in Doug. Doug, come on in. He's standing in the background. I think he was waiting for a cue. Come on in, Doug. Doug is a director here, but Doug is also, if you'll slide into the middle because we're sharing a microphone today. Doug is the co-chair of the event here tonight, and tell me how this event evolved from being a state hooker, regional hook. Oh, go ahead, Doug. Check the phone. So Doug is on call the whole time. He warned us he might have to take calls in the middle of it, but that person's going to have to go to voicemail. Thanks for giving us the time, Doug.
They can leave a message, so I'll call you right back, okay? Yeah. So you want to know how we evolved?
Yeah,
okay, well, how far back do you want to go?
This is only about a 30, 40-minute complimentary show.
All right, well, I remember as a junior fair board member, or junior fair member here, exhibiting livestock, and the step-on sled. Remember those? Where guys would line up along the side.
Greg just mentioned that.
And so that's my first exposure to pulling here on this track. So, and then we evolved to Northwest Tractor Pullers in Bowling Green with our mechanized sleds, unmanned. Went through all those series, and then now we got the best sleds that are out there here. We have gone from brush type hook, non-sanctioned stuff. We've been through state sanctioning, and we've had some regional stuff, and then we threw in some grand national stuff. And for the past, Greg, 3 years?
Since 2014.
Just like it was yesterday. Yes. And we have had, we're fully grand national here now. So we have evolved from brush type stuff to it doesn't get any better.
So when your fair board takes this into consideration of hosting an NTPA event and the added value you're adding to the ticket purchaser here, how do you come to a decision to step on the sled and entertain a Grand National event here on your event? Like the field is full, it's stacked. So the competitors are supporting you. How do you make that decision as a fair board that that's the direction we're going to go and host NTPA?
Well, we do have the best of the best here. It's quite expensive to put this on, and it's not anything that we're going to get rich doing, but our fans love it, our vendors love it. Our $10 gate admission is what you're going to pay. You don't pay to go into the pits, you don't pay to go to the grandstand, and it's always open pit, which is awesome because you can walk through, look at stuff, talk to all the drivers, ask questions, and they're more than congenial to give you anything, tell you all about their vehicle. So it's just, I guess we're here to entertain, and that's what we're good at doing with this event. So this is the biggest event we host at our fair. So
you find value in hosting an event like this at your fair. It draws the crowd. It ultimately satisfies your consumer.
Oh, yeah, it definitely does that. I mean, we have a lot of people that the whole family shows up here, and the kids love it. Mom and dad love it. It's a good time. It depends on where you sit. It's pretty good behind me, pretty calm over there, but you can't possibly see a show like this for what we charge. So
it's very true. Yeah, and I know that all these fairs, across the country have the same evaluation to make. What do our county residents and outstanding reaches, what do they want to see? And in Ohio, we're blessed to have a lot of promoters that are able to host an NTPA event to a different economic standpoint, and it's been successful here for a number of years.
Yeah, I mean, and we have so many sponsors this happen. And they love seeing their name and seeing their name on the scoreboard, and going forward, they continue to come back, and we gain a few, so it works out really great.
Have you tried the full pool picks yet?
No.
So on that smartphone you have over there, somebody's dialing in. They might have been dialing into your full pool picks. We have head-to-head lineups, head-to-head matchups where you can choose. If it was you and Greg in a foot race, you could put real money down and try to set a pick.
Okay, that sounds pretty cool. So we'll have to do that, Greg.
I got neuropathy, so you'll beat me.
All right. Well, it's great to have you. Is there anything we're missing? Like I saw you had a lineup of sponsors. The Army was here, Beck's Seed, Newfields Ag, Mac Trailer, Yoder Popcorn. Do you have any locals here as well that help support this event? I think you had an ice sponsor.
Right. We had Next Generation Ag, Nick and Ben Elsinger, who are also pullers, soon to be pro stock pullers when their last part shows up. And Rex and Ryan TG from Deschler, Beck Seeds dealers. They're from my neighborhood. This opportunity opened up, and I made a phone call, and it happened. So that's just how it works. We get community support. Our track building crew is phenomenal. They're the best because they'll do a pull east of here this coming weekend. So we have a fantastic track. And I'd hate to get into the sponsors because they're scrolling on the scoreboard. I would sure feel bad to miss somebody, so I got to be careful there. But yeah, I mean, it helps. It helps so much with offsetting this, and they're more than happy to help. So it's great. They love coming here. They love seeing the crowd we get. Part of them are here on the condos. Part of them are over on the other side. But we couldn't do it without that extra community support.
Absolutely. So in those sponsorships, that help keep your what I would say is a very economical $10 ticket here to the Napoleon Fair. So if you're watching at home and you're literally just 40 minutes down the road, an hour, you still have time to make the show, to get here and enjoy the fair as well as this event.
The hook drops, and I am pretty, I don't want to say anal, but this happens.
Okay. This is a destination viewer.
The hook drops at 5:30. And in fact, they announced at the drivers' meeting the hook is dropping at 5:28. So if you're there, if you got some interest in coming out, you got to be here. It's a beautiful day. We got air moving. It's comfortable. It's going to bring a jacket. It will get chilly tonight. If you've never experienced one, or even if you have, and you're sitting at home going, "Hey, we got time. Let's go. It's $10 to get in the gate, and everything else." Is free. You got to pay for rides, obviously, but if you're coming to watch the poll, put the kids, come watch the poll.
And I tell you what, for the value in that, I don't think there's any Grand National session where anybody's any cheaper than that. So what a value you guys are allowing.
Yeah, it's we're a little backwards maybe on that, but without the extra support from all the sponsors. So,
but you could play the analytics to that of. We have a cost-effective ticket, so we're going to gain back what we need to offset costs based on volume. So you're going to gain volume because the ticket's economical. You could go the other direction if we talked about the analytics of how people pay bills and you may cut your crowd in half. But let's move forward. Tell me about the condos and the evolution of how this happened. When did it start? Like, from as a kid, were these setups? Here, step aside. Show this, Scotty. These setups are immaculate. How did it start? I only see this in Ohio.
Well, it actually, back in the day, there might have been our bleachers down there, and we didn't even have that many. They're probably some of them older wooden ones. Somebody may want to back a pickup up against and throw some lawn chairs in it, and all of a sudden now, well, let's bring the straight truck because it's higher and we get more people in it. And all of a sudden it's like, hey, bale wagon works good. We can go multi-level. We even have one in front of me that's got a porta-john on it. 2 levels, porta-john, stairs in, stairs up. And there's a little competition. In fact, one of the dump trucks down there.
Well, let's walk it. Come on.
All right,
come on, Scott. Follow us.
Okay.
Tell me about it.
All right. So here we go. Okay. So can he tell us about his? Okay. You want to tell us about this?
How long have you been doing this? Right here.
Since
not everybody watching at home.
Since I've been senior in high school, probably a good 25 years.
How did it start?
Actually, her brothers got the lot, and then we just took it over and been coming here ever since.
So it's a lot space rental kind of thing. And
every
you do
year.
It for the week?
It's just for the 2 days, Friday and Saturday nights.
Friday and Saturday event.
Yes.
How do you gives what? Like who has the scaffolding? Stay with us.
Friend of mine does. He's got the truck, and then him and I just save the scaffold and build it every year.
But you decked over the whole top of it's a grain truck is what it really is. It's a tilt body grain truck? Yes. And you just deck over the top of it.
Yep, take it all out.
I only see 2 of you up there, so do you think we could join you later?
Yes, no doubt. Come on over.
So is there cold beverages, barbecue grill up there? Oh, you got your sack as well. What was your name?
Jeff.
Jeff, it's nice to meet you. 28 years. Jeff, and what was yours? Tracy. Jeff and Tracy, 28 years on the back of a grain truck in the Napoleon County Fair. Let's roll on down, see what else we got. So, Doug, do you have friends that are up here on some of these?
Well, I actually rent one of these. We have a bale wagon up here, and one time several years ago, I actually was out in the pits on my tow tractor, and I thought, I just wonder what it's like from that vantage point. So I stopped the tractor, came up, climbed up on top of the wagon, watched one vehicle go down the track, and I said, yeah, this is pretty cool. I jumped off the wagon, got back on my tow tractor, back to work. So So yeah, and friends and family are there. Brother, his wife, their family.
Down this
Oh
way.
yeah, they're down this way.
We have time.
Well, we have time. Hey, look up here. Now you got to show what's going on up here. We've got a bus with a deck on top. Yeah.
Everybody at home. Don't get nervous on us.
You want this back?
Yeah, maybe
You want me to
sometimes.
keep it?
No, keep coming with us. But they've got bus trailers, rollbacks, grain bins, nice set of scaffold up there. Hell, they even put the railings up. That's OSHA approved. Check that out, Scott. OSHA approved, fully. Or you could stick the kids up there and just lock the steps so they don't come back down. But you also have over here behind us, and I don't really understand, how does this seating work if someone wanted to join, if they aren't here this year, wanted to join us next season?
It's just a matter of kind of first come, first served, I guess. We've actually had, if you see some caution tape up there and some ropes, they've been here several days prior to the fair, so, and they just come in and fill this area in. We could go back the other way and fill it in further. We have some bleachers out here, limited seating. Nothing tall because we don't want to block the view of the condos back here. So first come, first serve, basically.
That's awesome. What a tradition. So when do you think that tradition started? He just said 28 years for them, and they got it from a family member prior to.
I would hate to speculate. God, I know. We backed a 1066 International Harvester up there, Farmall up there, with a cab on it, and about 6 of us sat on top of the cab, and that had to have been in the late 70s, before I was on the fair board. So it's been 45 years ago.
But this is mostly an Ohio thing. I only see this in Ohio, and the way the layout and the setups are for these tracks in Ohio. Greg, you go to a lot of events with NTPA. Where else? Is there anywhere else?
Here, Saluda, South Carolina. They used to set the same type of thing, not so much the condos, but the flat wagons. But I actually saw someone bring in a swimming pool. They brought in 2 flat trailers, and they put it, and they filled the swimming pool up, and they were in bathing suits, bikinis. And it was like, one year is 112 degrees out there. So, sorry, I don't know if you've seen that here, Doug, but you might encourage it, right? Is that what you're thinking? I see it on his face.
I got a feeling, Greg, that, this is a disclaimer. This is Mr. Greg Randall that suggested this. So.
No, I said it happened there before, and I just see a look in your face. Oh, we've never seen that here at Napoleon. Maybe we will. But anyway, they had a lot of fun there at Saluda, the young farmers.
But they have portable bleachers here down in front that I assume get overwhelmed. A little bit of space saving for the guys who were here earlier today, because you had an antique pool and a tractor farm stock pool as well earlier today.
Right. We had I'll call it a brush hook for lack of a better term, trucks, tractors last night. The local guys with their diesels and stuff that really, and 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, gassers, all the above. And that was last evening. This morning we had farm stock, which we call farm stock, field stock, and I actually participated in that one. I took a little time.
What'd you hook?
Farmall 806. Ended up second in 11,000 county. That's pretty good for a non-turboed Farmall 806. I was pretty happy with the hook. So
6-foot trophy? First, second?
Trophies go to first place. I got a check and a rib, and I'll take that.
Well, let's keep walking down. Let's show this off while we have the time. And, Doug, as soon as we pass by your family or friends, let's jump on them and get some conversation out of them. So what brought you – pork chop on a stick, like being back in Iowa. What brought you
He'd be a good interview. He'd be a good interview.
Okay, well, let's slide in. Well, stand up here. Tell me what your name is.
Jeff Mason.
Where are you from, Jeff?
McClure, Ohio.
How far away is that from here?
About 7 miles to the east.
7 miles. So you only had to drag this 7 miles. Is it welded on there, or you have it?
Pretty much permanent, yes. We don't take it apart anymore.
Like specific, event specific.
Just for this event, absolutely. It's a tradition.
Give me a tour. Show us around. Scott, come on. Show us around. We'll be right back, guys. So, would this be considered the living room or the den?
This is the den.
Okay.
And it is 2 stories.
Okay.
So we got our kitchen out front.
All right. Who's the grill master over here? Who's smoking? What you got? Smoking hot deer shirt on. How about you?
There's many professionals back here.
Well, like professionals in their own head, right? Yes. So look at this, Scotty. So we're coming back for meals later. Is that it? But it looks like you got a lot of bellies to feed already. Yep. What are y'all cooking there? What do you got there? A little queso and cheese? Oh, stuff. Scotty, look at this. We're coming back to eat later. Just don't tell our bosses. They got stuffed peppers. Is that a jalapeno? No, not right now on air. I can't do that on air. I have to continue talking, but take us. Yeah. So is that an upgrade if we go up there, like a ticket upcharge?
Your first year, you're
Come on,
not
Scotty.
allowed up here.
Oh,
No,
wait,
no,
say
no.
it again.
Your first year, you're not allowed up here. You got to start in the basement and work your way up.
So there's a hierarchy to this. Oh, I love it. Exactly. I always say, like, you got to earn your position. Oh, my.
So we got a great view up here. You can see the track from the start to the finish line. And absolutely, yeah.
How long have you been doing this here?
Well, I'm 45 years old, and I've been coming here at least since I've been 5-6 years old. So
your family would I got from Doug that you rent the spot and then you could set up a few days ago and it's good for the weekend.
yes, I'm fortunate enough. I mean, I'm not family, but this is a neighbor and a great friend of mine that allows me and my family to come up and enjoy the pool. So
I would say if you're providing the trailer, you sort of got your way in, right? So when we look at this, you actually have a what do you call this? A sunken living room.
exactly. Yep.
So we can see over each other's heads. So you're back there. I'm having my cold one here, leaning on the rail, and it's a hierarchy, right? So seniority pays here.
Yep. Front rows are hard to come by.
So who gets the front row on this trailer? No one's watching. Go ahead, tell us.
It would probably be Chris Johnson and his dad Vic. So
Is that who started it? Who came first?
they're the ones that started this tradition here. So absolutely. And then this is our pregame to Bowling Green next weekend. So
It'd be nice if you could take this to Bowling Green, right? You beat all them chairs out in that front row.
my dad is no longer with us, but when he started to go to Bowling Green, they actually started in the same tradition at Bowling Green at the Nationals with grain trucks, with scaffolding in the back, and this is the only place we can carry on that tradition anymore, and we really enjoy it. So,
Well, thanks for having us up here. You guys take a look around. Step down into that step-down living room there, Scott. Our camera guy's doing an excellent job. You can see a better perspective, the overview from left to right, the chairs set up off the side of the track as well as the different condos. And how about that guy down there? He's got like full-on lawn furniture out there.
there's always somebody trying to one-up the next guy, so they get pretty creative.
We're going to have to talk to the co-chair, Doug, down there and see if he can't come up with some sort of trophy. I see they had an awning set up. Maybe the wind caught that one, but that's set up on a bus, welded down decking. He's got different tiered chairs. What else do you see back there?
Just all kinds of stuff. I mean, the coolers are not there, but there'll be plenty of coolers on top of each one of these condos as well. So flashing lights, air horns, all kinds of good stuff. So.
Do you have a favorite? Do you have a favorite one? I haven't made it the whole way down yet. I don't know if I have a favorite yet. These guys got awnings down here, though.
So I think that's where I'd head, get in the shade.
But we use it a lot. I use the line a lot. Chamber of Commerce weather. It's where in mid-70s, a slight breeze, comfortable night to be out with family.
Normally this time of the year at our Hendrick County Fair, it's either 100 degrees or raining, and we can't beat the weather, so we're really enjoying it. So
Do you bring your kids with you here to this one?
I absolutely, yeah. My whole family's here, so.
Yep. Good to meet you. Thank you for the tour. Let's run back down to Doug and the boys down below. Oh, look at this, Scott. Greg beat us to the pork chops on a stick. How about that? I guess I can't ask him any more questions. Yeah, he went. So Greg went to the back patio for the kitchen segment. Slide back around front. Let's chat some more here, Greg. But yeah, it's a full-on grain truck here beside us. They've got decking up on top of it. The guys on our left is a hay wagon with the buckboard still on the side. They've got they hung their boards up on the second tier, so they get an extra layer of deck spacing. I don't know what it takes to qualify to get you up on top of one of them, but I think I'm going to have to leverage them. I'm going to have to leverage our bosses, Scott and I. What do you think, Scott? We'll just take 5 minutes and be like, hey, need a bathroom break, go over here and hang out and watch your tractor pull. What a great view. You know, the only better view is you at home. You at home have the better view when you log into Full Pool Live and you check in with Full Pool Picks, and this live stream will be available to you for $39. But, Greg, come on, let's walk down this way. Let's see what else we got going on.
You ate that whole thing that fast. Well, you guys were up there for a little while.
Wow. Thanks for sharing, by the way.
He put it on you. I think he put it on your tab.
That's okay.
You know what? They wouldn't tell me the secret in the seasoning, though. They said they would not tell me that.
Yeah, then they'd have to kill you, and you don't want that. So, yeah. But it's good. They are good.
Well, thanks for joining us. You're going to have to go back and get your phone because you have a lot. And We see the lineup coming. I've got Joey Frazier coming up next for Petro Motorsports. Thank you very much. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure to take the tour with you.
And anybody come on out. It's just a good time. A great pull, great competitors, beautiful place to be. Small fairgrounds, but come on out. $10, you're in the gate. You can see this fantastic show.
Which one's your friends or family? I got to know which one to knock on later on.
The ones with
How
the
far?
girl on top. That's the next generation.
Oh.
I think the adults are out probably getting a pork chop on a stick. I'm sure they're not filling coolers up. I'm sure they're out getting a pork chop on a stick. Yes.
They're not using that ice sponsor at all.
Generation that's coming, so right there.
Save their nickels for the rental spot.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Doug. Joey, come on in here. Good to see you, Joey. Joey Frazier with Petro Motorsports. Joey, tell them the vehicle you drive.
So I compete in the two-wheel drive class. I drive the truck Come Around Sundown, which we just built last summer, and it started off hot. Now we're kind of trying to refigure it out again. Kind of throwing us for some loops the last couple weekends, but try to get on the right track here tonight in Napoleon.
So when you say it threw you for some loops, driving style or things that still need figured out in the way the chassis is responding, or give me more. I want more. I want more for our viewers at home.
Yeah, last Saturday in Rockwell, had a really good game plan. Jesse had taken the lead with Kathy's complaint. We pretty much threw the exact same thing at it, and for some reason it just took a wicked hop on about the 100-foot mark. So we just kind of ended up scratching our head with that one, but changed a couple things for tonight, so maybe put that in the past.
So you try to forget it, but you keep it logged in a memory book of, hey, let's not try that setup again?
Exactly, yeah, maybe it might be the same idea, but just the execution just a little bit different that might be a little more effective for this dirt.
Gotcha. Well, I'll tell you, I noticed you're in 12th place. You're 17 points back. There's 26, I believe, point trucks here. I know it's a long shot, but like they said in Dumb and Dumber, you mean there's a chance. If you were to win here tonight and the top of the order went clear to the bottom, that's how tight all of these things are. So the strategy back at the hauler, obviously you got one bullet tied for the lead. Obviously, Jesse probably says either beat me or stay behind me. Is that about the conversation, or do you not have those conversations?
So you're saying there's a chance? No. Anyway, yeah, I think right now it's still early enough. We still have 5 hooks that we're not completely in the mode of protecting one truck over the other, but for sure Buckeye Hauler's in the best spot. And I know we were kind of hoping it would have had a better weekend last weekend because nobody at the top of the class could really take advantage of everybody else's pitfalls. But yeah, man, we're only 17 points out. I feel like there's still a lot that can be done at this point, so we just got to keep plugging away.
Another question I have, and I always think about this as the guy who sanctions the classes. When we get single-day hooks, right, I hear a lot of competitors say, you know what, I like the 2-day hooks because if I mess up on the first one, I can come back and vindicate myself the second day and not have a big hit. On these single days, not that there's any more points, however, is there more pressure?
I don't know. There's something to that, I think. For sure, whenever you do bad on the first day of a 2-day event, you only have a day to really let it bother you. So whenever you come here, say you have a bad performance or whatever, you kind of have a whole week to think about it. So I guess you got to be good about putting that in the rearview mirror too. If you're just at a 1-day hook, you don't have that chance to redeem yourself right away. But that's why you just got to go out there and get the job done.
I think you're number 9 Grand National wins in your career, which started out with a Rookie of the Year, by the way. What will that 10th win mean to you being double digits?
I think I might have got the 10th last year, but 11th one would be pretty sweet.
Well, I got you because I'm taking from my stats from Mr. Dunlap. Maybe that didn't get adjusted on there. But anyway, hey, good luck tonight, and I'll give it back to Phil.
So I want to dig in deeper a little bit. Do you light the wick knowing we're going into a big weekend next week tonight, or do you protect your situation knowing you can change timing and things like that in your vehicles to maybe be a bit more conservative? Or is tonight one of those low-hanging fruits where you're like, there are guys who need to save, be conservative. This is a chance to gain points tonight.
There's a little bit of each way to look at it. I think, it is a Grand National points-paying hook that's just the same as Bowling Green, so you gotta attack it. But like with us, I mean, our game plan, as long as everything goes well tonight, is to go to Bowling Green tomorrow and drop the hauler and do some maintenance and stuff like that. So you definitely don't want to break anything coming here, but I would say you don't turn the wick up and you don't really do anything less. You just kind of like we're in a good spot, I feel like. So that's the game plan, is just to drive off the track.
competitive hooks, very competitive hooks. So you'll analyze the track the same way. You'll still set your timing the same way, as where some guys will go into Bowling Green and might light the wick because they're after a ring next week.
Yeah, this place in particular, though, it's a really good track, so you kind of want to lean on a little bit more, or else you're probably not going to do very well. So you can't get away with a softer setup at a place like this. They do a really good job building the track, and it's good dirt. So
we didn't even get into all that. Yeah, let's analyze that track a little bit here, Greg. We talked. I'm normally into that. I'm sorry, my twisting out on me all of a sudden. You beat me to it. Tell me about that track conditions. And you said it's going to take power to be able to utilize it, to be able to get a good finish. Greg, what's your experience?
Experience here is it's very tough track. It's a power track. And one of the things that will go into class lineup, because there's so many point runners, something that can kind of cause a little bit of fair play, unfair play, is if that sun's setting when they hit the track. The way it's set up, the lineup, they're last, the sun should be down. It should keep that even. When you play in the afternoon, and I know they got to play at least probably one time at Bowling Green in the afternoon. See, it's in the sun, but there's other variables. How windy, how sunny, the cloud comes out, covers the sun. There's a lot to it. So at least we when the event team goes in and says, what's the lineup, we take a lot of these factors into play, because we want it to be as competitive as it can be, because they work so hard, as everybody in the NTPA ranks do, to give them the fairest shake they can get.
So what we're referring to is in Rockwell, we started talking about it on our show last week. If you tune in, it's $39.99. You can tune in to the live stream coming up soon. We'll take a short break, but we'll come back at 5:30 with $39.99. You can live stream, purchase the stream. It gets you the month, gets you Bowling Green next weekend, and then there's more. And there's Napoleon, Wellsville, Canton. There's more events throughout the August month, one of the busiest months. So are you guys packing extra parks in the trailer?
We do carry a motor with us just in case. It's been in there quite a while, so we might there might be some TLC you kind of have to look at if we were to actually have to use it. The goal is to not have to use it. It's just kind of insurance policy. So, yeah, we do have some other miscellaneous parts and stuff, but it's always like that oddball thing that it's just like a goofy little cable or a bolt or a bracket or something. Those are usually the things that you're like, oh, it's at the shop.
So you're robbing parts off it a little bit, so when you go to throw it in, you're like, oh, yeah, by the way, we still needed to put that Zerk fitting back on.
Yeah, at least with next weekend at Bowling Green, there's a tool place, which we've had to utilize quite a few times. A couple years ago, had a rough weekend with my truck and had to pull the sleeve out and put a new one back in, and we had to go hit up that tool shed. So.
I only know of the Napa in town. I'm going to need to get the address to that, but you guys could tune in. $39.99. We're coming up here at 5:30. We're going to close out this show here at 5 p.m. We're here in Napoleon, Ohio, the Henry County Grand Nationals, the Grand National event with the NTPA. We've got 5 big classes tonight: 4-wheel drives, minis, pro stock, super stock diesels, and 2-wheel drives, a large class of 2-wheel drive diesels. So thank you guys for tuning in. We are going to have to push forward into the show. We don't have any more sponsors. We've got sponsor licks normally coming up next week. Those guys didn't make it in, but there is Army sponsorship here with the Henry County Pool, as well as the regulars that we have, the Yoder Popcorn and Mitas Tires. But thank you guys for tuning in. We'll probably give you a little teaser onto the $39.99 show. Do you tell your friends at home, hey, it's complimentary until they forget to shut it off?
Yeah, I haven't mentioned that yet, but there is a lot of people back home that have been using the Full Pull Live, and I think it's sweet what you guys are doing. I know a couple years ago when they introduced this whole thing, I think it's exceeded expectations personally for what I think it's became, and it's only going to grow the sport. I mean, it's been proven, I feel like. So.
Thank you very much for the compliment. I know the bosses at home, if they're paying attention to us, are. Greg, do you have anything to wrap it up with?
Hey, just good luck tonight, and we'll see how you guys finish, and it'll be on to Bowling Green, and good luck for the rest of the way.
Joey, Promise me you'll join us in the booth, and we'll analyze some tractor pulling maybe later on, maybe even next week even. Would you do that with us?
I'd be open with that. Maybe lead to something else in the future.
Oh, see, he's looking to take my job already, but thanks for tuning in, guys. We're going to head off and get prepped for the show that comes up at 5:30. You can set your picks now. All the picks are out there from the Morley, Michigan, and the semis, the head-to-head picks on Full Pool Picks. Go ahead and set your plan, call your friends, find out the lineup sheets. The lineup sheets are all posted. But thank you guys for tuning in to Henry County Grand Nationals, Napoleon, Ohio. We're coming to you live, Full Pull.
Looking for a refreshing change? Say goodbye to sluggish performance and reach for the one that won't slow you down.
That's Chris.
Experience the force of clean, pure oil coursing through your engine. No matter what you drive, Wix Filters is the clear choice. Here's to filtration that works as hard as you do. Wix Premium Filters. Performance starts here.
Like a seed planted in Ohio soil, Michael Connie knew that success takes time. It requires grit, hard work, and persistence. What began in a one-bay garage grew to revolutionize America's trailer industry. Today, Mac Trailer is a full-scale enterprise with 13 facilities and over 135 dealers across the nation. Mac Trailer supports you with a team of experts in the heart of a small-town hero. Start your legacy with Mac Trailer.
You've got questions? We've got answers. Need a pro you can trust? We have stores of that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Beck's, we stand up for things that matter most. Our faith, our independence, and helping farmers succeed. As the largest family-owned seed company in the U.S., we believe in the integrity of remaining an independent family-owned seed company. Since our founding in 1937, we have continued to produce quality products backed by a family of employees and dealers dedicated to serving American farmers. And that's something to be proud of. Beck's, founded in faith, forged in America. For more information, visit BecksHybrids.com.
CM Pulling Tires continues to produce hundreds of champions throughout the U.S., Canada, and Europe. As a dealer of not only our own line of Mayhill tires, we provide Mitos, Pro Puller, Parks Puller, Kaiser, Real Wheels, and Midwest Wheels. Located in Reynolds, Indiana, Chad Mayhill and his crew work all year round to prove that they truly are a cut above the competition.
Looking for a refreshing change? Say goodbye to sluggish performance and reach for the one that won't slow you down.
That's crisp.
Experience the force of clean, pure oil coursing through your engine. No matter what you drive, Wix Filters is the clear choice. Here's to filtration that works as hard as you do. Wix Premium Filters. Performance starts here.
Like a seed planted in Ohio soil, Michael Connie knew that success takes time. It requires grit, hard work, and persistence. What began in a one-bay garage grew to revolutionize America's trailer industry. Today, Mac Trailer is a full-scale enterprise with 13 facilities and over 135 dealers across the nation. Mac Trailer supports you with a team of experts in the heart of a small-town hero. Start your legacy with Mac Trailer.
You've got questions? We've got answers. Need a pro you can trust? We have stores of that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Beck's, we stand up for things that matter most. Our faith, our independence, and helping farmers succeed. As the largest family-owned seed company in the U.S., we believe in the integrity of remaining an independent family-owned seed company. Since our founding in 1937, we have continued to produce quality products backed by a family of employees and dealers dedicated to serving American farmers. And that's something to be proud of. Beck's, founded in faith, forged in America. For more information, visit BecksHybrids.com.
CM Pulling Tires continues to produce hundreds of champions throughout the U.S., Canada, and Europe. As a dealer of not only our own line of Mayhill tires, we provide Mitos, Pro Puller, Parks Puller, Kaiser, Real Wheels, and Midwest Wheels. Located in Reynolds, Indiana, Chad Mayhill and his crew work all year round to prove that they truly are a cut above the competition.
Looking for a refreshing change? Say goodbye to sluggish performance and reach for the one that won't slow you down.
That's crisp.
Experience the force of clean, pure oil coursing through your engine. No matter what you drive, Wix Filters is the clear choice. Here's to filtration that works as hard as you do. Wix Premium Filters. Performance starts here.
Like a seed planted in Ohio soil, Michael Connie knew that success takes time. It requires grit, hard work, and persistence. What began in a one-bay garage grew to revolutionize America's trailer industry. Today, Mac Trailer is a full-scale enterprise with 13 facilities and over 135 dealers across the nation. Mac Trailer supports you with a team of experts in the heart of a small-town hero. Start your legacy with Mac Trailer.
You've got questions? We've got answers. Need a pro you can trust? We have stores of that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Beck's, we stand up for things that matter most. Our faith, our independence, and helping farmers succeed. As the largest family-owned seed company in the U.S., we believe in the integrity of remaining an independent family-owned seed company. Since our founding in 1937, we have continued to produce quality products backed by a family of employees and dealers dedicated to serving American farmers. And that's something to be proud of. Beck's, founded in faith, forged in America. For more information, visit BecksHybrids.com.
CM Pulling Tires continues to produce hundreds of champions throughout the U.S., Canada, and Europe. As a dealer of not only our own line of Mayhill tires, we provide Mitos, Pro Puller, Parks Puller, Kaiser, Real Wheels, and Midwest Wheels. Located in Reynolds, Indiana, Chad Mayhill and his crew work all year round to prove that they truly are a cut above the competition.
gods that have to have someone who will march until they can march no more, and with legs screaming for relief, pushes on until their duty is done. He needed someone who swore to protect the Constitution against all enemies, who sweats, who fights, who bleeds, who dies believing in God, country, and freedom just because they feel it is right. So God made a veteran. And God saw that it was good. When he saw chests swell with pride and old eyes fill with tears, when he heard the sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters of the veterans say, I want to be just like you. Thank you. And that is why God made a veteran. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise? Gentlemen, remove your cap as we turn towards our beautiful American flag. Miss Ashley Klein will sing our national anthem.
Hold this. Hold this like that way.
Oh, say, can you see what in the songs early light? What so proudly we hail at the twilight's fast streaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watch, were so gallantly streaming, and the rugged red glare, the bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us the star-spangled banner yet wave. For the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Miss Ashley Klein, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Let's take just a second to bow our heads, if you will. Father God, we thank you for the beautiful day that you've given us. We thank you for the competitors, the many, many competitors and their families that are with us today. And we thank you for the crowd that is with us. We thank you for the Henry County Fair, the Third Ward, and everybody that has worked so very hard to put this moment together. Father, we pray that you keep us all safe today as we go up and down the track, and when we depart tonight, keep us safe as well. And Father, we thank you for the blessings that you've given us here in Henry County and around the world. And Lord, we ask all these things in your holy name, and all God's people said, amen. Well, let's go pulling, Mr. Steve. I'm ready. I don't know about you, but I know Miss Tina is. Yeah.
We're taking it out tonight, ladies and gentlemen. My wonderful wife, Tina, sitting here doing our distances for us tonight. So we're taking it out to have her here with us. As usual, we miss Miss Judy Dyke. She's unable to be with us. Ladies and gentlemen, like we said earlier tonight, we have five. We're going to start out here with your full dress class tonight. We have 16 We have got a lot of iron.
Hey, pulling fans, welcome to a full polarized production of the Henry County Fair NTPA Grand National event here in beautiful Henry County. I'm Greg Randall, NTPA Executive Director, and with me, I've got Jesse Petro from the legendary Petro family of two-wheel drive pulling. Jesse, good to have you here in the booth.
Yeah, it's great to be here, Greg. Looking forward to it. It's there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that hopefully that everybody can appreciate to put this broadcast on night in and night out.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, we'll get a little bit in your class because right now you got to feel a little bit of competitive pressure here tonight. You're tied for the lead. And, you know, Joey's only like 17 points out of the lead in 12th, so there's a lot that can happen with so many point trucks running here tonight. We'll get into that here in a second. But, hey, we have 5 big classes here tonight. We've got four-wheel drive trucks to lead off. It's going to be followed by the Mini Modified class, the Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock class, the Newfields Ag Super Stock Diesel class, and last but not least, the CM Pulling Tire two-wheel drive truck class. So right now we're going to be starting off four-wheel drive truck action with Scott Phillips. He's out of Marlette, Michigan with Yankee Blue. He's a former Grand National champion. What do you know about the four-wheel drive truck class? What interests you about the four-wheel drive class?
Oh, I think the four-wheel drive class is ultra competitive. You know, it takes a lot of skill to get the truck off the starting line without getting it bouncing. So there's a lot to do with setup, positioning of the sled on the track, and then of course, you know, getting the horsepower to the ground. So Scott's done a really good job of bouncing back. You know, he'd been out of the sport for, you know, a decade or so when he went dirt late model racing, and he got back in, and it's like he never missed a beat. So it's a good truck to start the class off with. Big should get a pretty good gauge of the sled setting and the track, and it's might be tough for the rest of the competition to chase him down if he makes a good run.
He's going to get the green flag here to start off our event here in Henry County, NTPA Grand Nationals. So he ran out of power there. First hook of the track. You can also see some dust flying there. That'll probably go away as we go toward the middle of our class.
Yeah, I would think so. I would think he'll probably turn that down, and they may even take a look at doing a reset there, possibly see what the distance is. But yeah, I think Scott would probably turn that down and come back last.
Yeah, I concur. 307.2, 307 and 2 is what the laser are saying, and I've got radio in my ear here. We'll see if he's going to take it or not. But a decent run, probably, I agree, he could probably do a little better if he comes back, lets the track work in little bits. And he will drop that hook. The question is, you know, as we watch our replay, he can come right back, which hardly never happens. He can drop 6, which sometimes happens on an afternoon session, and most drop to last.
Yeah, the majority of the time you're going to go to last. Nothing else, just for cool down. You know, especially in the four-wheel drive class, the clutch is a super important part of the takeoff. So to get that thing cooled back down enough, there's just not enough time in 6 trucks.
And Marvin Epperson is just saying Larry Peterson will be the new number 1. And sometimes, as I said on the broadcast there a few weeks ago, it does tend to help the decision makers make the determination to change the sled because they don't waste a run on a guy's equipment.
Yeah,
but,
for sure. I'd say he probably slowed the box down if I had to guess. Just a little bit to get him a little bit more speed there through the middle.
Right. And, normally in the four-wheel drive truck class, you don't have to do much adjusting with adding any bricks or anything like that. I think 4 or 5 is usually the standard, what you find in the box.
Yep.
So looking at this class, there's 4 hooks to go. Is it a repeat for Mangan? He's up 13 points. Could there be a surge in store for Zering with Rule 19? And it's interesting. Mark pulls before Zering tonight, so that'll be interesting. And there's 6 pullers vying for 4th and 5th spot. So there's a lot of guys still vying into that top 5 into an Enderley berth.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the next couple weeks are pretty crucial here. So obviously with this being a controlled environment of number of hooks here at Napoleon, and then you're going to go next week to Bowling Green and have 35, 40 plus trucks. So that changes the landscape a good bit too. So
this is Larry Peterson from Baldwin, Wisconsin. He is is in Profab Geared Up. It's a 2007 Chevrolet Silverado, Profab Motorsports, 640 cubic inches of Sunny Racing engine, and Sandwich Customs does the chassis. He's talking to his partner Lisa, and fresh off of wins down in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Got a second last week in Rockwell, but you can see he's kind of coming on. But 19th and 19th in Benson, 16th in Farley, 17th in Toma, 23rd in Toma. He had a slower start. Second half of the season, it could be all different.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And that was fresh pipe at the beginning of the year, too. So, it's going to take some time to get a few laps on it to get figured out.
Decent run, I would say. Kind of got after a little harder than Scott Phillips.
Yeah, I think it set down pretty quick there for him. I'll be surprised if I would think he'll take that. But
thumbs up.
Thumbs up. So
good call.
Yeah, probably 325 or so there on the distance. So
319.4, 319.45, and we will have the distances coming up. You'll see it as we go through the full pull live stream. Yeah, that'll be the first official hook as we see the replay. Jesse, what do you see?
Yeah, like you said, he was definitely more aggressive than Scott, and I think once the track, once they knock that crust off the top there, that I think they'll be able to get after it pretty good. This track usually is pretty firm, and should be able to take about all the power that they can give to it as quick as they can. So.
And I will say they are official. I just heard that out of radio traffic, so we are set with the sled. Good deal by the Ironman. This is a brand new Ironman built just a few weeks ago, sponsored by the National Tractor Pulling Championship out of Bowling Green, Ohio. We'll be there next weekend, 30 miles to our east.
What were we speculating?
Well, I was kind of hoping he would drop it and come back at the end. I'm guessing the track's going to get better, but I guess he had different thinking.
He was confident in the way it drove out. It was a nice, smooth hook we watched from here. Good pull, but we're suspecting the track may come together a bit better.
Yeah, I think it will. I hope it doesn't. I think it will, but we'll see. There's a lot of trucks out there left. I mean, good trucks, so we'll see what happens.
You heard it from Lisa down here on the starting line, guys. Stay tuned. Let's see how this evolves.
PK. Out comes Jim Holman out of Wauseon, Ohio. And we talk about Wauseon, Ohio. We are right in the whole midst of northwestern Ohio. Holman brothers are right up in this area. Probably hooked this track about as many times as anybody will see out here tonight with the 4-play 1960 Chevrolet.
I was kidding with Paul out there on the track about an hour ago, and I said, "Long trip for you, wasn't it?" And he said, "Yeah, it was 20 minutes." So they got a couple of few close ones here for him in this part of the country for him. But a long time legendary truck. Jim and Paul have done a great job. I think Jim's driving tonight. Yes. Paul was in shorts there earlier. So
12-time NTPA Grand National titleist, 6 interleague pull-off wins, 9 Bowling Green rings. Wow, what a career, and still going strong.
They do a great job, and those guys, they haven't aged hardly at all. It doesn't seem like they're just it's like a time capsule with the truck and everything. But they keep the truck fresh and up to date and always up to par.
Currently 60 points. Best finish was 3rd in Toma, Wisconsin. Sideline. The other two guys were kind of in the middle of the track, Jesse. We'll probably see some jockeying back and forth as we go.
Oh yeah, I think so for sure. Yeah, he was definitely over there to the right. He put some muscle in that. It looked like he was turning the wheel back and forth there a little bit, taking off. So looks like he took the lead. So it'll be interesting to see how that stacks up here in the next
You're absolutely right. 3, 2, 7, and 8. So that will take the lead. That's a good 7-8 feet ahead of Larry Peterson out of Baldwin, Wisconsin. As we look at our replay of M.E. Miller Tire sponsored 4-play machine, you can really see the frame on this truck work.
Yeah, that thing darted to the right pretty hard. I mean, he had that wheel turned to the left there pretty aggressively. So there was a little bit of a rut there, but it definitely sucked him over to the right there to start with. But after that, it laid down, and you can see the front tires just barely skimming, and all the waste transferred good.
Absolutely. Well, hey, we wouldn't be an NTPA sponsored event without mentioning Case IH and Beck's, Wix Filter, Hot Shot Secrets, Mac Trailer, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Enderley Fuel Injection, as well as Mitas Tires, Cowtails, Sempico Lubricants, AP1 Insurance, Stop Fire, and U.S. Army, as we see that power pull again by the legendary Holman brothers. Foreplay is Paul and Michelle and Beth. As we go to the state of Georgia, Blue Ridge, Georgia, we have Tommy Corsa, 24 years in the seat. Brand new truck debuted last week on the NTPA circuit. And I'll tell you what, he certainly turned some heads. First session, got 6th place, and then he took the win in session 5. So quite a weekend in Rockwell for one Tommy Corsa.
Yeah, for sure. It's a nice-looking piece. I'm sure they'll get some paint or a wrap on it there over the wintertime. But, yeah, to come out to have that kind of results off the bat, it's pretty impressive, and especially in the four-wheel drive class.
Yeah, I got a text on Monday night from Tracy Waters, a photographer, saying that the Corsas were involved in a traffic accident in Chicago. I guess it was the hauler and truck that takes their two-wheel drive around.
Oh.
And obviously, I think I've seen all the vehicles and everything in the pit area, so glad no one was hurt. But anyway, you got to be safe out there on the roads, and we all put a lot of miles on.
Avoid Chicago at all costs.
Avoid Chicago at all costs.
Is that the point of the day?
No.
Yeah.
The roads, yes,
yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, they're pretty skinny up through there.
So
like their skinny roads.
A little safety here. You know, you got the fire gloves. You can see the helmet. They put on a neck sock there to help keep their neck from having issues with that heavy helmet on. So a lot of things to hook up to the sled. So he's running after a 3:27.8, just laid down by the Holman brothers, Tommy Corsa. Can he keep the magic from last week in Rockwell, Iowa alive? We're going to find out. Another good run there, Jesse. Awaiting the distance here on Tommy Corsa.
Yeah, it looked like it had good speed. Had pretty good speed in the middle there.
Yeah, 3:21.8. That will put him just ahead by a foot and a half of Larry Peterson, dropping him in second place. And you see that balance, that wheel hop. What do you suppose happens? Is it something with tire pressure, or is it just as the box is moving forward and the physics of the sled and the track starts that to happen?
Yeah, it's kind of all of the above. You know, the pans, you're trying to pick the pan up and carry it, and then the truck's trying to hook, and it's obviously throttle control is pretty crucial at that point, you know, and it gets to hop. And obviously them things are sprung, so they have suspension in the front, so that obviously plays a part in that as well. But, you know, it bounced there 3 or 4 times, and then it sit down pretty good, and it bounces at the end, which sometimes that's gear ratio too, you know, that plays a part in that.
Do you think they're running front tires or back tires a little faster than the other? You ever hear them talk about doing any of that?
Yeah, I think they're split, but just a couple of tenths. You know, it's nothing major. I think a lot of them are the same, but I think there's a few guys that do change that a little bit.
Yeah, and I notice they like to definitely keep those back tires off. And I think we'll go down to PK. PK, what you got?
So we're here with Marvin. Marvin's got him out, getting him at a quick start so we can keep the flow of the show. Marvin, just change to us.
Well, the wind's blowing hard today. It's pretty hot out, so the track got a little bit dry on the top, and they're not getting a hold of it like we thought they would. So we let the box back one hole, which should gain us about 10 feet. That's about exactly what we got. So we're looking pretty good there now.
Terrific. Thanks for taking the time with us, Marvin. Marvin is your director of tech services here with the NTPA. So what he's talking about is there's some drops in the back of the sled that let that box roll back a little further. And what that does with the box coming back slightly further, it gives them a little more distance on the big end. So we let them stretch their legs a little bit. Let's see these runs. A great change by Marvin and the crew down here.
Ike Zering up next from Edinburgh, Indiana. He's a tolling engineer, tolling for 19 years, and he won the 2023 Interleague pull-off in Grand National fashion. 1994 Dodge Ram, Sunny 650 cubic inch. First in Toma, Wisconsin's best finish yet of the year. Started in the center, ended in the center, Jesse.
Yeah, made a pretty good lap right there.
The bucket list. We wait the distance.
He's a pretty good study of the sport. He was over at the trailer today, and he pays a lot of attention to a lot of different things, and picks up on a lot of things that I don't think most people do, as far as the nuances and the happenings in and out of the track.
And get this, just a tenth of a foot behind Holman Brothers, 327.725. So we got a 327 and 8 for the Holman Brothers, 327 and 7 for Zering. That'll put him in second place. Boy, what could he done different to get another tenth of a foot, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, right there at that early stage of hopping right there probably cost him a little bit of distance, but I mean, it had good ground speed in the middle, and it looks like it drug really well there towards the end. So if nothing else, they gained some, should have gained some valuable information to take back to put into Jake's truck there later on.
It looks like the body sits down a little bit in the back, and the front kind of rises up, but then when it comes to a stop, maybe not. Maybe it's an optical illusion. Holman Brothers always look like that body's just horizontal perfectly.
Yeah, I think a lot of it depends on how the body's mounted to the chassis. You know, sometimes that I think that's a lift body maybe even, so that obviously has an effect on it.
Right. I always try to figure out what the chassis are doing. Sometimes I wonder if they're, don't want to see everybody from the human eye. What we might be doing, kind of trade secrets. You guys probably have that too a little bit.
To some extent.
We're not going to talk about that, but anyway. Hey, up next is Danny Johnson, Baxley, Georgia, a general contractor by trade, 21 years pulling. He won the Bowling Green Ring in 2018 in the Woody Folsom truck, 1966 Ford F100. Dixie Builders is a sponsor, Dixie Barbecue. It's another Sonny's Hemi, 648 cubic inches. Nichols does the tire cutting. And 2 8th places at Toma has been his best finish. He has won a couple Grand National under his belt, I think in 2016. And this year, sometimes you can say just scratching at the top 10. And to play in the top 10, you got to be in the top 10.
Yeah, it's a tough road to go, that's for sure. There's a lot of competitive trucks, and a lot of those guys have been doing it for a long time. So it's the only way to do it is to go out there and do it. New leader.
That's definitely a new leader. Really blew it out there well. Desperado, good looking gray paint scheme on that truck.
Yeah, it definitely took off and didn't have that back hop like a couple of the first few trucks did. So obviously that's just ground speed that he gains, in the middle, and that shows it at the big end.
3:34 and 5 for Danny Johnson. As we look at the replay, Jesse, don't quite see the dust we saw earlier. Now we're seeing the little pieces of the dirt coming up in little chunks. It's coming from the tread.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. I think the track will lay in there a little bit better here as they blow the crumbles off of it and start getting laid in there. So just want to mention all your Facebook and YouTubers out there to be sure to go to Full Pull Live and continue subscription if you want to continue watching the Henry County Fair Pull here at Napoleon.
Yeah, you've got a free view here thus far, but with that subscription, you can see all the action coming up, and it's worth the price. If you can't make it in person, which we definitely encourage you to do, what a great way to keep up on pulling as we see the leading run once again by the Desperado. Great job by Daniel.
Yeah, we got a big gun coming here now, so it'll be interesting to see what Mark does here. I assume it's Mark driving both of them tonight.
I did not see.
No, Anna's listed.
Is Anna?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see her, but I seen Mark.
Could
So
be by the draw
yeah,
there.
right.
But let's talk about Mark's season thus far. Started out Benson, third and a first at Farley, second in Toma. They got a 10th the second day. The last couple of events, still top 10, 6th, 5th, and then third in Rockwell. So, quite honestly, that's the consistency you need to stay at the top.
Yeah,
You know it better than anything.
that's points pulling to a T right there. I mean, yeah, you
No
try
bad
not
laps.
no bad laps. Try not to, you don't necessarily always need to be the hero, but you don't want to be the zero either. So if you can just lay in there and get paychecks, and that's what's going to win championships. So it's beyond frustrating to sometimes have that happen. But Mark's a good one, really quality truck here. So it's going to be interesting to see how he gets off starting line. Patient, maybe a little bit too much. Honestly, I think he left a little bit on the starting line there with that thing. I think he could have been a little bit more aggressive and hurt the ground speed in the middle.
Yeah, be interesting to see where that lap places him, because as we said, we got Rule 19 coming up in a few hooks. 326.145. That's I believe in fourth place right now, and. It may stand up into a top 10, but Mark would have liked to maybe got after it a little harder as you look at the replay.
Yeah, that'd be my observation. I think the track will take that, being a little bit more aggressive. I think Danny was, and I think that's what got him the momentum. It seems like that's what this new Bauer sled it kind of likes that. It takes a little bit different setup to get the speed, and makes it a big difference at the big end.
I know the pan's a little bit longer on these new sleds. I do know that. I always thought that gives guys drawbar at the beginning. What do you find? Some classes, I mean, like you got a 30-inch drawbar, so that could really be a thing where you want to, bounce a little bit if you don't have an ease.
Yeah, it definitely affects each class differently. Obviously the tool drive class, it's pretty important. Sometimes they've been running a weight in a rail, sometimes they haven't, and some of that has to do with the track conditions and some of that too. So it definitely keeps the competitors on their toes, and we have to definitely pay attention to that, because it definitely affects the way we drive the trucks and even the setup as well. So it plays a pretty vital role in knowing how that sled's set up.
You're looking live at the Henry County Fair NTPA Grand Nationals, going to the sled. Bill Kramer out of Dunkirk, Maryland. He's a plumber by trade. This is the Contender 2015 Chevy Silverado, and it is a Sunnies. Pretty much the majority's power plants are Sunnies, and you'd almost, I can back up, I don't believe Holman's brothers in foreplay are, but I don't see many who are not as we look down through here. So right now, fourth place in Toma was the Contender's best finish. 6th place in Benson, 9th place in Benson. Other than that, tickling the top 10, a couple of top 10 finishes. So the Contender is still in contention.
Yeah, they've been around the sport a long time, I feel like, and good to see them out here running the whole circuit this year. Two quality, nice looking trucks for sure.
Yep, former Region 4 champions. I know they qualified for them to pull off. I don't even think they won, but don't have that stat in front of me. My stats are provided by John Dunlap. Had a nice looking run. Down at this end, is this where we also see some of the power differences? How much difference between highest horsepower engine to lowest? What would you think?
I bet there's not a lot in this class.
100?
I would take the under on that if we're going to bet on it. I would take the under on that. I'd say they're within 50 to 75 horsepower across the board there. I'd say. So that was probably, I don't know, that's probably more of a gear selection difference. It just didn't have the ground speed. Looks like he's piling a fair amount of dirt early. That's the thing. If you don't get that get that thing hooked early, you need to be aggressive with it. But if you don't get it hooked early, it's just going to pile dirt in front of the buckboard, and you're not going to have any momentum.
311 out of 4. That's 7th place right now, and probably outside that top 10 here tonight. Unfortunately for the contender and the Kramer, but they do have good news. They got another truck coming up a little bit later.
Yeah, we'll see if they have enough time to make some changes to the next one and try to improve on that.
We've got a little bit of a windy day here in Northwest Ohio, but it's been a beautiful day, low humidity. We'll take it 2 years ago, we got rained out.
Yeah.
So you never know. So we look at our top 5 here. We got the Desperado sitting out there, pretty healthy lead. 4Play in second. Bucket List, our Grand National defending champion and current point leader in 4th, and American Made, the new machine, in 5th.
So,
of course,
is this right?
This is right.
Is this right? Jeff Schaefer in the I mean, Jeff's a lot of pulls, him and Pam. But when I seen the lineup come out there on Wednesday or Thursday, whatever day it was, I said Jeff Schaefer. So I'm guessing Rob and Tanya couldn't be here. Or?
There is a family function. I think it has to do with Tyler.
Oh, okay.
And don't quote me. I'm thinking maybe there was a wedding.
Oh boy.
I'm thinking, I don't quote me on that, but I'm thinking that's maybe what's happening there. So yeah, Jeff Schaefer, piloting Rob Foster's foster child 06 Chevrolet Silverado. Performance Pros, Precision Fleet Image, Simpico, Simplot Grower Solutions are the sponsors. And right now, first in Toma, Wisconsin, 4th in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Beyond that, this truck normally was a defending champion at one point with his daughter Carmen Foster driving. Some changes made. Carmen's now in Indiana. Kind of a new chapter of her life at the moment. So, Jeff, win, lose, or draw.
Yeah, I bet it's been 20 years since he's been a four-wheeler, probably.
I would say.
I mean, obviously ran a two-wheeler for a long time there, but it'll be interesting to see. It's four-wheel drive. I've never driven a naturally aspirated four-wheel drive, but I've driven a blown four-wheel drive a few times, and it will make you a better driver. That's for sure.
Boy, if he was to take the lead, would you call that a walk-off home run? I mean, it could be very interesting to see what Jeff has here. He's probably thinking about it all.
He's definitely moved a little bit farther. He's a little closer to the middle to the left there, so he might be in a little bit fresh dirt. Didn't forget how to do it.
Yeah, challenging for that top 5 anyway. Jeff Schaefer in the Chevrolet-bodied Foster Child.
Yeah, good lap. Yeah, he was smooth with it. Didn't bounce or nothing. He'll have to be pretty pleased, and I would think Rob will be pleased with that as well.
.326.9.
And they're piling them in there.
That's what you see in the four-wheel drive truck classes. We watch our replay. Comes out, and you can see he was pretty smooth out of the hole. Really, not a whole lot of bounce to it.
You definitely tell he was farther to the left on the track because he was throwing some dirt, some dry dirt there off the start line. But he obviously ripped it back over to the middle there and finished pretty left center a little bit there. But that was a good lap for him. So
getting the dry dirt, tell us a little bit about that. I know they talk about the theory of it slides the pin a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be a balance of you having grip in the truck, but also, obviously that pan's going to slide a little easier on dry dirt. So it's a kind of a fine balance, like anything. The setup's going to have to match with what you're trying to do on the track at that specific time. It's going to take a little bit different setup. On dry versus normal.
Viewers at home, that is the Henry County Condos. Happens 2 times a year in this county. They actually pay for that real estate, and it's pretty impressive. As we see Taylor Corsa come to line, Blue Ridge, Georgia, with the tailor-made 2012 Ford Ranger. Her best finish of the year thus far has been a second in Benson, North Carolina. I believe this is her second full season of driving, and again, when you're going against the Homer brothers who were pulling well before she was born, and there's just a lot. There's a lot to learn and grasp. not too many laps under her belt compared to a lot of the guys in this class, but she's really impressed. She really has.
Yeah, she's done a good job. You know, that's kind of one of the cool things about the sport is that, you know, you can have, you know, parents versus, you know, children, or grandparents even versus children, you know, so competing against each other and both doing well. So yeah, that's they've been a nice addition to the series with top-notch equipment, that's for sure.
Well, George is in the lead right now. Daniel Johnson at 3:34 and 5. Let's see if the other Georgian can take over the lead. Kind of following Jeff Schaefer's path down the track.
Yeah, it looks like she definitely jerked it over there to the left there. I don't know if she meant to do that or if it pulled her over there or not, but
yeah, the angle, I'm not sure how the ground speed was in comparison to some of our leaders out there. 3:15 and 2 is her distance. So she's going to be down a little bit tonight.
yeah, I think a lot of that had to do with the takeoff there. She was pretty patient with it there, and I think that might have left a little bit of distance there on the track.
Last week in Rockwell, there's a lot of restarts on that Saturday afternoon. They just wanted to hop a little bit. They bring it back. You know, any thoughts on what sometimes causes that? Is it just set up afternoon track, just trying to figure some things out, making things hook?
Sometimes, are you prepared for the answer?
Sure.
My personal opinion, it's the ramp. The ramp that gets built into certain places.
The angle of the ramp.
That you know, usually when you start the sled up, it usually creates a crater at the starting line at the buckboard, and as the night goes on, that can belly out even more, and that plays a very, very big part in that. And that affects the distances at the big end as well, because if you don't carry the pan right with the tandems going down through that hump, over the hump and into the hole, you can upset the sled and upset the truck. That causes four-wheel drive to bounce. That causes other vehicles to unhook and then hook back up, and they shoot up in the air.
So the tandem going over the hump, it affects the chain. It almost is like whip once they bring the back end off is kind of the effect you're talking about.
Well, that's my opinion.
Your opinion. That's why we're here. That's
yeah,
why we're bringing
I mean,
guest commentators,
you know, it can help a show, but it also can cause a drastic difference in the disparage of distance within the class. So it's actually a topic I'm going to bring up in our rules meeting in a couple of weeks, Greg.
5 weeks from yesterday.
Yeah,
actually.
everybody remember, if you're watching, email in your stuff for Greg at ntpapool.com. All your concerns and worries and rule advisories before Monday. What is it, Monday?
Monday after Bowling Green. So
So coming up shortly.
This is Ben Ellis, Ben Jim, and he's a farmer, 2008 Chevrolet, former Grand National champion.
Too smooth.
Yeah, Ben normally likes some power tracks. Two-time Bowling Green winner, Sunny Engine, Champlain, Virginia for one Ben Ellis.
Yeah, I think he'll be a little disappointed in that run. It looked fine, but it just didn't distance like he probably thought it would.
3:13 and 7.
It just didn't have the ground speed in the middle.
Yes. Yeah, it's very interesting. I thought maybe we would build a little bit of a road.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
I did, and I don't think we're seeing that.
Yeah, no, I'm a little surprised. I feel like last year it did get a little bit better. From what I remember watching on the replays, but yeah, so that is a little surprising.
Yeah, Ben, one of the laid-back, easy guys you'll find
for sure.
in the sport.
Oh yeah, great guy.
He is, and formidable truck.
Yeah, for sure.
You're watching Full Pull Live. This is NTPA Grand National action from the Henry County Fair, NTPA Grand Nationals. So right now, we've got Benjamin's in 12th, a little uncharacteristic down the road there. And actually, Desperado, who was in the lead, is in 11th spot. He's some 60 points out of the lead. So as we watch the guy who's the number 2 right now in points, this is Jake Zaring out of Fillmore, Indiana. He's a Crane Millwright business owner, 2022 Grand National champion, 2-time Bowling Green winner, 3-time TOMA winner, 2022 Interleague Grand National winner, 2023 points runner-up, 2021 points runner-up, 2002 Dodge Dakota. So they're getting him all ready to go out there. And, each puller has 3 minutes to get to the sled. So far, and this is not a criticism of Jake, he does have the time. Maybe he's out there determining, because we've seen people go left, right, center.
Yep.
He's second in points. He sees an opening here.
Sure.
He does, because Mark Mangan's in fourth.
Yep. Yeah, it's it's tough when you're from a competitive standpoint. You understand that the show needs to go quickly and smoothly, but you've been here all day, and it's like now you're going to rush me, type of thing. So there's a good balance there. Most everybody knows what to do and when to do. So they might have been making some last minute adjustments there, and it looks like he's moved the sled over a little bit to the right. It's always from the driver's seat, what I mean?
Yes, it is.
Not looking at it down track, but so Jake's very crafty. He usually can find a way to get down in there one way or the other with whichever truck. So it'll be interesting to see here how he does.
Absolutely. This is one of the moments in the night as far as the point chase goes. The Mangans are paying attention. The Zarings are paying attention because they're on center stage. And this is one of those nights. We're talking to Joey. I asked him a question about single hooks versus double hooks. There's no more points involved. However, you make one shot, you load it up, you're going to the next place. And it can either be exuberation or, man, I wish I had tomorrow to make up some ground.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's, in the grand scheme of things, like the first hook, it's like when people put more importance on the last hook of the year than the first hook of the year. Well, you get the same amount of points, right? Yeah. There's more pressure at the end of the year because it's there, right? But, starting off well is just as important as finishing well. So every point matters at every hook. So it's you have a little bit more of a chance to redeem yourself on a 2-day if you don't do well. But it'll be interesting to see here what Jake does. Wow, he's real slow with it.
Not what he wanted here, Jesse.
No, definitely not. That was definitely unhappy for sure.
Was that rev limiter?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like, but it didn't. Like the motor to me didn't. Well, which through these earpieces that you don't ever know. But that definitely sounded like the rev limiter. But it was not happy for sure. So yeah, that'll be that could be a game changer here in the points going into Bowling Green for sure.
308 and 5. 308 and 5. Is that 10th place outside the 10th place?
Yeah,
that's see here in a second.
Yeah, that's probably last.
Guys, what we're talking about down here in the pit area, in the hot pit area, is the way that the sun is setting. This event is starting at 5:30. The earliest ever is what Vaughn Bauer said, and he's been here for every one of them. As you look at the shadows coming off the sides of these tractors and the side of the pulling sled, the conditions are changing. And so I just spoke with Pam, with Scott Phillips, the Yankee Blue Truck, who dropped his hook, and they're expecting this track to get bite. As I talked to Mark Magnan, the Outlaw, and Ike Zaring, and they had to change a gear, which actually we just saw didn't really work for them with a 308. The track conditions are critical, so they're searching for power and bite on the big end. Back to you guys.
So, as we saw a couple replays there, thanks PK. The leaderboard, we've got our top 10 up there. Desperado still leads. 4 plays in second. Bucket List, followed by Foster Child, and our defending and current point leader of the Outlaw, American Made, Profab Geared Up, Tailor Made, Benjamin the Contender, and then Rule 19. So if I count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points were just gained at minimum, because there's still some trucks left.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody here is going to be points trucks, so that's obviously gonna have an effect. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a shakeup there.
Yep. And I'm pretty sure this is Mark Mangan once again. I saw Anna last weekend in Rockwell.
Yeah, I don't think that's her, Greg.
That's not her. No offense, Mark, but I only got your daughter. So anyway, this is the Bounty Hunter, and it's been having a pretty good year as well. At first, they were going to take it everywhere. Then they told me no, and they came back and said, well, maybe. So, second in Toma, second in Farley.
Oh, did he get stopped?
I
don't know. That's close.
I would say it's close enough where they will give him the benefit of the doubt. I think that's kind of changed. In fact, I'm hearing that on the radio. He probably wants to come back. And
I know he wants to come back, but was he past 100 or not?
There is a little discussion. We'll put it that way.
Okay.
These are the tough decisions. The officials out there do a fine job, and it is the 100-foot flagman that really has that decision to make.
Yep.
So a lot of hard decisions. Usually it's the end flagman, but that's one of the toughest part, besides making sure the track's clear.
They're dragging him back, so they must have got the all clear. So see if he can't redo that.
Yeah, usually there's benefit of the doubt. So that's the first we've seen such a, which I've heard the word severe hop. I mean, it wasn't all the wheels were off the ground. I've seen some real severe hops, but be interesting to see, was it coming out too aggressive, not coming out aggressive enough?
Yeah.
A lot of question there. I'd like to see a replay of that one just to kind of
it would be interesting.
Because,
I'd say he'll drive it differently. That's for sure.
And right now the Bounty Hunter sits in ninth. It's 47 points out.
Oh,
but
wow.
It's going to jump up. It could get into the top 6 tonight.
Doesn't bounce at all.
And a nice run for Mark Mangan.
Yeah. What a difference 100-foot makes.
Exactly right. I've seen a few of those runs this year, too.
Yeah, it happens. It does. It happens. It can happen to the best of them.
3:15 and 1. 3:15 and 1. So down a little bit, but the second truck helps. And we're going to go over to PK here.
Hey, we just peeked in there and talked to Mark, who's in the truck, and what he was feeling, he wasn't getting the launch he wanted. As Marvin and the guys through the NTPA Tech Services, Marvin Epperson, they analyzed that he attempted to stop power, putting the power down, but not get run over from behind. So they granted him his backup hook, his secondary hook, and he comes off with that 3:15.19. But what he was analyzing was he felt his launch was a little soft and he could do better. He looked at me, he gave me the eyes as he's going to go harder on that second run. So that was the information that I got from being able to peek my head in and give him a look here down here on the starting line, guys.
Well, we've got 2 trucks left in our 4-wheel drive competition here in Napoleon, Ohio. And coming up next is the second Kramer truck out of Huntingtown, Maryland, the Supernatural. And 2018 Chevy Silverado, 6.848 Sonny's engine. Best finish, 6th place at Farley. And pretty much, besides the 9th at Benson, the rest have been outside that top 10, or I guess Chapel Hill had a top 10. So of the 2 trucks, this one's maybe been a little bit behind, but he's got to see the whole class. He's picking that far left side.
Yeah, he's definitely he's not clear to the line, but he's one sled width off of it, and that's farther left than anybody's been. It's probably a smart move. I think the sled's dragging a little harder over there in the middle to the right, and I think the track's probably better for. It might be better for the truck, but it's also better for the sled, and I think that's why you're seeing the distances kind of fall off there. Those first first couple of trucks there, the sled might have been sliding a little easier with the drier track on top.
Most drivers sit in the conventional where the manufacturer puts them on the left-hand side, what we call the driver's side. He's in the center. There's a lot of guys that do in the center. That'd be an interesting concept of why guys move to the center. They got to look over that engine.
Right.
Can't watch the one sideline.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah. Definitely more aggressive. Yeah, he's
right around 300-foot mark, right?
Yeah, that probably didn't work as planned. He was pretty aggressive with it taking off.
Yes. 307 and 0. So for the Kramers, that truck is, I don't no offense, but it stayed consistent. It's consistent, where it's at. Only they know all what's happening there. If that's some things they're trying to help the other truck, if it's a whole different setup, that'll give them at least the 13th place here tonight in Napoleon, just outside the money. And we got one left. It's real interesting, Jesse. First hook, we really felt like Scott had a better run. It really wasn't, just looking at it, probably the type of run Scott liked. Obviously dropped it and we reset the sled. So it's going to be interesting to see how this fares. But since they reset the sled, it doesn't matter. But a lot of times, had they not, you could always say he was smart to turn it down because he had no chance of winning the class. And when you turn it down, at least you have the chance to come back and take the win.
Yeah, and obviously, points pulling has an effect on your decision making process too. So, with the reset there, it's becomes moot. But it'd be interesting to see what Scott does here. He definitely stayed over, to the middle a little bit there.
And the race inside the race, this is the third place truck. He's 7 points down to Rule 19.
Oh wow!
So this is another one of those.
Yeah, he could make up a lot of ground right here if he could lay it out there. Especially if you could go past 327, because there's a whole bunch of 326 and 7. So it might be a tough feat at this point. But
334 and 5 leads it. Danny Jackson looks like he might be on his third Grand National win of his career. But then you've got May in the 326, Schaefer at 326, Zering at 327, Holman at 327. The one he's looking at is a 308.
He's got to come a little quicker than that.
Uh-oh.
That's a redo.
I just heard bring him back if he wants to go back. So
I bet he does.
Yeah, he does. They said it. And sometimes the other thing, watching at home, it's not just if the truck goes past 100, it's the front of the pan, but it's also if the driver signals anything. He was bouncing so hard in there, I don't know if he had a chance to signal, but he was out of the throttle, and that's the discernment they put into the decision.
Yeah.
Again, very, very interesting that we saw a couple of those now in the class, because it otherwise looks like a pretty smooth surface. To your point, and again, opinion you said about the ramp, it doesn't look like we got that.
No, there's no ramp.
Here.
There's no ramp here.
Because I haven't been out there, so there's zero ramp. It looks to me like there's no ramp as well.
It's level.
Yeah,
it's level. Yeah, I mean the track's, it's obviously a really good piece of dirt. Those guys do a really good job of putting it together. I mean, this is basically your afternoon pulling, at this point, with early start time. But Scott will drive the truck a lot different, from just a few seconds ago. So
you like to see all those multiple tread prints in the track. That usually means it's uniform, it's tight.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the track's it's definitely there. Salvage something out of that, because it definitely didn't want to take off again.
Yeah, he certainly did. And door was open. Don't think he capitalized much, if at all. We'll find out with the distance on the second place truck, Rule 19. But a good looking truck there, good family. 313 and even, 313 even. It's going to wrap up our 6,200-pound four-wheel drive truck class, and our winner, and congratulations, goes to Danny Johnson out of Baxley, Georgia, with the Desperado, and took the win pretty convincingly in the four-wheel drive truck class.
Yeah, anytime you can put 7 or 8 feet on Holman's, especially in Holman's honey hole, that's pretty impressive. He made a really good run, had a lot of ground speed early, and definitely carried him out there to the win by almost 7 feet.
Yeah, so as we look at our top 10 there, Jesse, Danny Johnson, Desperado, our winner at 3:34 and 5, followed by the Holman brothers, Jim doing the driving 3:27 and 8, and also close behind it was the bucket list of the Zarings, 3:27 and 7. Jeff Schaefer, hey, fourth place, Jeff,
for sure.
3:26 and 9, and fifth was our reigning points champion and leader, 3:26 and 1, and he picked up some points on his two closest chasers.
Yep, yeah.
So,
here's the replay of Danny's run here. Like I said, he was pretty aggressive taking off, but the truck set right down. It never wheel hopped or nothing.
Yeah. Still had some of that dust coming up. We talked about that early, and it kind of went away. So, is there something to that? I don't know. You hear them talk about it. You see people move the track in the afternoon or the sled over to get in some dry to help the pan slide. So,
yeah, he had a lot of ground speed in the middle for sure.
Good luck and run. Congratulations, Danny Johnson, your winner.
Made the trip from Georgia worth it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to see another angle of this run here, the Ford.
All right, here we are.
Good-looking machine. And while we got a little bit of a break in the action, Jesse, let's go back to your class. We said we'd kind of circle back. So now, you and Donnie Sullivan are tied for the lead. And I notice the draw number for Mr. Sullivan is last. And I think you're maybe midway into the class, somewhere in that area?
No.
No. I must have been looking at...
I'm second hook.
You're second hook. Okay, so I was looking at probably Kathy's.
Yeah.
That's what I missed. Yeah. I was riding with Kirk in the merch trailer, and it was bouncing pretty hard.
Yeah. Sometimes these, when you get the numbers out, middle of the week, we're going to PK. Is he ready yet? Not yet.
Yeah.
Is he ready?
He's getting ready. We got a myriad of camera angles, and PK is going to be talking to one of our competitors here in a second.
Is he talking to Donald? Wow, this is exciting.
So we're sitting on the cart. The UD Motorsports. Chase is up next behind us. Sitting here with Donald. Donald, nothing that you just said we're allowed to repeat right now. But what's your thoughts on what the track looks like?
The track looks pretty good. We just need a good driver.
Sorry, so what you're saying is if we get him up here, you slip that helmet on, slip to the back.
No, I ain't driving one of them.
You just want to trade up for, like, Uncle David to sit in that seat instead of Chase, right?
That's right. I wish Dave was here to drive it. We go to the winner's circle.
Oh, I love your ambition. All right, you heard it here first. UD Motorsports took the minis. See you guys.
Don, all I can say is it's harder than it looks, baby. We'll see you in that seat one day. You just threw down the challenge. We're going into our mini modified division. And, hey, 5 hooks to go. 3 of the 5 are single hooks. We got this hook in Napoleon, Wellington, Ohio, and Wauseon, Ohio, and then 2 at the National Track Point Championship. So, interesting. We got a Youth Burst Experience situation as Little Wicked reclaimed top spot in the points, just besting Mr. McDonald and the Very Little Sanity coming out of Rockwell. And then we got Ken Vini back here, 15.5 points back. So you got a multi-veteran champion that's in third, and it's going to be interesting because there's a lot of point earners in this class, kind of like your class, Jesse.
Yeah.
And anything can happen. It can go from top to bottom in a hurry.
Oh, yeah, for sure. This class is extremely tough, night in and night out. It's really hard to be consistently at the top, and it's kind of shown in the points race there with a lot of disparity there. But it'll be interesting to see Chase here. Obviously, they try a lot of different things and different avenues to try to make things better and work. So
Chase Richardson, Litchfield, Kentucky. He's Vice President UD Contracting. 3rd place in Chapel Hill is his best finish. Actually had a little hiccup on the motor. He was heading toward maybe second place, maybe first.
Oh, yeah.
We're opening our 20, 50-pound mini rod action. Fairly decent pass for Chase. It kind of went right to the right off the beginning, then it settled down. He kept it straight.
Yeah, that right there is a tough call because it made a pretty good lap, but the front end was kind of on the ground. I think they could probably come back and put a little bit of drawbar in it and try to transfer some more weight. But that's a tough call to make.
341 even.
You have to take that, I think.
I would think you take that.
Yeah. That's the frustrating part because he probably knows it's not the winner, but yet how do you turn 341 down? You know, that's the.
And how far will a perfect run go?
It'll take 360 to win if they don't change it.
I would agree with that.
Not a bad lap, but the front end's just kind of glued down right there. Just picks it right there, which is pretty good.
Yeah, right there it was looking like a really.
Yeah, that run might be better than what we think.
Yeah.
You know, after watching the replay there. So, yeah, you definitely got to take that. Ran good. Yeah.
Radio traffic is silent, which usually means, and he is keeping the hook. That just came across. And usually when they're either thinking or they want to see another one. In my experience with the company, that's probably what they're going to do. And up next we got Adam, Ron Tobin, walk the line. Great speed. I mean, look at that, some Pico flag. It's like wanting to rip off there. It's going so fast. We're going to go down to PK.
What's your thoughts, Marvin? We're going to watch another one hook here?
Well, we're probably going to watch him, but I think we're going to be pretty good here. It's kind of dry on top, and we're trying to get water sprayed on there till the sun goes down, but I think we'll be good.
Copy that. They're going to go for it. They loaded up 2 weights, but I think they're going to take it.
So they don't think they're very far off.
No, I think they're going to go with it, I think. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah.
I mean, all these tractors are more than capable of winning at any time. You know, so it seems like in this class that there's one or two that just make monster runs that really lay it out there, and then everybody else is kind of clumped back up in the back a little bit. So. A lot of different theories and drawbar, height and tires and gear ratio a little bit to some extent that really plays a factor in these things on getting the sled moving and getting the ground speed.
13-inch drawbar.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if they're at 13.
Nobody runs that.
I'd say they're between 12.5 and 12 3/4 if I had to guess.
With Kester Racing, this is Ron Tobin, first place in Benson to open our season.
It just kept trying to rip that tire out of the ground.
Yeah. And it's very temperamental. He really got crossways on there more than I thought when they showed that angle.
Yeah, they're very temperamental with the amount of power they're making, and it can be tough to keep it in the ground.
292 and 9. 292 and 9. There was a little conversation. I ran laser for many years. Do I need to turn to prism because the sled was facing one way to the video board where the lasers actually shot? As we see the replay, go ahead and give an assessment here.
I mean, it picks like right there. It just when it shot that way, it just upsets the tractor and it upsets the tires. They don't run hardly any air pressure in them things. So if they hit a rut or anything like that, or if he hits the brake, it just tries to rip the tire out of the ground and just unsettles it like that, and you're basically just hanging on at that point, trying not to knock the front wheels off of it.
It's that left tire Jesse's talking about toward the grandstand that was coming up. That's why it keeps taking it over there to the one side. Now the Petro family was in the mini rod class for a season or two.
Yeah, it was it was a good engine stand. It didn't take up much more space than a complete engine did, so we just put it in the trailer and went about our business. We had to use it once or twice as an engine stand to take a motor out of it and put in a two-wheeler, but it's a fun class to watch. But I'll just commentate on it. How's that?
Yeah, that's good. I thought your mom, Kathy, was very nervous anytime your dad strapped into that thing.
Yeah, he crashed it a couple times.
Did you get to drive it?
No.
You never did?
Nope,
well,
I never
we
drove
need to get
it.
that changed.
No.
Right now we got
No.
Lindsay Campbell out there giving her due. Washington, Pennsylvania, short fused, built in 2017, Chaos Fabrication. It's a Brad Anderson power plant, 565 cubic inch. Fourth in Benson to start our season. Other top 10 finish was in Rockwell last weekend.
Not a bad lap.
Not a bad lap, and I'll say it now. It looks like that center or right of center maybe is a better spot in the track tonight.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah, it can change. 320 and 6. And I would say we're going to be okay on our sled setting there.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
I think
yeah.
they're okay.
Yeah, I think if anybody does, they're not going to go, 20 feet past Chase with the kind of run that thing made.
Somebody watching home,
good.
Jesse, they'd say, wow, you talked about the front end being glued down. It didn't really lift and carry, but it doesn't look like there's any weight to put on the front. Are we not seeing something? Is that tube underneath have some weight capabilities?
Depending on what the scales were like tonight, they might not have much, but normally they have it across that front bar behind the tow hook. They'll have some weights hanging in there. I would think whatever weights that they have them on the front tonight.
Yeah.
But I could be a little wrong on that. But just from our experience, this track is usually very good, but that doesn't necessarily mean it could be for a mini rod. Usually a mini rod follows a big tire, so if it's a big tire track, a mini rod likes it.
Right.
And then normally that's a little too soft for us. But
tonight's going to be pretty good for you guys, I think, after the two big tire classes.
Oh yeah, it should be. Yeah, it's normally really good. One of the best ones we run on all season, for sure. And man, big dogs just keep rolling in here.
One of the big ones right here. We're talking about Mr. Brian McDonald. He's out of Kennedyville, Maryland, and this is Very Little Sanity. I'm a DC Comics guy, so I love the artwork on there. And I'll tell you what, Brian's had quite a year. A second and first place in Chapel Hill, second in Fort Recovery, third in Fort Recovery, and a second in Rockwell puts him in the second place and 1 point out of the lead. Again, 5 hooks to go, 3 of those are singles. This guy's got the experience. The guy he's chasing's young, but has an experienced family behind him. So it's going to be really interesting. Got to make the good laps.
Yep, yeah. He probably learned a little bit from Chase's run. They work pretty closely together, and so he should have a pretty good idea of what Chase did to get down through there.
Wanted to get the front end up, it just wouldn't carry.
Yeah, just wouldn't carry. Just kept bebopping there. Just kills the ground speed.
It's starting to make Chase's run look
really
good.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely making Chase's look really good here. But long way to go. A lot of good tractors yet. But I think Chase will be happy with that run for sure.
318 and 6. 318 and 6. That's not going to make Brian very happy as we look at the replay.
Yeah,
There's where he hopes it stays and carries.
You're right. Yeah, I mean, it picked it up, but it just...
2. 3. They always talked about it cost 10 feet. I don't know all about that, but I do know that doesn't sustain the tires being hooked uniformly in the track.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of things play factor into that. Obviously, the hitch height, the gear ratio plays a lot of factor into that. Does he need more weight up or does he need more weight back? So that's always the $1 million question when you're driving home at night. Gear ratio obviously has a lot to do with keeping the tractor hooked or not.
Absolutely.
Again, wasn't a bad run.
No.
Just didn't have the distance.
No.
And that's the frustrating part about pulling is you can do what you think is absolutely nothing wrong, and you're 20 feet back.
Yeah, and we look
really
at
scratch your head.
The four-wheel drive truck class. Besides the winner out there, I mean, there's getting to be a little bit of a margin between our first four guys. They're all trying to try to figure it out, and what they see with the four tractors in front of them will probably determine on all classes what they're going to do.
Sure.
Air pressure, the biggest part of the mini game.
Oh, I don't know. They're all so low that I don't know if it matters much. There's probably less than 0.6 of a pound difference from one tractor to the next.
Wow.
You know,
so we're talking 2-3 pounds of air.
Oh, I would take the under if we're betting. If we're betting again,
I can't talk about that, but yes.
Yeah, I would say it's under two or under. You know, give or take a couple tenths.
I gotta forget my mini rod days. Just that one year, 1989, it wasn't a world beater, but yeah, we had more than that type of air pressure.
The world is different.
It's way different.
The mini rod world is different. This is a new guy here, Holt Strickland, out of Clinton, North Carolina. Just asked. He's done very well for a rookie, for sure.
2 fourth places, Fort and Rockwell.
Not good. No.
Yeah.
That was the best thing for him to do was stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say he got his front end up, but so did Ron Tobin, and with similar situations there, just not controllable.
Yeah, he was so aggressive with it taking off that it just spun and spun and spun, and then finally when it gets enough down pressure, it just hikes the front end up so quickly, and it just unsettles the tractor.
.207 and 8.
And that can happen to, you know, the best of them, not just a rookie either. So that's kind of the tricky part about this class.
Brian McDonald told me something interesting here a week or two ago when I was talking to him. I think it was Fort Recovery. He said, this year I actually feel like I halfway knowing what I'm doing in the driver's cockpit. You know, before I just kind of putting a game plan together, hitting the throttle and going. Now I can kind of feel and anticipate, which I thought was interesting because, I mean, look how fast this happens.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking seconds, milliseconds.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that's you know, that he'll have to chalk that up to you know, to a driving lesson there for sure. But luckily didn't hurt anything, didn't knock the front wheels off of it.
That's right.
Rods are still in it, so they can live again and go to Bowling Green next week and try again.
You can see where almost all four wheels are off the ground as they take him back down, showing us reverse replay, as it were. So you can see from the replay just a really violent run, as you're saying. Tires want to come out of the ground, all that. So, boy, we're looking at our top 5, the 5 that have run. Vibrated their 341, followed by Campbell. Her distance was 320. So, and looky here. Here comes yet the guy that's in third place currently, 15.5 points out of the lead. And combination, experience, be interesting for Ken Vini, and you probably won't find anybody more experienced in engine building experience. I mean, he's won 3 divisions in the Grand National Championship, and he was on fire a couple weeks ago in Fort Recovery, Ohio. That tractor really likes that dirt there. But we're Napoleon, and he's looking at the 341 laid down by Chase Richardson with the vibrator to open our class. What do you think, Jesse?
Oh, I think if he has the right setup in him, he can get there for sure. That's a pretty good one.
And there was the front end carry we talked about. That was picture perfect.
We're here with the 4-wheel drive winner, Danny Johnson, the Desperado. We just saw a good pass by Ken Benny. There's still power in the track. How did you put footage on the field?
I drove a little different than a normal drive. I got in a little sooner, and I was hoping I had the right gear in it. We made a gear change just before we left, and it worked.
So when you come out here to the track and you were about mid-pack, how did you equate your changes to results on the track?
Well, to be honest with you, I followed the Ike Zay ring because I know they know where to put the sled.
Copy that. Congratulations, your four-wheel drive winner, Danny, and the Desperado. Back to you guys.
Hey, thanks, BK. Great run there, Danny. Congratulations. As we go to the replay, here's your current leader, 347-9 for the funny little farm all. Tarona's Delight, and a lot of the fans here. And he got that front end up, and even though it touched there, it's really sustaining a lift versus wanting to smack up and down.
Yeah, he's still moving forward. The front end's coming down and touching, but he's still accelerating forward. Yeah. I think he probably could have spun it in a little bit more there, but
right.
that happens. But yeah, that's a solid run. That he can definitely make them run. Yeah. That's for sure.
And
so.
Again, here's that point race we talked about. He's going to gain some points on Brian McDonald.
Yeah.
Obviously, looking at it right now, he's got 3 points on him already. A lot left to run here in our class of 19. As we go to North Carolina, coming up here with Mr. Singletary, Cody, out of Tar Heel, North Carolina. That's right, it is Tar Heel, North Carolina.
Do you think they like the University of North Carolina Tar Heels?
Potentially, but that's down there where my wife's from. That's Eastern North Carolina, and Cody's an owner with some construction. He's a Region 6 champ. This is a 2023 Brad Anderson engine, SSI supercharger, Boyd Performance Shop. A lot of good components.
That was a good lap.
Yeah, Carolina Night Train 2 making a good lap. Kind of looked a little bit like Chase Richardson's
It did.
run.
Yeah, it did, where the front end's just skimming the ground, and I think that might be the key, is to keeping things under control tonight, is to keep the front ends down. So, they'll probably have to do that with obviously weight and just getting the drawbar at the right height.
336-4.
Yeah, I'd say he'll
Cody
be happy
Singleton.
with that.
Yes. So to say it mimicked Chase's run, the first 5-10 feet, it looks like all of a sudden it takes a kind of a jerk to his right,
Yep.
and then back around. Like you see, is it by design? Is the track doing that?
Yeah, I don't.
Because at that
It
point,
didn't
it
really
looked
look.
exactly
I mean,
like
he might have just been having his foot on the brake. He might have just been feathering that left brake just to try to maintain that spot. Because if you make drastic brake decisions with these things, you're going to know it.
That's going to be good enough for third place, and right now his best finish of the year is 5th place with the Carolina Night Train 2. The original Carolina Night Train's done a little better in the standings in the series. We'll see it up later, but nice run. He sports the Case IH, the presenting sponsor of the Grand National Circuit. Nice run.
Yeah, nice looking tractors, clean.
All right, we're going to go. Okay. All right.
So we're talking about the surface, and you can see as Adam Bauer has set up this sled, as Adam pulls out behind us, what they're finding is a little bit of a hard pan. The tires are peeling off that traction-based front edge, and as they're trying to drive out, it's slicking off, taking off that layer of compaction that the guys are putting down. I just spoke to Roger, 35 years here, 40 years here on the track crew. He's running the roller here tonight, and he said the same thing. They want to keep this comp layer bound to the bottom layer so his drive-off happens at the line. We saw a few guys earlier on, Ron Tobin, spun here at the line and didn't get that propulsion he wanted. Let's watch Adam Bauer. He's trying a little different line and a little angle to where the sled is coming off this line.
Solid run for Adam.
The Iron Toy is back, I'll tell you. It was a rough start to this year for them. They kind of got on pace at Chapel Hill. Won last week in Rockwell, Iowa. Good looking. I love that scheme on that tractor. I have since it came out.
Yeah, that's just
3.6 2. That's right behind Cody Singletary.
Yeah, that's a testament to the mini rod class, though. I mean, Adam was pretty dominant for a long time, and when vehicles like that happen, it makes the whole class really go to work and makes the class better. Whether they don't like it at the time, but it makes them better pullers. To try to keep overcome that group there. So
and that's a hard-working group. And C.J. Hurd. Let's talk a little bit.
No,
about him. I mean,
C.J.
The things we can say.
Oh no, we can't say those, Greg. No. Allison said we can't say those.
The chassis building. I'm talking about the chassis building.
Oh, you're talking about that. Oh yeah, CJ's a smart guy. Yeah.
And Dave Prezan, I knew him when the Dug Down days.
Oh man.
They won crew of the year.
There's stories we can't talk about. But no, CJ and Adam and now Troy, they do a great truckie. They do a great job.
Yes.
And a lot of equipment rolling, and they're speeding right through this show. I'm probably going to have to probably go get ready.
Yeah.
To see if I can do my job tonight, or at least do it well.
Right.
But we got Renee coming up, so this will be interesting to see here how she gets off the starting line and the kind of run she makes, and then obviously convey that information back to Grant to when he makes his lap.
Husband Doug's getting her lined up. This is Renee Theobald out of Shelbyville, Indiana. They farm, and they got several vehicles, 2 in the Mini. Her son is leading the points right now, and has kind of gone back and forth all season. And she was a runner-up in 2023, 2022, won the Interly pull-off in 2019. It's a wicked pulling team. And Nichols Tires, Mayhill, Effort, Brad Anderson, Power Plant, lots of top 5s. Has not picked up a win yet. She got second in Rockwell last weekend, and a couple laps of outside the top 10 has probably kept her down a little bit, but there's some pulling left. Anything can happen with 19-point vehicles.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's top-notch equipment here, so be interesting to see what she does.
Chasing Ken Vini, 3:47.9 leads the way. Need to pull the kill. Yep. Good job by Von Bauer and the Iron Boy. Well, we saw it again on that side of the track,
odd.
Jesse.
Yeah, it was definitely odd. Something must have hung up in the...
Maybe the hat?
I don't know. The injector looks like it's closed, but maybe a throttle spring come off. Something was definitely awry there. So luckily it didn't run too long. Vaughn was pretty quick on it there to yank it out of there. So...
3:18.1. Dennis Long, the end flagman, said he thinks the throttle cable might have hung up, as I heard on the radio traffic. So we can look again. Kind of started off the same way we saw Carolina Night Train vibrator, and then she did that bobble back and forth, and all of a sudden she just shot it cross track.
Yeah, it shot to the left, and those new modern chassis have basically, you can see the suspension on the front of them things to try to combat that slamming down so hard. So that definitely can help, with that, but it definitely shot over there pretty hard to the left. Yeah, it picks it and it just won't keep it up, and then at that point she's on the brake. Yeah, you can watch her knee bend there. She was on the brake pretty hard to keep it in bounds. So unfortunate there with the throttle hanging up, but I don't think there'll be a whole lot of damage there. So they'll be okay for to going into Bowling Green.
One thing about her part in the points race right now, Jesse, is she's 21 points above Grandpa's Disaster, and she's 4 points behind Footloose. So
yeah, obviously she's trying to stay in. You want to try to stay in the Interly for sure, keeping that top 5.
So not as bad as if she, was
look at the dirt. Like when they're watching that, look at the dirt over there where nobody's been. So.
What we just saw there, would that be called sled pulling when they're going backwards like that? Yeah, long time puller in the 2-wheel drive category. I think she's actually looking, and it's a shorter look at the Mini. I think the Mini's been a good home.
Yeah, no, it's been
honestly.
a good fit for her.
Yeah.
I mean, they've done a really good job with the mini rod
Yeah.
class. Yeah.
So he's looking at our leaderboard here. Ken Veeney still large and in charge out there. Vibrator second. And speaking of Vibrator, here's Uncle Dave Motorsports, CJ Graysick, Litchfield, Kentucky. Says he's a used car salesman. Is that tongue-in-cheek? Because I know that group in Litchfield, and they could kind of pull your leg every once in a while. Used car salesman.
You don't think CJ could sell used cars?
I'm not saying he can't, but it's actually his career. That's what, just knowing that group, you just never know. But I'm sure, I'm here. I'm seeing not Jesse is. Quit talking about it.
I feel like CJ is a used car salesman.
All right.
I mean, I've known a few used car salesmen, and I mean, he's not as creepy as some of them that I've been around, but he definitely can fit the bill.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, his brother OJ, we worked with him a little bit on some projects with our website. I know he's helped the Full Pull Live group here, good group to work with here, and so
they're always here for a good time.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the cockpit. That's CJ. I mean,
Is
CJ.
it?
Or is that Chase?
I don't know.
I'm a little bit.
The lineup says CJ.
But see, that's the one thing about the draw part. We go with what's there. I know Chase's license, but that kind of looks like Chase's driver's seat.
So should we work on that?
We really should.
Okay. I'll write that down. I'll email it to you.
As Ned Walsh, our new
I'm gonna
WPRI
email
president, says, we should have the drivers should be responsible for coming up and talking about driver changes and things like that, and scratches. That's another thing. But a lot of times, it's done pretty well. But anyway, let's see what how driver did.
Pick the front end up nice.
Yeah. I think you're going to be a little bit behind Chase's team driver with the Vibrator. and 8.
Yeah, so he's right there with a lot of them then.
Just 0.7 of a foot ahead of Renee Theobald prior. And we got Brian McDonald at 3:18 and 6. So, on the wrong side of 3:18 from one Brian McDonald, unfortunately. But as we see the replay, got the front end up nicely.
Yeah.
See the box top there.
Yep.
Front end kind of comes down, comes back up.
See, it's slowing down at that point, and it just keep knocking the front wheels off of it. So it just hurts the distance there for sure. Well, Greg, I better run. Better go do my part in our team.
Jesse, it's been a pleasure.
Always, Greg.
Insight.
I'd love to come back where I can stay longer.
Absolutely.
So,
well, when I'm here, you got an open invitation.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
As long as the Full Pull Live crew says I can come back, I would love to. I want to say hi to Jess.
Hi,
love
Jess.
you. Love you, honey. I will see you tomorrow sometime, and I'm going to go to try to beat the rest of the Tool Drive Classic.
All right. Well, good luck. We'll be best of luck to you and the team. And
I very much need it.
Everybody out there. Yeah. Thanks, Jesse. Jesse Petro. As we continue here in our 20-50-pound mini modified class, we've got Adam Kester coming out of Wadesville, Indiana. The wife is Jamie Lynn, and got a son at home. Engine manufacturer, the Minor Brother Engines is a C out there. That's coming from Kester Racing. Sponsors, Shell Rotella, also Rural King, big part of the Kester Racing family. What can we say about the patriarch of this team? Larry Kester, the Footloose. Lost Larry a few short years ago. He's missed. Adam is carrying on a great legacy. His mom, Caesar. Great team here. Chasing down Ken Veeney. I think he got him right there. Took that right sideline. I'm liking that right sideline as I watched every pull here. We'll see what the distance is. 3:54 and 2. That's going to take the lead for Footloose. 4th place in points. You're going to gain a point on Kinveen, but there's 17, 18 points between the two. But, hey, a win is a win. Saw that dramatic win in Chapel Hill where he pumped his fist. No fist pumping tonight, but, boy, that had to feel really good from the cockpit. Textbook run for the Footloose and Adam Kester. We're going to see one more angle here. That is our new class leader. His full pull live gives you the graphics. Excellent run to take our lead here. So that was tractor number 10 in the class of 19. So we're just halfway through, and we're really starting to see what it takes to get down there. Keeping the front end kind of up, and I say center right is seemed to be the trick here tonight if you can keep it in that path. But hey, at the wheel speeds these minis put out, it's unpredictable. A tap of the brake, just a little bit of a bobble can take a good run and make it into a not so good run. Coming to the track now, we see Kevin Campbell. We saw his wife earlier. This is the wild card, Washington, PA. He was a Grand National champion back in 2012, but that was for the Grand National Super Stock Open division. He had a V8 Case IH machine, silver sheet metal, excellent looking tractor, excellent running tractor. It's built in 2017 by Chaos Fabrication LLC. It's a Brad Anderson 565 supercharged with an SSI supercharger. Chaos Fabrication works with the head with the Brad Anderson head. Nichols cuts them, CPEX makes them, in our tire SCX gearbox, McClellan sign wrap. Second and Benson, best finish. Here's Kevin Campbell. Another nice run in here in our mini modified class. Kevin's best finish thus far was second and Benson to actually start our season. Got a third in Chapel Hill, fourth in Rockwell. 3:38 and 9 is what Kevin lays down here. And best his wife here tonight. And we'll see where that place sits here as our graphic comes up. 4th place. Really nice effort there by Kevin Campbell. Stayed in the throttle. Kept the wheels planted. Front end just floated. Didn't get too high. Churning the dirt there at the end. Great camera work. .338 and 9. So yeah, 3:38 and 9, 3:36 and 2, 3:36 and 4, 3:41 by Chase Richardson to open our show. As we see our leaderboard, Kester number 1, Vinny number 2, Richardson 3rd, Campbell 4th, and Singletary 5th, Bauer in 6th. That's our top 6. Beautiful shot there, head on, single track. We're running them fast and furious here tonight. Good track crew here at the Henry County Fair. Good staff here with the NTPA. We got Jim Miller out there helping line them up. This is Cody Singletary once again. This is the original Carolina Night Train. And 3rd and Benson was his best finish. Sponsored by KLS Civil Contracting. This too is a Brad Anderson engine. Bohr chassis, that's out of Europe. Mayhill tire cutting. Tar Heel, North Carolina. 3, 6, and 4 is his first one. Again, Another nice trip there for the North Carolinian. Not going to topple our top 3 or 4, but I think he's probably in the top 10 with that run. 3:26 and 2. Didn't quite do what he did on his first run. See the rake being used to cover the holes as the track grooming takes place to keep it as fair and equal for all competitors in all classes. You're looking at a live shot of Dusty Price in the bacon bits. He's from Kimmel, Indiana. He's a farmer. As we go back to our replay here on the Carolina Night Train, put him in 7th place at 3:26 and 2. 3:26 and 2. We'll watch it one more time. It's got that sharp pin striking down the one fender. See a lot of the NTPA corporate sponsors on the front of the fuel tanks. We're glad you joined us here at Full Pull Live, where you can watch NTPA Grand National action nearly every weekend in the summer. As we go to that Dusty Price Bacon Bits ride, sponsored by Modern Machine, SCS Gearbox, DMPE, Blowers, J&M Manufacturing, Glen Oaks Ag Tech Program. Mainly, Dusty runs a regional program. He was second in Dorr, Michigan here recently over the July 4th area. And was in some marketing, did some roundy round racing back in a few years ago, but likes the sport of trek and tractor pulling. As he's getting ready to embark on his run, he's trying to shoot for that Adam Kester distance of 3:54 and 2. Hold on. A little bit of a rough ride there for Dusty. Little bit of rough ride for Dusty. He got past 100 feet. And I do believe that's it. He's taken off his neck restraint. 179.4. And you can see him gesture in disgust. Not very happy with that run, as I have WPI President Ned Walliser joining me here. Ned, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks, Greg. Good to be here.
Yeah, and you can see Dusty's right here. That looks like one of those NHRA type of runs when they get a little sideways, doesn't it?
That's a little rough. Looks like he wadded up the tire on a Pro Mod car.
Yeah, and boy, I like the body work on that. Not that we make that mandatory or anything, but wow, look at that body flex and torque. And Dusty told me a long time ago, Ned, the reason he runs body styles like that is he's got a platform to put all the type of sponsors he want on there. And he says, I'm a marketing guy and I'm a puller. And it's like that 1 and 2.
It's a spectacular looking ride. I mean, and he's got all the room in the world to put sponsorship on, and certainly a rough ride here today. And hopefully he's okay, and hopefully he'll be able to put that machine back together and come out with us again soon.
Yes. Tough break, but the ride was rough. I don't think he has much damage to speak of. Sometimes those rides look what they actually are. And there we are, Ned, live and in color.
Live and in color. You got it right. Napoleon, Ohio. Good to be here.
We're kind of in Ned's part of the woods. He's from Attica, Ohio. That's not too far to the east of here.
Yeah, originally from Attica, Ohio. Spent several years up here in Henry County at this pull. My first time back in probably 20 years, but it's good to be back.
Did you ever work this pull?
I did. I worked this pull several times as a flagman and a tech official. And
your dad had to announce it.
My dad announced this for probably 25 years.
Harold Walliser.
Yeah, back when my father was working with all the blue shirts. Of course, the Rafty family from here, Elder Gherkin from here. All those guys got my dad involved here in Henry County, and that was how I got initiated to the Henry County Fair.
Yeah. Well, we're glad to have Ned with us. He was appointed WPI president. He's technically my boss, but, it's a great working relationship, and we've been acquaintances for a long, long time, friends for a long, long time.
I think we grew up on the same path.
Pretty much. And we'll get back here to the action real quick. Troy Arndt with a slingshot mini rod. This is kind of out of the Bauer stable. A former Cowboy Up, I believe, is it called the slingshot. Best finish, 3 places he's finished 9th, so kind of wanting to get a little better finishes, and maybe he'll get her done here at the Henry County Fair Bowl.
Out of Sac City, Iowa. You can tell that tractor looks like it come out of the Bauer camp.
And I will say, that's probably the nicest run I've seen Troy make this year.
Nice and smooth. Seemed like they've figured a few things out, and good to see them get that about mid-season here.
Yes. Commented that Iron Toy kind of got off the blocks in Chapel Hill. Won last week in Rockwell, the last Sunday. So sometimes that happens, you know?
It's all about setup. I mean, it may take you a couple of hooks throughout the year to figure it out. Who knows what changed on the sled over the winter, and these guys seem to have it going on. This is a great class, and any one of these guys could win it.
Yeah, that's 328 even, 7th place. So like I said, the best finish thus far has been 9th. So right now, if it holds for him, he's going to be right up in there.
Good looking ride, good wheel speed. Look at the dirt come off the buckboard. Just a good looking run.
Yes. So you get to talk a lot, and look, Ned's job is NHRA Vice President, and you're over competition.
Vice President of competition for the NHRA.
So you get to watch a lot of wheels and the contortions, and I've seen the slow-mos on the drag cars and so forth, top fuel, but you see a lot of that in our sport as well.
You definitely see it here. Of course, you get the wrinkle in the sidewall when it's gripping the track. The major difference between drag racing and truck and tractor pulling is you're spinning the tire and locking up the clutch here in tractor pulling, where in drag racing you're spinning the clutch and the tire is almost 1-to-1. You never really want to go 1-to-1 because that creates shake within the chassis, but keeping that tire in drag racing about 1 mile an hour faster, maybe 2 mile an hour faster than what you're going down the track is perfect. In this sport, a little different. You got a lot of tire speed and you're locking up that clutch, but yeah, tremendous amount of wheel speed, especially in this mini class.
That's interesting because, you talk about 32, 34 mile an hour wheel speed in pulling here, and the tires have to be cranking over 100.
Yeah, over 100 miles an hour, I would think for sure. And hopefully they would never lock up 1-to-1 because boy, it'd send them to the moon. But
that's right.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about clutch management in this sport and getting that power to the track.
Yeah. Kevin Dick is up next, and Tiffin, Ohio, again, another one of these northwestern side pullers, and this is the Cat's Sass. It's built in 2022. He took a really rough ride last year, and they got his bell run pretty good. Glad to see him back, but these things are sometimes unpredictable. Good setup here, though, on Cat's Sass.
Bad of a run. Didn't pick the front end up as much as he wanted there at the beginning, I'm sure, but nevertheless, good to see Kevin back out here and in good health and back running with us.
Yeah, first in Door, Michigan. He primarily runs the regional class, and that's a 300.1 on the run. So, powerful machine. These Grand National guys, not sure if I talked to Jesse Petro about this earlier in the four-wheel drive truck class, the power, highest guy in the class to the lowest guy in class, we figure four-wheel drive might only be 50 to 100 horse. I'm not sure what it might be in the blower categories, but we're probably talking more than 100 on a few of these entries.
Oh, I would definitely think that. I mean, in some of these guys, and these engines are buttoned up just like in racing. I got to say they're 3,000 plus on horsepower.
Right.
And then again, it's just about applying that horsepower to the track.
Yes.
Of course, you're talking about 3,000 horsepower on a machine that only weighs 2,000 pounds. So, man, that's a difficult process for sure.
Exactly right. Yeah, good looking graphics on that one. And actually, I've seen he did not mention who did the graphics on this, but in his bio. But I'm glad to see Kevin here.
Yeah, really nice to see him back and good looking tractor.
Yeah. So we're wrapping this mini class up quickly. We got Brian Guza, Grant Theobald, our point leader, and Adam Kester, who's in the lead. So Adam dodges these next two. He's guaranteed to win here. But Yeah, we're looking there at the top three here. We got Ken Beanie in second, and I believe Chase Richardson still holding down third spot from the top of the show. So track's holding together really well.
I didn't catch our leading distance. What's Adam got?
Yeah, 3:54 and 2 for the Footloose.
He is out there.
Yes, he is. And we talked from the four-drive class in this class. It seems like if you stay to the driver's center to the right, it seems like you've got a little better results than from the center to the left. And we've seen people starting in the center or to the right a lot in this class. So be interested when the big tires come. It could completely change because it's more weight, different setup. Brian Guza up next, Grandpa's Disaster. He's out of Denmark, Wisconsin. He likes to grow garlic as a hobby, and he likes to mash the throttle. Here he is in Napoleon, Ohio.
Boy, you saw that tractor one wheel just pretty hard. You heard it hit the rev limiter, and it just nosed over from that point. It was a rough ride from there on.
And did not have the recovery. Just did not get traction from that point on.
Certainly tough once you drop that front end to get it to pick back up, especially when you're on the rev limiter the way they were.
Yeah. 3:04 and 3. So I think Kevin Dick was like in 11th or 12th place, something like that. So obviously he's going to be outside that top 10 as we see the replay. And you'll see that one wheel piece that we're talking about gets the front up there. He's looking good. And then all of a sudden, there's where it starts to get in trouble right there.
You watch that tire grow a little bit, and it loses traction, just stays up on top of the track. And boy, it's tough to get that back into the dirt.
Yeah, that'll put him in 13th position. So,
and that's that 100+ mile an hour you're talking about on wheel speed.
Yes, exactly. And Guza was in 6th place, so he was ahead of Just Ask, and Just Ask actually had a worse scenario tonight with the same type of thing. It got a little bit out of control. So, and Pretty Wicked, who didn't also have the greatest run, they're going to pretty much maintain their point area. Carolina Night Train 2 actually might be moving ahead of them, actually. That's an up-and-climber here as we watch our current class leader, Grant Theobald, 4 years of pulling. He was a runner-up last year, but he won the Interleague pull-off, I said 2022 rather. He won the Interleague pull-off that same year. So Brad Anderson, power plant, DMP supercharger, modern machine, built chassis, SCS gearbox, first in Benson, first in Hutchinson, first in Toma, Wisconsin, and he picked up a first last weekend in Rockwell, Iowa. But look at this, Ned. Third at Fort Recovery, fourth at Fort Recovery, first and third at Rockwell. That's consistency toward the very top, which that's how he got to wrestle the points lead away from Brian McDonald. Unfortunately for Brian, he's sitting out there at 3:18 and 6. He did not have a good run here tonight. He would tell you. So this gives Grant a chance to take that 1-point lead and maybe pile on a few more points here tonight.
Well, the opening is certainly there, and it would be nice to see if Grant and his father Doug learned anything from Renee's run earlier. See if they can apply that to this tractor and increase that distance. Renee did have a little bit of a problem there with the throttle hung at the end, but I'm sure they were running around a little frantic about that. But I think everything's under control, and Little Wicked here with Grant, we'll get to see if they can apply it.
Yeah, she drifted to the left and got in trouble. I would say the advice would be keep it from the left. That's what I would imagine they may say based off of their run and some other runs we've seen tonight. Here he is, our points leader, Grant Theobald.
RPMs pick up there about 250 feet and just broke traction with both tires. A little bouncy on the ride. I'm sure they would have liked to have carried the front end from the very beginning, and just wasn't as smooth as I think they wanted that one.
Right, and it's going to be interesting. Brian McDonald out there at 3:18 and 6. Let's see what the distance comes through. I'm waiting on radio traffic. Here. It sounds like they said 3:10, which would actually give Brian McDonald the edge. If it was really staticky when I heard that, and we'll see what the replay people got. 3-1-0. So 13th. So again, that batting the ball back and forth. If they showed me the leaderboard, I'd see kind of where Brian McDonald. So Grant came in here with a 1-point lead, and Brian would tell you he was probably feeling a little bit uncomfortable, and that's why you have to go out there and go play, right? So both of the vehicles outside the top 10, but we know that Grant's behind Brian. So all of a sudden our third place guy is,
I think interesting enough,
picking some points up tonight.
I think Renee's in between Brian and Grant, so that's gonna make it interesting on the points run.
Not only that, funny little Farmall, oh, by the way, came in 15.5 points down. He's in second, and they're outside the top 10. Guess who just picked up 10 at least? It's going to get tight.
It's going to be a great run to the finish of the points race.
It is.
It's going to make it interesting on the pulls to come here for the rest of the year, but that's what it's all about. I mean, the summer's a long period of time, and you've got to be consistent the whole season. So it's good to see the back and forth and the exceptional competition.
It is, and I had notes coming up here. Three single hooks left out of the 5 with Bowling Green Enter. Got Wellington and Waseon coming up. Ken's tractor likes Ohio tracks. There's no doubt about it. Ken Vinny's tractor likes Ohio tracks. He knows the Ohio dirt pretty well. Not the other guys don't. His experience, it's going to be fun to the finish. And speaking of the finish, this is our last competitor. Congratulations to Adam Kester. He has won here tonight. The question is, Ned, will it be Beast of Burden, which was his first tractor, his first love, we'll call it. Sorry, Jamie Lynn. But he's out in his dad's Footloose, which won at Chapel Hill. That's when he did the fist pump. It's going to be interesting here. He loved to go 1-2 here.
No doubt about it. Beast of Burden. I think what he learned with the first 2 tractors, hopefully he can apply it here and put on a great show and take it even further. But, boy, he's out there. 354. That's a long ways to go.
Yes, it is.
We'll see.
Our last competitor here.
Too bad of a run. It certainly turned right on him there about the 150, 200 foot mark. You can see him get on the brake, slow it down, and that never really picked the front end up from there. But maybe the track seemed to go away a little bit on this mini class, and it'll be interesting to see how the night goes on as the sun sets, the moisture comes up, and we'll get the big tractors coming in later. But Adam Kester, great run.
3:18 and 7. 3:18 and 7. That just may sneak him into the top 10. Maybe.
What was Brian's?
Yeah, Brian was 3:18 and 6.
So he's above Brian. I was wondering if he put another one in between.
Yes. Yep. So great finish here to our mini modified competition.
Great show here.
So we see our leaderboard here, Ned. Kester takes the win. Footloose at 354 and 2, followed by Ken Vini, funny little Farmall, 247 and 9. Chase Richardson, who opened our class, 341 and 6, and at the time Jesse Petro was in here and thought it'd be 260. So a great run here. I think we're going to go trackside to PK, who's standing by.
Okay, so we grabbed in between sessions here, between classes, and look at what the setup here is. The seats down in front, what they're calling the condos in the back, and you might not be able to see it because the sun's setting behind them, but look at all the kids, the group, the crowd that's here. This was a $10 ticket. I just happened to cross the dressed guy here. Look at the hat, look at the button down. Where are you from?
Ludington, Michigan.
How far away is that? Down here to the Napoleon Grand National NTPA hook as a visit, as well as for the style you got going on. Let's stand up. Come on. You dressed up for this event. Get up. Show these people.
No, I'll pass on that.
I mean, the button down on, the nice set of kicks, the the awesome cowboy boots, but let's keep rolling on. Glad you came 4.5 hours. But everybody here, like, look at how packed out this is, right? Let's up down. Let's see if somebody wants to talk. Looks like he wants to talk. So you got a Beck's Sheed shirt on.
Bowling events that we have every place we go. Again, thank you so much, sir, for your service. And fans, let him know we thank him again.
Down there, he drove 4.5 hours.
Thank you again. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, you
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. One of our fine sponsors here coming on board with us is the U.S. Army here tonight. So, again, we thank them all very much.
Thanks for being here. Take care and enjoy the rest of the event. We have 3 more classes to go.
So here's
to you guys.
Top 3 rundown here in tonight. Going to be Chase Richardson coming out of Litchfield, Kentucky on the vibrator.
Here at Henry County, you just got to come here to experience it.
$10 ticket.
Just a tradition. $10 ticket. You can't beat that to come to a Grand National Pool.
Yeah, we're having $10 tickets at Indy in a Labor Day weekend.
No.
110. I'm not sure what they are, but if we look at
nice winning run there for Madam Kester.
Yeah, that's number 2 in the Footloose, and he's going to be heard from the rest of the way, no doubt about it. And Ken Vini, I think he was the big leaper here today in the points.
I think Adam's father's looking down tonight, just proud as heck on his kid, but that's awesome for Adam.
Yes. No fist bump tonight, though. He'll have something to the steering wheel. Did you see that? The steering wheel was in his hand. It was off, and that's why he didn't do it. I just now noticed that. As we look at the condos here, that's the high-rent district here in Napoleon. As we're going to start our pro stock class, let's talk a little bit about the notes I have here. Cue up Grover Washington Jr. and Bill Withers, just the 2 of us. It's injected funds, 8 points ahead of Mac Daddy. Then you got Loud and Heavy X. It's back almost 20 points. So it's a nice lead from 3rd place. So 1/3 of the season is left. Attrition will change the field. It always does. You have breakage, particularly in your 2-session events where you can't make the bell. You got the point scratch, which is kind of new to competition, where if you break, you'll get the last place points that's available. But still, it can play a factor. So 9 here tonight. It's been hard on the vehicles thus far. We got a lot of guys that are waiting on parts, hoping to get back from Bowling Green. But we got Jack Mays here opening our 10,000-pound pro stock out of Amity, Missouri. Has family farm, 8 years of pulling, international 1066. 2nd place in Chapelville, 3rd in Brandenburg, and 2 other 5th place finishes, 4th in Rockwell. That's his best finishes thus far.
All of these tractors are just beautiful, but the billet binder is exceptional. And Jack Mays, 2nd generation driver, Stewart, obviously driving years gone by, but beautiful piece. And you were talking about breakage. Man, this class performance is unbelievable from what I remember it from a few years back, and that's part of the breakage. But here we go. Test hook, Jack Mays, billet binder. Water injection coming on there just a little early. He'll slow that pace down and hopefully get that diesel fuel to burn. And
the old Ed Johnson, white to gray to black.
That's true. Ed would be proud, huh?
And we got a little water injection kicking in here. How simple of an adjustment is that if they were to drop 6? They could drop the bottom of their test puller. They're actually talking about radio traffic right now.
Yeah, they can certainly try to adjust that water. It wouldn't be difficult, but that could be simply on an injection tip. That could be simple closing off certain lines to the turbo. But it's fine adjusted, and you don't want them to go too lean on water, because then they burn pretty hot, and the pyrometer goes through the moon, and that's when we get that parts damage we're talking about. And when you have this parts damage, boy, it's tough running in a points race. And right now, I believe he is sitting 4th, right?
Yeah.
And it's a prime opportunity here for him tonight.
And they say he is dropping, and I heard the question to the bottom. I didn't hear the answer yet, but I would surmise it will be to the bottom. He'll still have 2 attempts to pass 100 feet. The 2nd attempt, whatever he gets, if it would come to that. That's a rule here in NTPA competition. So it will automatically make Brett Meyer, who is our defending point champion and leader in injected funds, our test hook. Yep, dropping to the bottom. That was confirmed.
Too bad for Jack. I'm sure he wanted to make a good test hook there to see if that would have been the one he wanted to keep. But we'll go to the next one.
Yep. That vintage AC. What series is that? Is that like a 210? That's an interesting.
I think that's like a 170 or
170. Okay, yeah.
170, 180 maybe. Can't really tell. It looks a little smaller, but I'm sure Jack's not happy towing the red one with an orange one.
Right.
I guess it beats the alternative. Thank God it wasn't a John Deere towing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I can't quite do the math, but I'd say at $10 a head, they've got quite a number to count.
Yeah, we've got a great crowd both sides of the facility. Awesome shot there of the wooden grandstand here at Napoleon.
Yes.
Very nostalgic, but still very nice condition. So, number 2 puller.
Yeah, here we go. Brent Meyer, Red Granite, Wisconsin, owner of Lincoln Diesel Specialties. He likes to tractor pull, and I always laugh. Anybody that's in Wisconsin, you should know they snowmobile. And he likes to golf, and it goes without saying he's a diesel enthusiast. Defending Grand National Pro Stock champion. I don't want to say the guy came out of nowhere, but when I interviewed him at Toma for an RFD TV win, I really got introduced to him because I had not met him yet. So nice guy. Works a little bit with the Simon crew. You can kind of see even where the injected funds is on that front of the front tire, kind of similar to what you see with the Simon crew. First in Benson, fifth in Benson, second in Farley, third in Toma, first in Chapel Hill, second in Brandenburg, fourth in Rockwell. Consistency.
Good-looking R model John Deere. You say diesel enthusiast. I think this is diesel enthusiast extreme, but they take it a step above for
Attic,
sure.
Maybe diesel attic, maybe.
Diesel attic. You got it.
Good look at the end picture there. You can see front flagman. Look down the end flagman. Are we clear? Green flag on the start. Green flag on the finish. Green light on the sled. Here we go with Brent Meyer.
Slowly turning the turbocharger, building the boost, and getting that big 6-inch wheel turning.
6-inch wheel, wow.
Yeah, I bet he will turn that down. You can see him get on the brake. It turned a little to the right, and when to set the front end down, it definitely went back to the left and lost traction. But probably not exactly what they wanted to see, but we'll see. We'll see if he turns it down.
Real interesting. The same thing was happening in the mini class. They were kind of kicking over to the right. 316 even for Jack Mays, and let's see if we can see the thumb up or down. Wayne Schroeder at the end of the track, our finish line flagman, said he is dropping. And typically that's to the bottom. You can come right back, which hardly anyone does. You can drop 6, which happens a lot in the afternoon sessions, but 9.5 times out of 10 they will drop to last.
There's a good shot of showing how those big tires wrinkle down on the bottom, and those Mitas just putting the power to the dirt.
And Mitas, a new sponsor this year of the NTPA, and we're glad to have him on board. One more replay here, and right there, he's keeping it away from that sideline. And Jesse was talking about it earlier. The track is a power track. It's a little bit of a fooler. And their battle coming up with he and Donnie Solomon, that's going to be, with the rest of the 26, 27 trucks we have, is going to be something. But one of the fans stopped PK and myself back on the pre-show and said, "We love to see smoke here. You need to run those classes last." And, well, we explained a little bit. With that many entries, when the sun goes down in like a small tire class, it really affects it more than a big tire class. So
certainly does. And with the sun being up here for a little bit longer, it'll be interesting to see if anybody tries that left side of the track where the dry dirt is. But what they're showing today, you can just see that looking down the track on how many runs were on that right side of the track, and it'll be interesting to see how this progresses through the class.
Yeah. I'm with NTPA WPI president. I was reading the screen, Ned Walliser, and I'm Greg Randall, executive director. And we talk a lot about this right here, the shield. and we're proud to have Full Pull Live having our live stream, and we have seen a lot of improvement.
Full Pull Live has been doing an excellent job. We really appreciate the efforts and what they're doing, and the camera work and what they're doing each event to bring that entertainment value to the NTPA is much appreciated. And like you said, Greg, the NTPA Shield, that's what it's all about. I mean, it's been around for decades, and we want that shield to carry on to the next generation, and we want to take the sport to the next level. And we've got so many families out here, so many people that have contributed over the years, much appreciated, and we look forward for that shield for many years to come.
Absolutely, and I just heard from NTPA Tech Services Director Marvin Epperson. We're going to run it right there. He thinks there's better runs back there. We think there's better runs back there. Brent Meyer thinks he has a better run, so I think we're going to see some 330-plus runs here. And, hey, here's a good one coming up here. This is Danny Schmucker, the Rampage. And you're talking about the 2011, 2012, 2014, 2022 Grand National Champion. And he won the ring at Bowling Green a couple times. They won the Enderley Pull-Off. This year, though, they haven't been out a whole lot. 4th in Chapel Hill, 5th in Brandenburg. Always a threat to be top 5. And in the winner's circle, definitely. And you probably have a lot of memories of Kevin Schmucker back in the day.
Yeah, it's good to see second generation pulling here with Danny. Kevin's the one backing him up there to the sled. Rampage, I can't tell you when its first appearance here, but it was probably back in the 1980s when Rampage made its first appearance here to Henry County and through the NTPA. And it's been an awesome tractor throughout its whole lifetime, and it's good to see Danny and Kevin working together on a 2-tractor team from right here out of Ohio.
And I'll tell you, we'll be in the Stark County Fair in Canton here Labor Day weekend. I actually go up there, and what a facility that is. Danny's on the fair board. That thing has come a long ways. Hats off to him and the entire Stark County crew. We're looking forward to coming up there. But right now his focus is on a 350-foot track here at the Henry County Fair.
See if he can get a straight run, pick the front end up a little bit, and put all of that 650 cubic inches into the ground, all that horsepower.
Yeah. Nice family. His wife, Laura, she frequents the merchandise trailer and always has some shirts for the 2 kids. And just a great family effort here. Spooling it up.
It's good to listen to the RPMs build on the tractor. You see the smoke turn from gray to black. I think that's a pretty good run for Danny. You can see it pulled.
Adam, you've done it again. Tell me about it.
Man, that was pretty cool. Footloose, new tractor for us this year, and it's been making laps. I put a fresh blower on for this pull, getting ready for Bowling Green, so we hit the setup right on the money, and man, Ken Venning put it out there pretty good on us, and I knew it was going to be tough to beat, but to get by him, that means we've done something.
So in that same note, was it the first time that your boy had been in Victory Lane here today?
Yeah, he wasn't there at Chapel Hill. My mother-in-law had him about an hour away, so it was pretty surreal to have him here, and just a great feeling to have my whole family here with us. And we didn't have the runs we expected with the other 2, but when you come in on top, we'll forget about those runs, and we'll try again for Bowling Green.
You know, as commentators, we speculate a little bit. You load the bullets in the gun at full powder coming into this event as a one-off event, not a one-off, but a single hook event, getting ready for Bowling Green. Or, like, how were you approaching this with all 3 tractors? Would they each have different plans?
Yeah, a little bit different tire on each one of them, a little bit different setup on each one of them. But this track, of all tracks, is very similar to Bowling Green. So what works here usually works there. Now, I'm not going to get too confident, but the tracks are very similar. So, yeah, we kind of try to have the Bowling Green setup here.
Well, you heard it from Adam. We love the insight. Congratulations on the win on the minis.
Thanks, PK, and congratulations to Adam Kester, rather. Sorry about that. Slip there. Here is Danny Schmucker. He went 3:11.6, second official hook of the class, so he has no thing but to take it, and he is actually in first place because Brent Meyer dropped his hook.
Yeah, it's interesting that Danny's there at 3:11, and Brent went 3:16, and he dropped that hook, so it'll be interesting to see how that pans out at the end of the class.
Heard a little radio traffic, and it's just some discussion. How far did Danny go? Obviously, they like to see runs down the track, but this they're putting so much power to it. It's hard to get more than a run out of them a lot of times, and you got to kind of watch that as well. So here we go. Mike Connie is up next out of Beloit, Ohio. And he's the owner of Mack Trailer. What a success story that is, and another NTPA sponsor. Glad of their patronage. He's a 2016 Grand National Champion, John Deere 8410. He's had a third place in Benson, and then a trio of fourth places, again in Benson, Toma, and Brandenburg. So just a little bit off the mark of what we normally see, the Mack Nasty do. Performs usually a little better than that, and right now he's in sixth spot, 36 points out of first. But when you look at the top four, he's just 8 points behind Jack Mays, who's had a little problem here to start our show, Pro Stock show. So
it's good to see Mike with us tonight. Mac Nasty's been on the tour, but Mike hasn't been to all of the events driving. But it's good to see him in the driver's seat, and hopefully he can lay down a good run and build some momentum for the end of August here for Mac Nasty. Looks like a pretty good run. Let's see what the distance comes up.
Yeah, they're all staying on that right side of the track, even the big tires. No one's tried, as you said, that other side yet. I think we'll see it.
I think we will too. It's a good look through the grill. You can see that intercooler system. We'll talk about that after we get the distance. Raising the hood, just trying to get that engine to cool off a little bit.
3:14.8 for Mike Connie, the veteran. So we see the replay here. Comes out strong. Front end comes up, kind of bobbles. He's our new leader.
And seeing that intercooler through the grill, that's what they're piping all of that air to the intake manifold through. Yes. That's got a lot of ice in it. By the time they're done, it's a lot of water, but boy, they go through 100 plus pounds of ice per run, just trying to cool that charge into that engine. But good run for Mike Connie here at 3:14.8.
Absolutely. See him spinning those big Mitas tires. So coming up next, we've got our lone Canadian in the Pro Stock class. We'll see a Canadian or two in the two-wheel drive truck class. But up next is Chance McGrath out of Lower Knoxford, New Brunswick, Canada, with the Last Chance number 2.
Which is absolutely crazy. We're kind of where the meat and potatoes of the pulling season is here in Ohio, right. And from New Brunswick, that's 1,400 miles, Greg. They come a long ways to pull. Just incredible, but very nice people, very nice family. Glad to have them here. Good to have them on their first year on the complete Grand National Tour.
Yeah, 3 family-owned businesses, a Case IH dealer, trucking company, 3,000-acre farm. Snowmobiling, again, goes without saying as a hobby, and likes to travel, obviously from that area of the country. And look at that. Ned, beautiful, beautiful Case IH. The scheme, everything looks great.
Awesome looking tractor, and Chance is very proud of that, and should be. See Colin Ross out there backing him up.
Right now he is in the 5th position, and so 2 points behind Mays, so that's a race within the race. Our leader, Mike Connie, the aforementioned Mac Nasty, 3:14.8, leads the way.
And in this class in Pro Stock, it's interesting. Yesteryear, it was dominated by Red International. And then for quite a few years now, it has been dominated by John Deere. And now in this category, we see some international activity coming back that is just phenomenal and making it almost heads up and a flip of the coin on what color is going to win on any given night.
And it's good for the fans. I mean, I know growing up and so forth, particularly the Superstock class, it was just a red parade. And I remember Dale Cole telling me, I said, "You're one of the first participants," and I said, that was more of a cheaper option. Oh no, it was an answer to Hypermax. We get other colors in there to be competitive. I remember he was just very distinct with it. Oh no.
Dale Cole, one of the pioneers of the sport from right here in this area of the world, Perrysburg, in 856 back in the day.
Yeah.
But not today. Look at this tractor. Beautiful piece. Last Chance, Chance McGrath. Boy, he did take a total different path, and it did lean towards the left, but certainly didn't hug the line. But that's our first tractor we've seen go that direction, and hopefully we'll get to see here what the end result was.
It'll put some confidence in the other drivers, because in the mini class it was literally anytime anybody went over there, they had a rough ride. But the more weight, the bigger tires, all that factors in. It's just different.
Positioning the sled and choosing that direction on the track is half the battle, and a lot of times it's monkey see, monkey do, and in this case, Chance stepped out of the box and certainly went to the other side.
Ned, we got a new leader, 3:17.
There you go, it paid off.
It sure did. I thought he had a very good launch. The front end just carried just off the ground where you kind of like to see it, and there's that drifting over, as you said. So the track has stayed very consistent in some of the, what do you expect when you get just left the center? It's going to pull you over there. It has stayed, and you see that leading distance board. Yoder Popcorn, the sponsor of the 10,000-pound Pro Stock class, and we'd like to thank Russ Yoder and all the fine folks that make Yoder Popcorn possible to be our divisional sponsor. What does that mean? A big first place check to the points winners, what it means.
And if you ever get a chance to try Yoder Popcorn, you need to, because it's the best popcorn around.
It's like Orville who?
Exactly.
Nice run there by Last Chance, too. And hey, we keep knocking that board down. I know Brent Meyer turned down his run, and it's going to be interesting to see there. Great heads-on shot. You can see the color of the dirt. And what I always like to point out to people that maybe you're kind of new to the sport, the consistency of the color. If you start to see a shine, those are type of things that are usually characteristic of a very good track. And Ohio's blessed with good clay. I mean, it really is. There's not too many places you go you don't have good clay, but even in layers of clay, this is one of the better tracks you're going to find in the state.
No doubt about it. It takes great moisture. It retains moisture. It goes back together well. It goes back together quickly. Tonight we're running runs earlier in the night at under 3 minutes per hook. So it was great to see that, and that's a derivative of how the track goes back together. When you see the track struggling to go back together, that's usually when you see guys really testing different places of the track because it's just not there. It's just not there, but I think here is a proven grounds. We just saw one go a little to the left. We've seen a couple go to the right. We're all within the same neck of the woods, but as that sun goes down, that moisture is going to continue to come up, and we'll see how that's going to change the track as we progress through the class.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to see Brent Meyer again, although he is a hired gun tonight for Loud and Heavy X. That's the Simon pulling team. That's their vehicle, and they only have one in attendance here tonight. There's a lot of vehicles that did not make the call, and a lot of them are waiting on parts. I know I talked to Rob Russell, intercooler part. Elk-Tuners, who's going to be out for the first time, they're waiting on one part. I did not hear about with Carlton Copeland situations. Braden Schrammick, a part or two. So there's just some things that happen because they're running so much heat, so much horsepower in these 10,000-pound pros. Like you hadn't seen them in a while. You saw light pro, and you said, that's where I remember pro stock being. That's how much technology.
Yeah, I went to a regional event last night in Sandusky, Ohio, and to watch the 8,500-pound light pro stock class was just like I remembered pro stock when I was around, but phenomenal. And most of those guys are running in the 5-inch Charger range, but put on a spectacular show. But these pieces of equipment we have here in the pro stock class today, the effort they have put into research and development on building that engine to its finest ability to produce horsepower is just incredible.
Charger here, John Deere 8400R. Third in Hutchinson has been the best Loudon Heavy X has been. Third place right now, 23 points out of the lead. Not going to gain that back today, but he sure would like to get in the victory lane and call the Simons and tell them, look what happened out here.
It can be done.
Yes. Chasing down Chance McGrath. 317 and change is our lead. You're on Full Pull Live, watching NTPA Grand National Pulling.
No
Glad
better
you're
picture
here.
than that. Just watching the smoke fly with a blue sky behind you.
I can see the leading distance marker in the background there. I think he's a little short of that.
It appears to be as he spins it in, but nevertheless, a great run. Greg, it has been a pleasure being here with you for a few tractors. We're going to have Mike Connie join you here in a minute, but I will let you guys go and have a great show.
Hey, Ned, thanks so much. Always great having you and
Pleasure being
working
here.
with you.
Great to be here.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Hey, that distance was 3:12 and 9, so right there, that's good enough for third place. But, man, 3:17 is your leader, 3:12, 3:11. It's all over the place here. And here in a second, we're going to be joined by Mike Connie, and Mike had just pulled 2 tractors ago, 3:14 and 8. So it's going to be interesting to take his insight here because he was just out there in the saddle, as to speak. As we're Brent Meyer here, 3:12 and 9. It's going to be good enough for third place right now. So it's Chance McGrath, followed by Mike Connie, who ironically just sat down beside me. Mike, good to have you here, partner.
Good to have you. Just get off the seat here and want to come in and join you guys and talk a little pro stock.
Yeah, I can see you're coming in. That's a lot of adrenaline rush, right?
It sure is.
Run is I play drums at church, and I get in this sound booth. And coming out and play, I shake for about 5 minutes afterwards because it's all that. I get it.
It sure is. It's a rush.
Yeah.
When you're on the line, you're bringing her up to 5,000 or 6,000, and you take off, and you're trying to think about taking off right and clutching it right. And then when you get done, your heart's beating, and it's a rush. That's why we all love it, right?
That's right. That's right. What was your impression of the tracks? You pulled here before.
Yeah, we won here last year.
Won here last year.
Yep. And Julia went 367. It was a good track. I think tonight's a good track too. It's probably maybe a little dustier.
Yeah.
You're not probably going to see the distances like we did last year, but it's okay. It's a good track. It's nice and level. It's smooth. It's all right.
Yeah.
We all got a pull on it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, our Yoder Popcorn 10,000-pound pro stock class, this is Russ Yoder coming up to the line, and we're glad he's here. He's out of Topeka, Indiana. He's a farmer and small business owner, and he was a 2022 Bowling Green ring winner. This is a Minneapolis Moline G1355 called Extra Butter, sponsored by Yoder Popcorn. 680 John Deere engine block, Hart turbo, Carlin chassis, Nichols tire, Profab gearbox, Shipley Performance Shop. He had a 6th place in Farley. He hasn't been out a whole lot, tending his business and stuff back in Indiana. They're north central Indiana, kind of around the area where they build all the RVs, Mike.
Yeah, that's down in Indiana. That's where they all come from.
Yes, yep.
He says he's fighting help a little bit down there. They steal his help once in a while. He's a real good guy. Russ is a real good competitor. Runs real hard. He's been a good competitor for several years.
Yes, sir.
hopefully everybody stays in one piece and we can just load up and go to Bowling Green.
That's the hope every time out. You know, if you get it back on the trailer, no damage, everybody's kind of a winner, right?
I already checked my filters and things look good on my first tractor.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, they look all right.
Extra butter, chasing down that 317 and 3 laid down by Chance McGrath. Last chance 2. Boy, they're all down in your real estate there, Mike.
That was a really nice run. Did you notice how he carried that front end?
Yes, that has been a key all night long.
Yeah, that was he left the hole. He wasn't bouncing around, and he carried that about 12 inches off the ground the whole way, and he should be right down in the leader zone there.
And we'll wait the distance from Cooper Hunt, our laser operator. 3:13 and 7. So again, 3:17 and 3. You at 3:14 and 8. 3:13 and 7, 3:12 and 9, 3:11 and 6. That is 6 feet within the last in all 5 of the 10 distances.
That's pro stock pulling.
It is.
And that was, look at that run. That was about as good as you can get.
Yep.
Tire pressure looked great. See the tires wrinkling in the back.
Yeah,
I don't know what Russ would do any different.
I agree.
I really. It's just sometimes you get that extra 6 feet and sometimes you don't.
Yes.
Nice we've got James is coming up on my daughter's tractor, and
that's next.
Is that next?
That's next.
Boy, we're kind of excited about that. We need a good hook there because we're second in points, and we're only 8 points behind injected funds, and we need James to have a good run here.
So you got 7 hooks. This is one of the 7.
Yep.
And I said queue up Grover Washington Jr. and Bill Withers, just the 2 of us, because you're 8 points behind injected funds, but you got Loud and Heavy X, 23 points back out. So a third of the season's left. Attrition, meaning if you can stay out there and make lap after lap, is going to be key. Because if you miss the bell for one,
that's right. We got to stay healthy right here. We have to have a good pass, maybe stay in the top 1, 2, or 3, and go into Bowling Green, and we get 2 nights there and stay healthy.
A lot of point tractors at Bowling Green.
A lot. It'll be loaded up. And
what type of advice? What do you guys talk about back
we moved a little air pressure from my first tractor and moved 1 weight. So, and both of them are identical tractors. They're both off the same dyno. They're real close on horsepower, but as you know, sometimes you can see 20 feet difference.
Yes.
Just because of air pressure in the tire, or a little weight off, and you get going down and you get bouncy. Like Russ's run just now.
Right.
That was perfect. If we can get that pass out of that tractor with that tire, I think we'll be in the top 3.
Well, Mac Daddy, first in Farley, Iowa, second in Hutchinson, third in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, third in Rockwell, fourth in Brandenburg. You've had some consistent runs. You know, look here. I see one session 11th at Chapel Hill. Probably the difference between first and second in the points race.
Yeah, it was. We had some issues last weekend. We had some issues. James couldn't get it lit the week before. I couldn't get it lit. I think the billet binder had some issues first hook. We had some injection problems, and sometimes that happens, and it really hurts when you're chasing those points.
Yes, sir.
But we've been through this tractor, and we just need a little luck here tonight, and James get a good run here.
Well, he's looking to get past that 3:17 and 3 of Chance McGrath, and Chance had a very nice run. Like you say, air pressure. That could have been the difference between the 4 or 5 feet we've seen here in the top 5.
Yeah, I really need him to get past me. So he's out ahead of me for points.
Right.
I hate to beat my own tractor.
Right.
So.
Right.
But we just need a good pass here, and James is capable of it. My daughter, she's usually on that tractor, and she's at a horse show right now. And James has been doing a real good job this summer for us.
Yes, he has.
So
James Ray, let's see what this young feller has to do here. Make the boss happy.
Boy, I'll be happy. I don't want to get too excited. I'm on TV. Usually I hoot and holler a little bit when I get a good run.
Hey,
but
be organic.
Well, here we go. So keep that front end down. Just don't bounce too much. Oh, she's starting to bounce, Greg. Come on.
In the same real estate, though. In the same area. There's just no doubt about it.
That one was decent. We could have got a little better run in that. We, there again, it's when you come off the clutch, Your weight might be the same on both tractors, but when you're coming off that clutch, it's a fine line of how you leave the clutch out and in the throttle.
Yes.
So if you get that thing bouncing just a little bit, it just likes to bounce the whole way down the track, and it's very, very difficult. That's why drivers, it's so important with the driver and when he can sit in the seat all the time. And then you have to adjust your clutch every week.
Well, we got a new leader, 325.9.
Was that James?
That's James.
Well, Greg, I think I'm excited. I don't know if I look excited.
We hadn't seen him run over this way.
Look at how he bounced compared to Russ Yoder.
Camera angles can be a little bit tricky here.
Now, see, that's
There's
perfect.
past 300, and he comes back. Yeah, it's still churning. Yes.
Well, the motor sounded real good. It had a lot of power. You could hear it here at the end.
Yes.
And he just drove through it. I mean, he had a little bouncy, but obviously that was a great hook. And Injected Funds is out there, so we probably have 2 or 3 tractors now in between us, which is a...
Well, Injected Funds actually... no, he did take that hook. Or did he drop it?
No, he came back.
He's coming back, yeah.
No, he already ran, I think, didn't he? Or was was that on Simon's tractor?
He was on Injected Funds.
I thought he was, but he came back two tractors later, I think.
Right, so...
Not sure, but...
Yeah, 360.
But that was a great run. It's James's birthday today.
It's James's birthday.
It's James' birthday, so we told him Don got a big cake for him, and we're going to have a cake back at the trailer for him, especially if he pulls this win off.
That's awesome. If we could have production put up the leading distances for us, take a look here real quick. Make sure we're keeping you fans up to date on the proper rundown. As we see the Get Her Done deer come here at the line, and this would be Kevin Schmucker out of Louisville, Ohio, 2011 Grand National Champion as well as 2012. Now, once upon a time, this was Brian Schrammig's tractor, and then they kind of did a partnership there, I think, for just a season, and then Schmuckers took it over completely. First Pro Stock Interly winner, Mike, back in 13. John Deere 7830. We're going to be up at Stark County Fair here in your area. Here. That's a great pull.
Smucker and I really like that. Kevin's about 6 miles away, and I'm about 22. And we, after running to Minnesota and Iowa and all summer, and then we get one in the backyard, and we get all of our friends over, and we have cookouts, and we try to beat on each other, but we're good buddies.
Yeah, that's a nice fair. I've been there the last couple of years.
They do a great job.
Yes,
it's a great job, and I'm really happy that NTPA and the Stark Fair can get together and bring that forward.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Kevin's going to tighten the chain here, and hey, he's got to get past 325 and 9 to beat James Ray. I've got to be impartial. Mike may have a different opinion about where he wants Mr. Schmucker to land, but it is James' birthday.
It is James' birthday, and I know where I want that tractor to land. Okay, but I don't want to pick on anybody. We all work real hard at this sport.
They're all good. They're all good friends, and they'd help each other to the end, no doubt about it. Yeah. Kevin Schmucker, Get Her Done deer.
All right, as we see that run go down there by the Rampage, I just spoke to one of the guys who has the most insight going into this track, and it's Jeff Rathke, the scraper operator for 40-plus years. He does it here. He's at Napoleon. He's a Napoleon local. He does Hicksville. And guess what? Next week is at Bowling Green and been there just as long. His dad got him started in the 60s and 70s. But what the insight he told me is just right of center, the track still has good bite. So whenever you get the leveraging a little bit of information, the scraper operator, sled operator, and don't forget Roger on the roller, 40 years plus, that's 80 years of experience they're giving here at Napoleon. And look at that distance of 324, if I'm not mistaken. Back to you guys.
We noticed that where were we at? Was it Rockwell? They started to build a road.
Yes.
In Rockwell, I want to say.
Yes.
And
when you're sitting out there and it's sunny a little bit, and the dew steps up, and it's the right kind of clay. It just, you can get 20 feet, 30 feet on a good road.
Here's our leaderboard, and I apologize. I did not mark through my 316. Brent Meyer was a test hook. He did drop that, because I know Ned and I did talk about that. So, yes, you still got injected funds coming back.
Oh, okay. He's still coming back.
He's still coming back. So, my apologies if we messed with
he's back there with the blower on the motor, and he ran once already. Then he's back there getting her cooled down. And
he went 316. He thought he could do better. And, I always say it. Even if you think you made a great run, if you don't think it's going to win, I can never fault anybody for dropping it, because if you're going after the win, you can't keep the pole because you're not, you already think you're not going to win.
Well, at 316, he knew there was 10 good tractors back there, or 12, and he's chasing points, and he can't take that. He's got to go again.
Absolutely. Well, here we're back to the top of the order, and this is Jack Mays, second generation. I remember Stuart coming and running with us in the mid-2000s, late 2000s, and good to see Jack in the seat. 8 years of pulling, and International 1066.
What do we got, 2 left, Greg?
We got 2 left. We've got Jack Mays, who is, I think he's also up in that top 5. Yeah, he's number 4. And then we got our point leader. And then we got the number 2 tractor in the lead. Drama. We love drama here in Napoleon.
Well, you've got a couple real good pro stocks coming up here. These two could hit 330.
330.
Yeah, they could. They're really good, and they got a lot of power, and the track's maybe getting a little better. If they get a good run, they'll be hard on Birthday Boy.
Well,
that's what's exciting, though.
It's exciting. It really is. Jack Mays has had a good year thus far, and again, he's trying to put a little red in that top spot here. 325 and 9, our leader James Ray. Kevin Schmucker's in second at 324 and 9. And then we got, looks like Chance McGrath at 317 and 3. That's our top 3. 2 left. 10,000 pound Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock Action, Napoleon, Ohio.
Well, he has a little too much water going to it. He can't get that under control tonight, and he's gonna. That happens to all of us at times.
They're talking about if he can get a second shot at, or he might. Let's see. How tough? We were talking earlier. How tough is that adjustment for the water?
Well, there's a lot of things that go into it, and here's the worst spot. If you can't get your R's up to about 5,000 or 4,700 because there's too much water coming in, you can't leave. You'll kill your tractor, and that's what's happening here. He's got to drive through that water, and it's very difficult.
See a little fire out of the stack. Looks like it
Maybe
may
that's
going to
go. Maybe it's going to go.
No, and that's going to be it for him.
And he's 4th in points. That's really a hard night.
That's a hard night.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Hard night there for the billet binder, Stuart Mays. One thing I can tell you for certain, it's going to be John Deere Green tonight in the winner's circle.
Yeah.
36.5 would be it for Jack Mays. Tough luck, but we'll see him next week at Bowling Green, and he could have top 5 finishes.
Yeah, that's right. He'll get it back, and he's a good puller. And we just got off the dyno with mine. I've had a tough couple weeks, and Nasty's back running real well. Yes. I had a little up and down, but overall it ran well. The filters are clean, and we're real happy. We'll get over to Bowling Green. So we'll see what Injected Funds does here. At least I know one thing: we got 1st or 2nd. That's not a bad night.
At least 2nd.
Yeah, that's right.
And you can put them both on the trailer.
Yep.
That's a win itself.
That's a win.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So
takes Dad's on call with the gooseneck to come up and get one if we have to and run her back home.
Right.
Because we're going to take the rigs to Bowling Green.
Yeah. Let's talk really quickly about Mac Trailer.
Okay.
Sponsor the NTPA. And I'll tell you what, I've had the privilege to take a tour through your facility a couple times. Just unbelievable men and women up there, and I'm not saying that lightly. They make a quality trailer, and wherever in the United States you go on the highway, you're going to see one. Look at the shiniest looking aluminum trailer in all kinds of makes and it's coming from this man right here.
Yeah, we started when I was 25 years old in a one-bay garage, and today
5 years ago.
Thanks, Greg. Well, it's put a little age on me, but it's been about 32 years, and we've grown the business a lot, and I've got super employees and super customers all over the country, and a lot of these pullers are our customers, and it's been a real ride, and we've grown the business to 13 plants from Ohio to Portland, Oregon, and we build dump trailers, we build flatbeds, we build garbage trailers, we build pneumatic trailers for plastics, we build fuel trailers, crude oil tanks. So we build about everything but the van and the reefer box. Wow. So we built 8,000 trailers last year.
And I'm going to tell you, he's got a guarantee in his business that is incredible. And you've said, if you don't like your trailer, what will you do?
I'll buy it back.
He'll buy it back.
As long as the guy's fair with me and he's being honest with me, and if the trailer didn't perform right, we'll build him another one.
Yeah, and I don't know what more he can ask for a company.
Well, that's why we grew the business so big, because we're fair people.
You're behind the product.
We're behind the product. I just met a puller out here today. He's got a brand new 7-axle up at the shop. He's coming up next week to pick up. T-Roy. He introduced himself, and I gave him my cell phone. And I said, he said, I can't believe you gave me your cell phone. I said, I'll give you everybody my cell phone. If you got a problem, call me.
That's right.
Absolutely.
That's right.
So we're proud. We're very proud, and the employees are very proud. We built a great product, and that's why we grew the business. You got to have a good product and take care of your customers.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
it'll all go in place.
We're back here to the action. Injected funds. He's going to get square to the sled here. Defending champion. I interviewed him for RFD last year on the Toma win. I'd never met him before. I don't say he came from nowhere, but I didn't have a lot on him. He was a rookie.
Well, he pulls four-wheel drive trucks.
Well, yeah, he had some experience that way.
He had some experience.
But for the big circuit, I hadn't really known him.
Yeah.
But anyhow, what are you thinking here?
Well, I tell you, there probably couldn't be a more dangerous tractor at the line right now when I'm in first place.
Yeah.
This guy can run, he can drive. The Simons take care of the motors. Riverside motor, but Simons takes care of all the maintenance, and this is a good tractor.
Yes, it is.
If he gets a good smooth run and keeps that front end carrying, it'll probably cost me because mine was a little bouncy. So that'll probably be the difference. If he gets a smooth run, he'll get me. So
well, I'll tell you,
see.
3:25 and 9 is what he's asked to go back by James' birthday boy Ray. Brent Meyer, our last hook in 10,000-pound Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock action. Feel free to commentate as it goes down the track if you feel it.
Well, that's good. Now he's putting the juice to it. You can hear it. He's off. His front end's perfect. He got a little bounce, but that's a pretty good run, guys. Boy, that's right there.
I see 350 in the camera angle.
And I don't think we've seen that. That might be that 330 run.
It's close.
Yeah.
We're going to get the distance here in just a second. Either way, great night for Mac Trailer.
It's a great night. Yeah.
And there is your winner, 328 and 3. 328. So just a little over 2.5 feet. And again, you talked about all the competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I would say if I was to look at, if you were to analyze that run, what do you see? I think right about here is where his run looked better than anything that I've seen.
Yes, that was just
right there. The first 100 feet.
Yeah. And
right there started. Well, maybe starts to bounce a little bit, but
got a little bounce. The tire pressure's great. See those wrinkles on the sidewall?
Yes.
Yeah. That's it. That's a good pass, and if he keeps passes up like that the rest of the year, we'll all have a hard time catching.
Yes.
But there's a lot of pulling left, and
there's six more events.
6 more.
And next weekend. What makes next weekend so big? Well, there's two really. Bowling Green, just massive numbers for point tractors.
Yep.
But Sandwich, Illinois, 2 hooks in one day.
2 hooks in one day. There's a lot of pulling left.
There's a lot of pulling.
Yeah.
And you're in a good position with both tractors.
Yeah. We're happy. We're only 9 out, and there's a lot of pulling left. So we just got to keep them healthy, keep them 1, 2, and 3, and hopefully we go into Sandwich and it's a dogfight.
Yes.
That would be real exciting.
Yes, it will be.
So-
And I think it's going to tighten up.
No, it might. We remember in 16 we had a dogfight, and
Right.
my crew chief was beating me in points, and he broke his motor, and I took the lead.
Right.
Yeah, and I got the championship.
Did you guys change? Was that the year you changed the motors?
No.
Was that?
Well, we had a short block in the trailer.
Okay.
So we had a short block, so Tim was able to put the top end together.
That's
but now
right.
we have a complete motor now in the trailer, the turbo and the fuel pump, and it's off the dyno, and in 3 hours we can have a new motor put in the tractor.
Well, here we are, the top 9 here in our class. Injected funds, Brent Meyer, congratulations, 328-3. Birthday boy, James Ray and the Mac Daddy, 325-9. Get Her Done Deer and the Schmuckers, 324-9. Last Chance 2, Chance McGrath, 317-3. And Mike Connie, Mac Nasty, 314-8. 2 top 5 finishes for the Mac Trailer team. Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you, Greg.
And hey, you got them both in the trailer.
Yep.
Get them all tuned up, ready to go for next weekend.
That's right. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Mike.
you.
Always
Thank
a pleasure.
You. Yep. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, right up here beside me, we have a young man standing here, Mr. Russ Yoder
All right.
from Yoder Popcorn, also the driver, Extra Butter Tractor here tonight in our Great National
Agony of defeat, and we're checking the microphone. Any better? So they got us back there, but your boss is sitting in there watching you pull the run. Do you think you still got a job?
I'd say so.
I would too. But coming into this event, you guys had a few adjustments you made to the vehicles. What kind of adjustments would you like to tell us about?
Mike's has been a little lazy out of the hole, so we've been trying to figure it out, and I think we got it figured out. We did some dyno testing this week on his, and nothing majorly wrong with Jolie and James's tractor, but a couple little things that we had to fix, just maintenance stuff, and they've been running good this year, but that injected funds, when he's on a roll, he's on a roll, so we just got to keep eating away at him.
So you've loaded the barrel for Bowling Green. You have a plan for Bowling Green. You did a little bit here coming off the line, your line choice. How did you choose your line?
We just watched everybody else and kind of moved it over a little bit, got them out of the groove, tried a different line, and it worked out.
Copy that. Here they are, the Mac Daddy team loaded for bear going into Bowling Green. Thanks a lot, guys, and good luck to you.
Thanks so much, PK. Great teammates right there. And hey, with me, president of the Northwestern Ohio Tractor Pullers Association, Dave Schultz. Dave, I think you got an event coming up here about 30 miles down the road.
Yeah, we worked pretty hard today. Fairgrounds are going in great shape, and everything's going well.
It looked really nice. A-Gate has a nice
little archway.
Archway, yeah,
Yep.
Archway. It looks
Yep.
really nice, and the campground has a fence around it now, which should help keep things a little more secure.
Keep the people that
supposed to be there.
Supposed to be there. Those are the people we want. It's the people that came in and just there to cause trouble and just for the party. We want them to come see the pull.
Right, exactly. And they encourage everybody to come and witness this, and it's a spectacle. Hey, we're in the Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel Tractor Class, 8,000 pounds. We've got the Bone Twister, Travis Lava out of Marengo, Iowa. And on the season, Travis has not taken a win, which is kind of interesting. I just didn't realize that until I started looking at the bio today. Second in Chaplin, Tennessee. That's been the best finish. He's had a trio of third-place finishes: Fort McHenry, Rockwell, Iowa, and again Rockwell. 2 third places out in his home state. He's going to be setting the mark to beat here in our Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel Tractor Class. Now, he does have that test puller option. We'll see what he does, if he likes to run or not. Hyperblock, K3 cuts the Firestones, Profab. I'm reading off of this stat. I don't think those are Firestones. Denny Healy does the Performance Shop. And he's tickling that 300-foot mark there, Dave Schultz. We're going to see a lot of tractors there at the National Tractor Point Championships. 13 Grand National divisions.
Yeah, we pull all 13 of them, and actually, Travis is one of our behind the hook teams from last year, which
That's
was really neat to see. Got to see kind of who they are and what they do, beyond pulling.
Right. I'm pinned to distance 305.6, 305 and 6. He's going to keep that, and I'm not surprised because there's only so many runs in these tractors.
Yes.
And so it's better to put it on the trailer in working condition. He came here a couple years ago, 3 years ago I think it was, and grenaded it, had to go all the way back home, build it back, and come back to Bowling Green. So
Well,
that happens.
I know Travis in Behind the Hook actually said he's built. It's a time bomb. It's just how long of a wick they can build, and they try to measure that wick and make sure that it stays until the end.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, he'll set the mark to beat there at that 305 and 6, second place in points. He's 16 back of Triple Bypass and the Rosses. And really, he needs some help to get past them. But Rosses have to keep making solid laps. And sometimes don't get greedy. But I wrote here the window is closing, meaning if he has a weekend, this weekend, next weekend, where they just put down some good laps, he's going to have probably enough. There's not enough point tractors to get in between the guys, you know. So it's interesting. But, again, if they're like, hey, I like that Bowling Green ring, and you go out there and you have a problem, and there is some benefit with the point scratch now. If you bust the first session, there are some points if they're left over you'll get, but still, he just has to make solid laps. And boy, what a tear Colin Ross has been on. And let me just read it. 7 wins. Hutchinson, Toma, Chapel Hill doubled up. Fort Recovery, Rockwell doubled last weekend. So virtually every venue they've gone to, they've won at least one session. Worst finish, 8th place at Toma. And I think that's where they loaded her up and went back to Pennsylvania because, there's some repairs. But there's a good look at how they hook it up. They put the kill switch on first, and then they drop that hook in that 20-inch drawbar. It's a McCormick, ladies and gentlemen. It's red, but it's a McCormick MX 200. Weimer turbochargers, 3 on board. Nichols cuts the VTOS tires. Profab gearbox. Ross Tractor Sales is the sponsor. Jody, I've known him a long time. I started in 1990 at NTPA, and we got to Regional 1 pulling and super stock tractors. There's Jody Ross.
Yep, he is
young Jody Ross. Look like Colin now.
Yep, he is on a tear this year.
He is. So making sure everything's right on that triple bypass. And he's looking at that 305 and 6 laid down by Travis Lauball. 7-hour class here tonight. Glad you're joining us here on Full Pull Live.
And we'll know in a minute if Travis was smart keeping that pull or not.
Yes.
We'll see what happens.
Spooling it up. There's the run, head-on shot. A little difficult to determine how far down the track he is, but that little sneeze at the end, I don't see any excess fluid on the track, which is good news. Jody walks over, kind of eyeing things over. Sometimes that's not a real good sound, but...
and sometimes that's just the wastegate kicking off.
319 and 9. 319 and 9. So it's going to take the lead by about 14 feet. As we watch the replay here, maybe have just a slight technical issue here. But yeah, here we go. Comes out of the hole, gets the front end up. It bobbles a little bit. You can see by the smoke how narrow it is. It just shows the power, the force of that coming out of the stacks. And yeah, when it got it cut up there, he did a good job of maintaining it, keeping it off that sideline there. He was getting a little close, and
That's a great run.
That comes out 3:28. There we go. 3:19 and 9. That's what I heard on the radio. Yeah, 3:19 and 9. That will be our leader. So, boy, what an undertaking it is for you guys. I do all the contracts with all the different promoters, and a lot of them say, we want to be the next Bowling Green. I've heard this for decades, and I say, be careful what you wish for. I always say, be the best you can be.
Yep.
I take Interly. Word Chart, we own the Interly as a WPI, and it's always like, what can we do to make it better? Be better than what you've had. Work on that.
Yep.
Because every single event's special, but you guys got a very unique situation.
But we do the same thing. We sit there at, as soon as the poll's over, while we're cleaning up, we're going, yeah, it was really good. But literally while we're cleaning up, we're going, what didn't go right? What can we do to improve the show? Because every single time we want to make it a better than last year.
Right.
And that's one of the things I told at our club meeting. I said, let's make 2024 the best year yet, and that's what we do every single year that I've been in the club. And listening to some of our forefathers, they said the same thing. It was like, every year we just tried to better ourselves.
Right.
We weren't looking at we want to try to beat somebody. It's we wanted to make the show the best.
Right. Well, someone that's pulled a lot of times at your event and here at Napoleon is Esden Lane, Dayton, Minnesota, Red Line Fever. What can you say about this guy? 12 Grand National Championships. First one is 83, last one was 2012. 1981 International, 1486 Hyperblock, 3 Chargers, Northwoods Head, and Blunt Wraps. He's had a second at Toma and a trio third-place finishes as well. He's had a little problem getting to the second session. He's had a few little gremlins, but it's good to see Esden. He's been really running tough. He was in second there for a little while. Right now he's currently in 4th position, but Lockenol's not here. He's going to go into 3rd position for certain tonight. Let's see Esden Lane, King of Smoke, Red Line Fever. Trying that right side, and it appears he's past the 300-foot marker. I know it's kind of an optical illusion, but I'm going to guess he's in that Travis Slavaw district. Like that golden grill. Classic looking. And that's what the way the tractor looked back in the day. 309 and 3.
Good run.
So that's second place. Good run by Esden. And I say that tractor looks a lot like it did when I remembered as a kid. Villio was an artist, a painter, and he painted a lot of side shields by hand.
Oh my God!
And now they're doing all this vinyl work.
Yep.
And Dave here is in the printing business. You do much vinyl?
No, we don't do any.
Vinyl.
Everything is paper products.
Yep, been there too.
But it is so cool to see when they wrap these things. They can take a tractor that's just nothing on it, and they can just make it outstanding within just a couple hours. We just wrapped a couple of our rollers today.
Nice.
So.
Well, I'll tell you what, speaking of nice, what a nice run by Esden Lane.
Yes, that is a great run.
It looks like that's going to actually drive off the track with, no problem. Second place finish. So, hey, Esden, good run, my friend. And really, hey, he might, let's see if he gets his second place finish of the season as we look one more time at a classic, Esden Lane and Red Line Fever. Well, up next, we have Kent Payne of Petersburg, Indiana. So, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but if you were to pick a class and you would compete in it, what class would you pick, Dave?
I would actually pick the Unlimited Mods.
Unlimited Mod. You heard it here first. Next year, Dave Schultz, Unlimited Mod.
Yeah. First tractor I saw going down a track when I was 18 years old when I went for my first tractor pull was the Banner Brothers 6-engine Unlimited Mod. So they've always, and I'm a spark plug guy. I just like I like the superchargers and.
Yeah. For me as a kid, the loud stuff is like, wow, just attention grabber, right? And but back in the day, I mean, I was at the first NTPA sanctioned two-wheel drive pull at Kings Island, Ohio, at the college football hall for in that field.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of the name of it. We went in '83, and that was probably the most expensive ticket we ever paid for. They put the track right on the football field. But Anyway, Kent Payne up here, Petersburg, Indiana. Last year's defending champion. This year it's been a little bit of a struggle. He did take a win in the Superstock Open class in Benson, North Carolina, the second day. He got a first in Toma, Wisconsin. Actually won the Schreier Cup. Congratulations on that. And a trio of second place finishes. But he's had a few struggles this year, and sometimes that happens when you win. What a great shot that is, right down the barrel.
Right down the pipes.
Right down the pipe. Super Rooster. He is chasing that 3:19.9. It may be out there for somebody. It might be. We're going to check it out here right now. Kent Payne does a lot of work for a lot of competitors. Nice run. I think there's a new guy in second, potentially. That was more of a run we were accustomed to see Kent make last year. Front end up. Got a lot of weights on the front. That track is really biting here tonight. 3:04 and 8. My apologies. My eyesight is off a little bit. 3:04 and 8. That's going to put him in third place. As we look at the Henry County condos, we got some one floor plans, two, and some have a basement. Here we go, Kent Payne. So what do you think of this run, Dave? Take me through it.
You know, it looks well balanced. I mean, you know, it's bouncing a little bit, but I'm just wondering, because it looks like he's drifting off to the side. I wonder how hard he's on that brake to keep it in bounds, because he kept getting closer and closer, and that's where I'm looking at it going, you know, probably burned up a little bit of distance, having hit those brakes.
I would agree. Well, we'll take one more look at it with the Go Army tent in the back. Go Army, another sponsor of the NTPA this year. Kent Payne sliding into fourth position here tonight at the Henry County Fair. And there's our leaderboard. The Colin Ross, Jody Ross, triple bypass entry, 3:19 and 9, followed by King of Smoke, Esden Lane, 3:09 and 3. Travis Labaugh, who opened our class, 3:05 and 6, and the Super Rooster. And there it is. Nice camera shot. If you've never been here to the Henry County Fair, we ask you to come patronize it and just stick around. You can go 30 miles to the west and see the spectacle. It's the biggest pulling event in the world. That's just stating fact. There's no doubt about that, and congratulations on that success. Anything new that we should be looking forward to next weekend?
Our biggest thing this year was wrangling in the crowd. You know, having to make the rule changes in the campground. That was the biggest thing we did. It just, you know, it just got to the point we had to make some changes, and looking forward to that. But we're just looking for, you know, just some great pulling weather. I've heard a couple different things. You know, it looks like the weather's going to play nice. So we're hoping for that.
It does. Typical August weather. Might have a little something popping up every once, but it's what it is.
But some of the track crew here in Napoleon, they're blue shirts out there.
Yes, yeah. We were talking about a little bit in the pre-show. Aaron Bradish, Greensburg, PA, and this is the M80. It's an International 1066, 540 cubic inch Weimer Chargers, 3 Chargers, 2 stages, hyper head, Profab gearbox. Performance shop is Brandish Brothers. Hands-on Concepts did the graphic. We saw him in Fort Recovery, got a pair of 6th place finishes, and I'm sure we'll see him here and next weekend in BG.
We're in Napoleon, Ohio. We're with Brent Meyer, Red Granite, Wisconsin, and you dropped a hook at 316 that I think normal people wouldn't have. What did you feel? What did your data logger tell you? Or what did your mind tell you could find more distance on that?
We took and had a water line that loosened up on us and pulled really, really hard to the right. So I knew that that tractor had a better pass in it. After watching a few of the tractors went by, I didn't really know if we should have dropped it, but I felt that I redeemed myself in the past. I could take and do it again.
So when you go back to the trailer, you literally just pop the hoods and look over it, and you could see the splash or the looseness, or was it on a data logger?
Yeah, no, we could take and see it. It was all on the side of the hood and all over the engine or whatever. With just a few seconds, we figured out which line it was, tightened it up, and we were ready to take and make another run.
But you made 3 passes here. You had injected funds run first, and that's the one that won it. You came back through with the Loud and Heavy. The Loud and Heavy didn't do so great. What made you think your adjustments going into what would be your third hook on your drop hook?
Took and made a gear change or whatever, and that moved some weight, and that was the difference between the 2 hooks.
I think the confidence in what you have in your tractors and the way you're driving right now, the rest of the field is very complimentary of you.
Yeah, everybody, there's any tractor that can take and be beat out there. But we were able to take and pull it off, and it was a great night.
What do you got lined up? What's in your bag of tricks going into Bowling Green?
Oh, she's going to get a little bit of a tune-up or whatever, so she should run pretty good.
Brent Myers, your Pro Stock winner. Thanks, guys, here from Napoleon, Ohio.
Congratulations, Brent Meyer, Yoder Popcorn 10,000-pound Pro Stock winner. Well, we'll go back to the replay. Aaron Bradish had problems. 122-8 is going to be what he takes home to Pennsylvania. 122-8, good enough for 5th place. As we go back to live action, Larry Getz out of Bradner, Ohio, which is not that far down the road, the Ohio Harvester. He's self-employed and was one of the first folks to run Pro Stock back in 1980. This is an International 3688. 436 cubic inch Hypermax 3 turbocharged setup here. Larry Getz. Normally we see Larry at Napoleon. We see Larry at Bowling Green.
Love that classic looking sheet metal on that tractor.
Larry makes his run here, and going to be a little shy of our leaders, but again, coming out here putting a show on for the local fans. The Bradner Beast. 207.6. 207 and 6. Couple things to touch on. One is your new sponsor, your presenting sponsor, and I look out there at Ironman, and that Ironman, I don't know if you call that black or purple, it has some Pull Town logo.
It has some Pull Town. Yeah, I want to talk about Maxim Tire. They came on this year, and it's just a great sponsor. They're really into a lot of the industrial tires, but they're getting real heavy in the ag tires. They're actually a Case IH OEM tire. Nice. So, look, just love having them. I cannot wait. This is their first event next week, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what their thoughts are.
I passed something on 23 coming up today with my trailer, my camper. I saw, which I parked at the Woodcounty Fairgrounds today, because if I don't get in there now, I won't get it in there later.
No, not at all.
Anyway. Yeah, that's exciting, and it's great to have a presenting sponsor, and they're going to have a nice display. I urge anyone that's going to be there in Bowling Green, go stop by, see what they got, say hi, tell them thanks.
Go see them. And one of our new things was the sponsor on the Ironman sled. That was the whole going to, back to our roots. Our club used to do sleds. We used to have the Heartbreaker and Heartbreaker 2 and Heartbreaker 3. So,
yeah,
going back to our roots a little bit.
Absolutely.
Look at that winning pass.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Checking it out there, the winning pass. Yeah. So I guess I didn't see that. I still had Brandon Hunt on my lineup. He must have been a no-show. So congratulations to Colin Ross, who takes home the victory here with a triple bypass super run. McCormick doing it tonight here in Henry County. So there's our leaderboard. Triple bypass, Red Line Fever second, Bone Twister your top 3. And I went to the entry trailer and they'd said that Brandon Hunt was en route, so I'm not sure what happened there. So anyway, looks like our top 6. Hey, Larry Getz, 5th place. Taking home to Bradner. So yeah, I get this question asked all the time, and I don't expect you to answer it, but a lot of people try to figure out how many people are there at Bowling Green on Saturday night. I guess, and I can guess.
Okay.
I guess 35,000 people.
35 to 40.
35 to 40.
35 to 40 on Saturday night
And
with
not
all the chairs.
And not the campground.
And not
There's another 1,000.
There are people that, I mean, even with this year, you know, with the whole wristband thing, there are people that still say, yeah, probably won't hit all the shows, might not see any of them. But in the stadium itself, with all, I mean, because Saturday night, there's not an empty lawn chair, there's not an empty spot in the grandstand. And it's amazing how many people are still walking around, you know, up getting food and beverages.
How many campsites?
Over 2,100.
Over 2,100. I was going to say 22. So, and you hear this a lot, you know, boy, the income. You guys have expense like no other promoter I know of. And I've sat through some of the meetings and insurance things and things that you guys actually have to take care of that Wood County Fair, no, nothing. They don't need all that infrastructure.
No, they're all the grandstands except the covered grandstand are ours.
Right.
And so, you know, they use them during their fair and things like that. And, you know, it's like the fence. We fenced in the entire campground, not just our campground on our property. Half the campground is on, you know, Northwest Ohio tractor puller property. The other half's Wood County Fairgrounds. We actually fenced that in. We put in 2.5 miles of fence. And fencing is not cheap.
Buy a mile, get a mile free.
We tried
Not
that.
quite.
We tried that, but they weren't having that. But you know, they worked with us to let us do that. You know, I tell people, you know, they say, you know, how do you do this? And I said, you know, it's like me coming to say, you know, I want to come put a new couch in your living room. I get to pick the color and I'll rent it from you to use it. So, but we have a great relationship with our fair board.
You do. And I'll tell you, the government entities that are crucial, the commissioners. I mean, I get to come to you, and I always appreciate coming to your banquet every year. It's very interesting to see the same faces year after year. Tim Brown, I got to know, and some of the other commissioners. Make-A-Wish, you know, Sherry. We see her all the time. Before that, you know, we saw a lot of the other folks there. So, what a great endeavor that.
And that was, you know, every time I see the Make-A-Wish stuff, I think back of, you know, Larry Kester, you know, wanting to get that started, and he was part of the starting group that brought Make-A-Wish to the tractor pulls. Right. And so, you know, it just, you know, it's the every year having those kind of things, you know, it's just unbelievable. I mean, I'm humbled to be able to talk about what all 200 and plus blue shirts do. Right. You know, I'm humbled to be around all these guys because, you know, or men and women, you know, it's they put their heart and soul in this event every year, and you know, it's just, I cannot wait. People today said, "Oh, are you ready?" And I said, "I've been ready for, you know, over 300 days." So, looking forward to this. Looking forward to the next weekend hitting, and you know, a bunch of them are here tonight, and they said, you know, are we ready to get set up tomorrow? We got a lot of it set up today, but you know, it'll take up until Thursday to get everything dialed in.
The grounds are looking good. I saw a lot of the members striping out the camping spots along almost A1 gate. You know, they were working down through there for the vendors and so forth, and
getting ready for, you know, the pullers to be pulling in. Our first one, Jeff Hodem was, you know, first in line, and 4 o'clock he rolled in. So if you see, we had a little problem getting the gate open. He had the keys to the castle, and I was afraid he was going to take off running.
Excuse me. So. Yes. Well, hey, looky here. We are getting ready to kick off our CM Pulling Tires 2-wheel drive truck class. Hey, there's 5 hooks to go, including tonight. And I'm calling this Get Your Popcorn Ready, or should I say Yoder Popcorn Ready, because after tonight, you got Bowling Greens 2, Cans 2. There are a tie at the top, Big Stick and Buckeye Holler. Taz and Street Points behind, Barbed Wire 4, Alcoholic Edition Tap 8. 26-point trucks here in Napoleon. The standings could go upside down, right side up, and upside down again before we're done. Kicking off our program, Tim Beatty with the Sawmill Express. He's out of Jamestown, Tennessee. Chevy, Colorado won last week in Rockwell, Iowa, after a disappointing out-of-bounds call in Brandenburg, Kentucky. So good-looking Chevy, Colorado here to open our competition. And what a massive pass that was. I would have to say they are probably going to reweight the sled. That was a little too easy, and with 27 capable trucks here, 26 capable trucks, that's going to be tough. We'll see what the official distance is, but my experience in this sport, I just have a feeling we're going to see a reset. 378.1. 378.1.
Yeah, they're going to put some more weight in that one.
Yeah. Find out where he wants to go. Yeah, Marvin Epperson, NTPA Tech Services Director, says. But let's have some fun watching this because, I mean, quite honestly, he had the ground speed. Perfect. I mean, that's textbook front end. Yep. He was going so fast, they had to flag him off. It just, for safety reasons, for a lot of reasons, you know, is why we have these in place. Tough situation for everybody involved. Knowing the Bauer crew like we do, they always like to see that we got 350 a track. We like to get them down there 335 plus. And the Mini, we had that. We haven't quite been in that range with others. So yeah, they want to put on a good show, and they do a marvelous job. We just didn't quite hit it right, and it could be a fuller. You go from those big tires to the small again, and it makes a difference.
And it depends on how it's going to grab that track.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And we've been running so fast. I actually thought we'd be running this track more in the dark. And I can see it starting to, we got different camera angles here to our vantage point, and you can see it is starting to get a little darker, and you can see the lights kicking on. But as we see the Henry County condos again, reserve your spot for next year. They'll start selling them tomorrow. Well, maybe not tomorrow, but anyway.
So we've just ambushed them as they come off the track after picking at the track, trying to find the best lane. We saw that run. He ran it out the end. What were y'all conversing about back here? And it wasn't about, like, the milkshakes. I know better.
Track's pretty good. Better than we think.
Yes, exactly. It holds better than it.
So Jacob and I chatted just briefly. I introduced myself, and he was talking about the drive-off being important as well as driving into the tire and not out of your tire.
Yeah, I think it's obviously, like they said, the track's really good. So it's going to be the point that we're fighting to make sure we stay in front of the tire and not behind it to get the bounce out of the hole. And obviously, it's going to lay down over there really good fast. And unfortunately, but I think it's going to be whoever can lay down a smooth path just like Tim did and make the whole combination work.
So, if you know what he's doing now, how do you beat him?
Just do the same thing, just do it better.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for being part.
All right, thanks, BK. And boy, two-wheel drive guys, boy, they're ready to compete here tonight. A lot can happen here in the last hooks, but we've reset the sled. And Dave Schultz, he's got to get back to Wood County. He's got a little bit of things to do here.
I got to head back to Poletown and get back to work, and so gonna get the place ready for the fans to get there. You know, starting next week. And
yeah, Dave, we appreciate it. I will see you on Tuesday. I'll actually be up and back twice on Tuesday to get our merchandise.
Good deal.
Set.
Good deal.
But we're looking forward to it. Dave Schultz. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate the guys from Full Pull letting me come in and talk about our event. And
absolutely.
Looking forward to see everybody next week.
Yeah, we sure do. And if you can't be there, make sure to check out Full Pull Live. They'll be here. Hey, look who we got here. Jesse Petro out of Camden, Ohio. The Buckeye Hauler. He was in earlier with me in the Full Pull broadcast. Right now, he's tied for the lead. Second in Toma, Wisconsin. Third in Toma. Fifth in Farley. I didn't say to him I thought this could happen. He might become the test puller, and he is. Let's see what we can do here. that's not good. That's not good. He's looking at the engine, the blower belt, still there. What's happened? He will have the option to drop. .193.0. I don't know. They're still trying to figure it out. Let's watch the replay. See if we can see what happened there. I can focus your eyes on the hat, the blower hat down to the pulley. We saw a little bit of fuel come out right there. Oh, and you can see that top pulley is wobbling in there. Something either, hopefully it's not where the blower itself snapped something there, but as they run it back, you can see it wobbling inside there. You see the butterflies are now just closing, but that pulley is wobbling in there. That's just wonder what the damage is. It looks like the supercharger is still intact on the intake, so that's good. On one of the vantage points I had as they drive it by, but he's dropping that. So the good news is he probably has roughly an hour and a half to fix. I would say running through 26 trucks, run one every 3 minutes. You got 20 in an hour. Probably won't do that well. I mean, they're cranking them through good. So again, just trying to give an estimate. So he will be back to back. What makes it interesting and even more dramatic is we've got the two leaders are going to be the last two, and we're going to go trackside. We got PK with our winner, Colin Ross. Go ahead, PK.
Colin, it's your 5th win here in Napoleon. How do you make this happen?
Just a lot of good people, a lot of hard work. We worked our tails off this week. We had a little bit of breakage after Rockwell, so we got some more breakage tonight, but that's all right. That's 5 wins here, and that's 8 wins on the season, and we're doing something special, so we're going to keep digging the rest of the year and try to finish this out strong, but we couldn't do it without all the people behind us. We got a great bunch of people, and I want to thank my girlfriend for supporting me through all this, my parents, everybody back at Chaos Fab, Bob Nichols. Just takes a lot of people to make that tractor go out there and do what it does. So we're just looking forward to next weekend.
You were a bare block on Wednesday, so that's why you're thanking all the family for the extra hours they put in. We're only at Saturday, and you got Bowling Green next week. What do you do?
You work, and you work hard, and you work fast. But we'll get there. Everybody's got the same goal, and we got an eye on a Bowling Green ring next weekend, so that's going to be the goal this week.
Your Super Stock Diesel winner here in Napoleon, Ohio, Colin Ross, makes it 8 on the season.
Thanks, BK. Hey, we got Mason Theobald up in the wicket. He's a high school senior. 2 Grand National wins to his credit. 2nd place in Farley, Iowa. The best finish thus far. And that's going to be Mason's run right there. Kind of up and down and all around for the wicket G-Bucket. Brad Anderson engine, 521 cubic inches, the NTPA supercharged. Modern machine chassis, Bob Nichols cuts the tires, and Nichols tires, SES gearbox, Schulte graphics. 294 and 5, and that shows CM Pulling Tires, the two-wheel drive divisional sponsor. We'll see our replay. And this is the second pull of the night. Jesse Petro, although he just made a half-track pull, the rules pretty much indicate he does not have the option. So he did get to see the full run by Tim Beatty, and that gave some understanding to the track condition. He kind of went down that same path per se. So 294 and 5 will put him in the lead Well, we got 25 more of those two-wheel drive rascals back in the wings. I'd like to say at this time, I'd like to thank our major sponsors of the NTPA circuit: Case IH, Bex, Hot Shot Secrets, Mac Trailer, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Wix Filter, Interly Fuel Injection, along with Mitas Tires, Cowtails, Sempico Lubricants, AP1 Insurance, Stopfire, and U.S. Army. I encourage all of you to go to our website, ntpapool.com. I'm Greg Riano, the Executive Director of the NTPA. This is a very, very part-time gig for me. I've been asked to do a few of these broadcasts for you. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope we can give you some detail and insights you don't normally get. But my everyday job is in the NTPA office, working with our staff and working with our event promoters, our polar programs, RFD TV series, just about anything that's administrative is what my duties cover. Back to the action here. We've got Seaver Perry out of Shelbyville, Kentucky with Dirty Deeds. That is a great looking truck right there. 1934 X-Cab truck. Noonan 557 cubic inch engine. Hammer supercharged. Modern machine chassis. Larry Darbo tire cutting. Mayhill tires. SS gearbox. John Card at Sassy Engines is their performance shop. Mark Perry, longtime puller. Seaver's a college student at Midway College. He likes to hunt, fish, and truck pull. And he's going to school to become a cardiologist. Well, right now, his heart's racing from the adrenaline of that supercharged alcohol racing engine up front. 6,200-pound CM pulling tires, two-wheel drive trucks here in Napoleon, Ohio. We're having fun here at the Henry County Fair. Oh yeah, and I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of runs like that tonight. They're going to have to compensate because it's pulling so hard to that side. We saw it earlier in the mini class. Saw it a little bit in the super stock diesel class. Now we're seeing it in the two-wheel drive truck class, CM full entire two-wheel drive class. So guys are going to have to fit up their setups to deal with that. 317 even for Seaver. 317 even for the Dirty Deeds. And I just heard him say over radio traffic, we're going to need the Limer. I think we will hear that a lot during this class. So, good looking shot there in the back of that Dirty Deeds truck. 317 even. So, 30-inch hitch on these two-wheel drive trucks, giving them great leverage. But also, if there's not enough weight on the front, it gives them very, very high wheel stands. Back in the day when this class was introduced, and I was the first one in Kings Island, Ohio. I don't know if we said that on the air when Phil was talking at one point, but I was there for the first one, and the wheelbases, a lot of them kept them short. And boy, did they really front end pop the wheelies back in the day. So now they're putting all the way on the front and really keeping it up to there. But you can see how Seaver was fighting that boundary line. He had the wheels turned. See that one wheel on our side, where you see never touched the ground, it's just stayed steady. But he just knew he was in trouble. If he didn't shut off the power about now, he was going to run it right out of bounds. And you're better to stay between the white lines than to go out of bounds, and that's precisely what he did. And good driving effort right there. Good effort. So, coming up, we've got John Hunt out of Leonard, Texas, with Taz. And I will tell you, Taz was a point leader a few weeks ago. And we have a lot of newcomers on the NTPA Grand National Circuit this year. And John, although I'm familiar with the name, really consistently running, welcome to our series full time. I saw the truck compete last year, but this year it's a full schedule for John Hunt. His occupation is an auto body tech. He's been pulling for 18 years. This is a 2016 Chevrolet Colorado, sponsored by David's Paint and Body out of McKinney, Texas. This too is a Noonan engine, which we saw Richardson's. We saw Brian McDonald with the Noonan engines. That's becoming it's the newest name that I'm familiar with anyway to the supercharged engine category into the NTPA sport. SSI supercharger, you can see it on the stickers there. Good looking paint job on this one. Full pull chassis. Mayhill does the tires and tire cutting. Profab gearbox. Currently, John is in third place. He's 3 points out. So, with this many trucks, anything can happen. He needs to put down a good lap. This thing is far from over. Probably the one class we have that's going to go down to the wire. Green light on the Ironman Bowling Green sled. Jim Miller watching from the backside. Getting ready to get the green flag. Still got some equipment down at the end of the track. Turning the scraper mid-track. Your new leader. Well, look out. Here comes Taz. Tasmanian Devil. Well, maybe not. Great run there, though. No doubt about it for John Hunt. Leonard, Texas. .344 and 3. 344 and 3. So you can see when they had that 278, you know, how much did they take off this sled? Good question. But I would say they probably tried to take 30 to 40 feet off. You got to be careful in the smaller tire divisions. You can't throw too much at it because you can go way back. And the Bauer group do a fine job of setting that thing in, and that's a big job. They get to be a participant in every poll, right? So competitors can have an off day. Sled guys, they more than not have to be on their game, and our sled operators across the circuit wide do an awesome job. We're glad to have them. Let's look at John Hunt's run again. Got the front end up, and that's what you want to see, and he carried it, and it just stayed there. Awesome run, distributed all the leverage back there to use all of the tire and the leverage, and you can see that. Look at the different runs, 344 to 294, and that's what you find a little bit in this class. It can be a fooler. Up next, we got one of the Foster trucks. This one is Barbed Wire with Wesley Foster behind the wheel. Woodbury, Tennessee. Married to Kate, couple children, agricultural teacher, and a farmer. 21 years of pulling. 2012 and 2016 Region 6 champion. This is a 2019 Chevrolet Colorado. Brad Anderson engine. SSI supercharger. Component modern chassis. Mayhill tire cutter. Profab. Broken Toys graphic. They did a nice job there, Broken Toys. Good job. Known Steve Foster for a long time, dad, the patriarch, as it were. Second place in Brandenburg, third last week in Rockwell, Iowa. Shooting to that 344 and 3 mark. I think he's down there in that real estate. Nice run for Foster. 21 years behind the wheel. A lot of experience there. 338 and 8. 338 and 8 is our distance. And you can see on the launch, it kind of up and down a little bit, and then it kind of settled in and carried not quite as high as Taz did, but there you can see it started settling in, and well, it did get a little higher as it got down the track. But again, it's a game of inches, game of feet, and it's going to be fun to watch this as we continue through our lineup of two-wheel drive competitors. One more look at barbed wire as the sun is definitely setting, and nice run. Foster Farms, in God we trust. Good look at the midway and the original Henry County Fairgrounds grandstand. The American flags out front, looking good. Up next, we have Ralph Hunt, Oakwood, Ohio. He's a farmer and retired bus driver. He won Bowling Green in 2021 as well as the ring, and he's won here at Napoleon. He is the local truck invitee. So it's Grand National Select plus promoter choice, and there's a few promoter choice peppered in tonight. But this is a kind of a hometown guy here in Napoleon. 1923 Ford T, Model T. Brad Anderson engine, SSI supercharger, Vinny Head, Joe Stock chassis, Jeremy Miller cuts the tires. Ralph Hunt does the driving. He did thus far second place up in a Michigan regional event this summer. Ralph Hunt, he's done it before. He'd love to do it again. Let's see what he's got. What a run by Ralph Hunt. He knows his dirt. So we await the distance.
So it's good to have friends around here on the course. Marvin Epperson, head of tech services, and we're waiting to hear the distance come in, but good to have friends. I also found out the best sandwich here is a ribeye over there in that barn over there.
Yeah, no doubt. I always eat the cattleman's head too myself. But he was asking about the sled change here. Last two tractor classes, we was a hair heavy in the sunlight. Tractors couldn't get a hold of it, so we lightened the sled a little bit for the two-wheel drive to get them out there. Well, with the transition, when the sun went over the trees, if you can see the track change, it's twice as dark now as it was at the beginning. Now they're getting a hold of it, and we had to heavy it back up to get caught up to them, and now they're back out to 359 already. So I hope I can hold them within the 360, 370, but we'll see what happens.
So it's good to have friends in high places. Marvin and I are heading for a ribeye after this at the Cattleman stand. Great insight by Epperson, head of tech services with NTPA.
Thanks, Marvin. Thanks, PK. Tough job, but I'll tell you what, Marvin Epperson's done a fantastic job keeping the show moving, keeping all these vehicles and tech officials working in a positive direction. Appreciate all the efforts there by all of our folks in the officials roles. 3, 5, 9, and 7 for Ralph Hunt. He knows this dirt. How far would he gone? We had a 3, 7, 8. He really got a hold of it, but again, that sun setting. Now you can see the sheen. Look at that. You can see where the roller's going and see that shine. That's traction. And we're going to see some pretty phenomenal runs. The nice thing about it is it works good on the tires, but also works good on the pan of the sled, and that helps get them stopped. So obviously the runs are out there to be had, but now you can see the moisture really coming up. Look at that shot. This is Daryl Norman's The Untouchable, Athens, Alabama. And if you wonder about this having some NASA influence, he is a material tester for NASA. So I'm not saying he's borrowing some stuff from NASA, but I'm just saying he might be. No, I'm teasing. So 1930 Ford Packard body. What a unique body. 557 cubic inches. Minor brother Hemi. Hammer supercharger. MBR is the head. Profab and component chassis. Mayhill does the cutting. 9th and Brandenburg is the top finish that Daryl has had. The Untouchable. He's looking for a better effort here tonight in Napoleon, Ohio. Daryl Norman. Nice looking graphics on that one. It's going to be a little short of our leading distance of 3:59.7 by Ralph Hunt. $3:36.0. That's good enough for 4th place. 4th place is the present. Our last 4 vehicles have all been in the top 4. As our replay shows Norman's effort here. Got the front end up, carrying the mail. Got those header pipes coming out the side. Now we're going to go back to the replay of Ralph Hunt, or at least we're going to go to leaderboard. 3:59.7. Ralph Hunt leads the way, followed by John Hunt with Taz, 3:44.3. Barbed Wire with the Foster family, 3:38.8. 4th is Daryl Norman, the Untouchable, 3:36 even. Dirty Deeds goes 3:17 even. And Wicked, who kind of was our first official distance, went 2:94.5. So they keep coming to the staging lanes. And the guy that's up next, what a character. Tom LaRue. Uxbridge, Ontario, Canada. This is the first of 2 entries. This is the Diamond and Dirt entry. What can I say about Tom LaRue? He's a jokester and a prankster. One year he was sending me god-awful postcards from Florida. And it took me about 3 or 4 days to realize they're coming from Tom. He's a contractor by trade. 2005 Grand National two-wheel drive champion. Won the Enderley in 2003. 37 years behind the wheel. This is Chevrolet S10. Backed by Shell Rotel Maple Leaf Mulch. Brad Anderson, 526 cubic inch Hemi. Vinny Heads, SCS the gearbox. 4th at Toma is the best finish he's had with Diamonds and Dirt. And he wants to add to that here tonight. See what he's got. Yeah, that effort's going to be a little short, unfortunately, for Tom. He will have another opportunity. So get him unhooked, motioning forward. .301 and 5. 301 and 5. So go back to the replay and butterflies go open, so he's in full throttle right there. And it lifts. Wants to kind of come down, but it just didn't seem to get the ground speed that Tom would like to see. But he'll be back with another entry towards the second two-thirds of our program, I should say. So Ralph Hunt continues to lead, 3:59.7. Nice shot there of our Southern Sky as the dusk is falling and the condos are in full activity here in Henry County. That white trailer right there, I'm actually inside there with the production crew. So, enjoyed working with PK and the Full Pull Live group today. And I hope you're enjoying today's broadcast of NTPA Championship Pulling. Coming to our track is Russ Nichols out of Lower City, Ohio. We'll see his wife Kelly coming up at some point in our class. He's a material controller, 2019 Grand National Champion, won Bowling Green, sponsored by Tub of Towels. This is a 2020 Ford Ranger called On the Edge. Brad Anderson, 564 cubic inch engine, SSI Charger, Vinny Heads, Modern Machine, Nichols Tire Cutting. Bob Nichols' his brother, has a lot to do with tire cutting. SCS Gearbox, GP Graphics. And I will say that there's probably not a bigger student of watching the tracks being built than Russ Nichols. He pays attention to that very religiously. 2 fourth place finishes, his best showing. A little off the mark for Russ. Normally we see him a few more top 10 finishes, but he's still got some season to go. Let's see what he has here tonight. And Russ, too, is going to come up a bit short. Did not have the ground speed again. It really never came around for him. He pulls away from the Ironman sled. Beautiful scheme on that one. 308 and 8. 308 and 8. So the last two competitors have failed to crack 330. So we had a run there of our top four kind of running back to back to back to back, and here we've got a couple that have not. Go to the replay here, and I don't think he had the launch like right in there. That's where things were a little bit dicey for Russ. He'll probably tell you that he wishes that was a little smoother. Jesse Petro's here earlier in the night. He talked about the launch and having smooth and gaining some ground speed and whatnot. And when it started doing that hop right there, that bobble, that really was what really caused the problem. On the edge. Their second truck that will be coming up, they debuted, I want to say, late last season. And I think they were in the market to get a hauler for both trucks. So I think that mission's been accomplished. So it's good to have the Nichols on the series. So we go back to our leaderboard. Yellow Thunder's in first, followed by Taz, Barbed Wire, The Untouchable, and Dirty Deeds wrap up our top five. And hey, here's a guy that made a mark last week, Kerry Unger out of Eaton, Ohio. He's a welder and fabricator. He had his first Grand National win in Rockwell, Ohio on the last session of the two-wheel drive hook. very static. Ford T-Bucket 1929 model. 557 cubic inch minor brother engine. Mayhill tire cutting. We're watching the CM Pulling Tires two-wheel drive truck class here in Napoleon, Ohio. Glad you're with us. Kerry, show us what you got here. And overtime 2 makes its run. And again, back to back and now back to back to back. Looks like we're kind of in that same real estate for the track. 317. Hey, so he did get a little farther down the track. He seemed to have a little better ground speed. He got after a little bit out of the hole. He bobbled, but only it didn't keep in that bobble like it did for Russ Nichols, which kind of hurt Russ's run, but he got that front end up and carried it. So a little farther down the track, and that's going to just get by Seaver Perry, who was out there at 317 even for Dirty Deeds. That should be 5th place for Kerry Unger. Nice effort right there. So we have about 8 or 9 official runs here in our class of 26. Glad you're with us. Up next, we're going to have Marty Clock as we take a look at our leaderboard. Yellow Thunder followed by Taz, Barbed Wire, The Untouchable, and Overtime 2. Marty Clock's coming out of Hartford City, Indiana. Married to Sissy. Agronomy and retail manager is his occupation. 43 years behind the wheel. 1993 Chevy S10. Modern Machine is a sponsor. Brad Anderson TFX block. 565 cubic inches. Methanol racing alcohol. SSI supercharger. Ken Vinny head. Brad Corporal chassis. Chad Mayhill tires, tire cutting, SS gearbox. Last week, he got an 8th place in Rockwell, Iowa. Marty's best effort of the season in the Grand National Tour. He's had a couple top 3s in regional national action, a 2nd in Arcola, Indiana, which is near Fort Wayne, and a 3rd in Rushville, Indiana, on that east central side of the state of Indiana at the Rush County Fair. Marty's all hooked up. Jim Miller gives him a fist bump. Points him down to the head official and starting official to get the green flag. Just like clockwork, chasing Ralph Hunt's 3:59 and 7 monster pass. Marty takes his run here. We're in that 300 plus real estate again. He backs up, gets unhooked from the chain, from the sled. We'll have his distance just in a minute. Nice yellow and red scheme on it. 312 even for Marty Clock. 312. So our last 4, we've had Tom LaRue 301 and 5, Russ Nichols 308 and 8, Kerry Unger 317 and 8, and Marty Clock 312 even. So it's really gotten dark. We can see a lot of shine to the track. Has the track tightened up to a point where they're getting good bite, but the pan is a little more aggressive than we saw a little earlier? Potentially that's what we're seeing. But we've also got a lot of good trucks left in our class. We've seen our number 3 vehicle run. That's Taz. And he is in number 2 at present time. Crosswire, we've seen him. I'm sorry, we saw Barbed Wire. Wicked, we saw Mason Theobald. He's down the pack away. He was in 7th coming in. So that's one position for Mason. Probably going to hurt him in the points race here in Napoleon. But there's 4 more hooks to go after this. And it is yet to be decided. It's really anybody's game. You go look down the top 15, and which is Kerry Unger, who's also run. He's 20 points out of first. So with as many point trucks running, it literally could change in a heartbeat. Jacob Shepard's coming out next from Brown City, Michigan. Alcohol Addiction Retapped. He's a marketing specialist, pulling for 29 years. This is a 1947 Chevrolet body. Playtime Motorsports. Alan Johnson, TFX Block 5, 57 cubic inch engine, SSI Charger, Ken Vinny head. It says Joe Stock chassis, Jim's Auto Body is the graphics. He had a win in Brandenburg, Kentucky about a couple weeks ago. So he has a win under his belt. Ran the Grand National Circuit a year ago. I think he had some problems toward the end where he didn't quite get to finish it, or maybe that was in 2022. But anyway, looking forward to seeing what Jacob has for us here. See if he can get past and into that top 3 here tonight. I think he bumped it a little farther down the track. A little farther than the last few. Nice white pearl paint job on that one. 3:32.1 is our distance. So yes, he did get a little bit farther down the track. See what position that puts him in. 5th, maybe 6th, somewhere in that area. Didn't really have a lot of bobble. 5th place. He got that front end up and got a little high there. But good enough for a top 5 finish right now. That's going to help his points tally tonight.
All right, here we go. Cooper's doing all the measurements here tonight. We're at the NTPA trailer. If you've ever wondered how they take these measurements, Cooper, is this your favorite position here? Has anybody ever ambushed you in this trailer?
No, I don't think so.
What brought you to the NTPA? How did you get to learn this piece of equipment?
Well, I started out with a local brush pullers club, Dark County Pullers Association, and then a contact, and I went up to Bowling Green last year and did it, and now I'm here.
Well, welcome to the game, Cooper. So what he's doing is we are literally in line with the track at the end of the track. He's taking a base measurement off the front of the sled, and then as the puller comes to us, and it doesn't matter left or right, he triangulates their distance. What is the procedure you go through to make this happen? If you just tell us nuts to bolts.
So there's a prism on top, and there's a little glass. I aim for that on top, and then I shoot the laser. It shoots a beam, and then it comes back, gets starting distance, and then as it comes down the track, I track it with this, and then once it stops, I'll shoot it again, and then I subtract the 2 numbers, and then whatever that number is the distance.
Well, there you have it, straight from Cooper, our laser guy who's doing all the distances for you here tonight. You ever wondered how it gets done? Right here, Cooper's the man. Thanks, Coop. Thanks for letting me ambush you up here on my ladder. Back to you guys.
Okay, I'm back here. I know that job well. I helped train our Cooper hunting the laser. This is Joey Frazier. Come around sundown. And we're bumping it down the track a little bit. We're getting some bigger distances than before. Nice run. .337.1 for Joey Frazier. That gets him ahead of Daryl Norman. That's probably good enough for 4th place. Gets that front end. That chassis is really working there. Yeah, so 337.1 is the distance there for Joey Frazier. 4th place. It held that front end really well. Good lift. You can see where that CM Pulling Tires leading distance marker is. That's a ways out there. Yeah, another 22 feet beyond where Come Around Sundown. So it's very interesting. We've got guys all around the marker there as we do this two-wheel drive class. About halfway through it, roughly. Up next we have Christy Seacrest out of Saline, Ohio. Nothing easy about it, and that's for sure. And this class, it's a tough one to judge. Air pressure, front end weight, launch, all these things play a big part in having a successful pull. And obviously, Ralph Hunt had it figured out. He's done it here before. That truck, Yellow Thunder, was made famous by Wayne Roush. That came out in the late 80s. Wayne Roush lived beside the Columbus Zoo, where Jack Hanna, if you ever watched David Letterman, Johnny Carson, you'd see Jack Hanna. Wayne was right there. His house was next to the Columbus Zoo. So Christy Seacrest backs in. They hook up the safety chain. Kill switch. Put in the chain. Puts her hands up saying, I'm in neutral. My hand's off the throttle. Once I ask her to pull forward, she's looking back there. She'll put it in gear and she'll bump the vehicle forward to get the chain tight. You must make your competition. She's like, what's going on? You can tell. She's like, this is taking a little time. Now Jim Miller says, motion forward. Put it in gear. You'll see her move it forward. Just rolls on its own. It's clear to go. Nothing easy about it. Former Grand National Champion in 2022. 7 years of pulling. She's a general office clerk. She likes to target practice with her pistol. Nice run for Christy. Nice run. Keep trying some of that different real estate. It seems to be working for him. .317.4. 317.4. So right around the same mark we had with Kerry Unger. 8th place thus far for Christy. Really watch those chassis work. Tire wrinkle. Look at the tires wrinkle in that every time it came down. At that point, it looked like a solid run. But the first 100 feet, 125 feet, it's where a lot of them want to get up to speed. And if you don't quite have the ground speed, physics is about moving an object, and it's power, but it's also speed. We're going to go down to PK.
Christy, we're coming in on you. Tell me about your run.
Apparently, hubby says I stabbed the throttle, but that's okay. I'm happy with it. Nice A to B pass. Can't complain. Not the win, but that's okay. We're happy for Ralph right now. Hope he holds the lead.
So what your butt told you was that you were smooth on the throttle and coming off, and what the hubby said is you so eloquently put, he's saying you went straight for it.
He said I went straight for it, and sometimes you just got to go straight for it. So I guess it wasn't the right move, but that's okay. We'll take it.
317, it's a great pass either way.
Yes, we're pretty happy.
Awesome. Well, congrats, and we'll see you down the line. See you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, PK. Hey, we're back to the live action. Alan Kane. He's out of Clayton, Ohio. He's retired. 13 years of pulling. This is the Mad Max. Cue up Thunderdome. Sponsored by Eaton Air Compressor and Emax. 1936 Ford. Minor Brothers 540 cubic inch engine. Janus Supercharger. Chassis by Eaton Compressor. Nichols and Mayhill in the tire work. SCX gearbox. Graphics by Wintro Signs. And what a lovely job they did on this. I mean, what a good looking truck. This is actually on our event t-shirt. There's the Mad Max in the grill. How cool is that? Chasing down that 359 and 7 Ralph Hunt monster pass. Can Mad Max take the lead? We're going to find out. Oh no. He was on a pretty good pace there. And then you heard the power plant have a problem, pulled down, and don't want to necessarily speculate, but definitely lost power. Don't know if he hurt the engine. $261 and 8. They were asking on technical if they needed anything. That was a mess. Did he leave parts on the ground? But see the replay. See if we can find anything out here. But 14th place, had a good launch, and at that point I thought, wow, he's got some pretty good ground speed built to see the 300-foot mark, and then all of a sudden about right in here, boom, just lost it. I don't see anything necessarily coming out on the tracks, but he definitely hurt the engine there. They're saying the track looks fine on radio traffic. So yeah, for the Canes, that's a tough break because Mad Max was sitting in 9th, 13 points out of the lead. But this is one of those nights where Mad Max is probably going to fall outside the top 10 with the number of point trucks we got entered. So, but a lot of pulling left. Look from the back end of that. Really looks good.
I'm down here with Tim. Tell me what happened to the engine there. As you're running up, it looks like it's loaded for bear, and then
I don't know whether I lost a ignition box or what, but disappointing, very disappointing. I thought we were on a good run.
You're a crowd favorite just based on the body styles, let alone your personality and you. So what can you do going into Bowling Green next week? Well, how will you diagnose this and come back around?
Well, we're going to have to get it back to the trailer and take a good look at it and see what happens. So I don't know where to start. I just don't. We'll figure it out, though. We'll see what happens.
Copy that. That's part of pulling. There's that Mad Max truck, two-wheel drive with a disappointing run here, but he'll get off the Bowling Green. Good luck to him there.
Thanks, PK. Well, hey, next up we have Jesse Petro in the Kathy's Complaint. And this was made famous by his father, Randy, NTPA Hall of Fame member from 2020. It's a 23 Ford Model T. And multi-Grand National titles for this team. Motor City Wraps. Second in Rockwell, Iowa last week. Kind of helped get this thing off the mat. Haven't been getting the finishes they'd like to see out of it. Nice run for Jesse and Kathy's Complaint. Nothing wrong with that run there at all. He's probably wanting to get back to Buckeye Holler so he can get that thing ready for battle. .334 and 6. 334 and 6. So it's got to be top 5. 6th place, rather. Nice run for Jesse. Right now, the battle is between he and Donnie Sullivan. The war might be won by Ralph Hunt.
So I'm walking alongside of Jesse. He's just come off the track. He had first hook in the class, and he had broke the little bolts that hold the front pulley on to the blower for his first truck on the Buckeye Hauler. He's just come off in 6th place. He wants to get his helmet off, but I don't want to let him. What will you change going into the Buckeye Hauler when you come back around?
Well, we changed the blower belt and the blower pulley and stuff with the help of Chase Richardson and Adam Bauer and Troy. So appreciate all their help. We're gonna throw it at it and come after it as hard as I can. This thing needed to hold the front end down a little bit better, so we got a little bit of weight to move, but track's really good, so we're gonna hopefully goes A to B and makes a lap and gets some points.
Copy that. You heard it here from Jesse Petro and the guys. Joey Frazier's pulling him off, who had a great hook earlier, and there's those guys. They're going to come back with a Buckeye Hauler and put a slapping down.
Thanks, PK. Yeah, I got a few more trucks left, and then we'll have the main event, as we'll call it, the 2-point guys tied for the lead, Donnie Sullivan and Jesse Petro. Up next, second entry from Tom LaRue, Team United, sponsored by Tiny Seedlings and United Soil. What can you say about Tom that I didn't say the first time? Well, this make is a Dodge, Brad Anderson 426 cubic inch Hemi heads or Vinny heads, SCX gearbox. 6th in Brandenburg, Kentucky is the best finish, and this truck has been sitting outside the top 10. In fact, Think Tank is 25th coming in, but at 25th he's just 35 points out of the lead. So that's how close the points race is. So coming in here and the rest of the way, it'll be interesting as we get to the last event how many people are still following it. But I think it's still going to be a massive points race to the end. Green light, green flag for Team United. Think Tank. Tom LaRue makes a second run here. The first time out here with Diamond Zerd, he got 301 and 5. Let's see what we got here. .315 and 8. So definitely a better effort there by about 14 feet, roughly, for the Think Tank, Tom LaRue. So the front end just thinking about lifting and starts to lift. '11th spot for Tom. 11th spot. So both trucks will be outside that top 10 tonight. So the leaderboard, Yellow Thunder still leads at 3:59 and 7, followed by Taz. Barbed Wire come around sundown. That was one of the latest shakers of the top 5 in the Untouchable. Up next we have Ethan Foster out of McMinnville, Tennessee with the Crosswire. We saw the team's effort early on with Barbed Wire at 3:33 and 8. So Foster's been doing really well this year in our points race. Kind of the first time they've chased the whole thing. Barbed Wire's in 4th, Crosswire's in 6th. So they've really, their effort's been great in this two-wheel drive truck class. So Crosswire with Ethan. They had a 5th in Toma, Wisconsin, a 5th in Brandenburg, Kentucky, and a couple 10th place finishes in Farley and Toma. He's getting backed in there. They're saying how much farther they'll have to get back to the hitching point. And then the hook man will put on the kill switch first, and then the chain into that 30-inch drawbar. Gets that chain tight. Puts a little de-icer in there. Keeps it from icing up. It's getting cool out there. Ethan Foster. Nice run by the Crosswired. See that front end where the blower is? That's the leading distance marker for Ralph Hunt. So he's down there in that good top end real estate. 336.7. Did not best the Barbed Wire truck, but boy, he's up there top 10, maybe 6th, 7th place. Get somebody of them racked up in that 330 area. But 336 and 7. Nice run. Here it is from another angle. Nice, solid pass there. And they've been doing it all year long. So Crosswire took over 5th place. So Barbed Wire's in 3rd, Crosswire's in 5th. It's a good point night for the Foster team. No doubt about it. And speaking of two truck teams, here comes John Hunt in the Shameless two-wheel drive out of Leonard, Texas. He's a collision repair shop owner. David likes pulling and hunting. Been pulling for 21 years. This is a 23 Ford Model T, sponsored by David's Paint and Body out of McKinney, Texas. Brad Anderson Power Plant, 565 cubic inch SSI supercharger, Profab gearbox. 2nd in Toma, Wisconsin. His best finish to date with Shameless. Had a 7th place in Brandenburg. Last week in Rockwell, Iowa, and that Iowa dirt's a little different in every state you go. It's a little different. 28th and 31st. That kind of hurt in the points hunt. He can get back on track here tonight. No doubt about it. 13th coming in, 150 points a mass, 16 points out of the lead. So there's 16 points between Big Stick, Buckeye Holler that are leading, and number 13, Shameless, with David Hunt. We got the Taz Drivers Union on. I'm going to take a stab that this is John Hunt driving. I'm not certain, but the driver suits may be given away. My apologies if I'm incorrect, but anyway, the green light, green flag. He wants to set sail with Shameless and pass at 359.7. That looks like an insurmountable amount because honestly, what a pass we've seen there. Track's tightened up some, and the Ironman's always going to win the battle. Let's don't forget that. Waiting for the support vehicle to get out of the way. Drops the visor. Hammer down time for Shameless and the Hunt family. Nice effort right there for the Shameless. I mean, that 325 distance area, maybe somewhere in that area. 320, I don't know. .0. Here comes a replay on Shameless. Seemed to get good ground speed. When the front end decided to stay up, stayed up well. Got up high, out to a 9th place finish. Not bad at all. So here's our leaderboard. Ralph Hunt still remains our leader, followed by Hunts, Fosters, Frazier, Fosters. That's our top 5. Look at this crew. I mean, that's a crew right there. Ron Hart, C.J. Grazik, Chase Boom Boom Richardson in the seat of Suffering Sanity. Truck made famous by a man we saw earlier in the class, Brian McDonald. So right now, Suffering Sanity is in 8th place, 12 points out of the lead. So they want to nail down a solid run here, help themselves in the point category. I'm not saying there isn't a 350 plus run left out there. There well might be. But right now, I think the thing they have to concentrate on is how can I get in that top 3, top 4? Maybe not necessarily the win, because that's looking to be tougher and tougher as we go on. But the race, within the race, Ralph Hunt is not affecting anybody in the points race. So whoever the first Grand National finisher is, if it's 2nd or 3rd place, they get top points. They get 30 points for first. So the race is within the race. Don't necessarily have to win here tonight to get the top points. There's Brian McDonald's throwing in that, spraying that de-icer. Look at that nice looking truck out there on the track. 1941 Willys pickup Noonan engine. Here comes Chase Richardson. And that's what I was talking about. That's a good points run right there for Suffering Sanity. Chase Richardson, Brian McDonald, Uncle Dave Motorsports, Allison McDonald, everybody involved in this pulling organization. You see that leading distance marker in the picture? That's always a good deal. This is going to shake up top 5, maybe top 3. 344.5. That's going to be the new number 2 man. Little Austin Power action. Number 2 for Chase Richardson. Nice run. He got after it. Didn't bobble much there at the starting line. Front end picked up. Got ground speed. This is exactly what you're looking for. And right there's 30 points. If he holds this, that's 30-point run. From 8th place, that's going to put him up there.
Donald, come over here. So we talked about him when he was running that Mini. What kind of advice did you give Chase to run this two-wheeler?
Tell him to pull a rabbit out of his butt.
So that's what he did. He ran it up into 2nd place. Let's get a handle in Chase. Chase, what were you looking for at the big end of that track, and how'd you find it?
As you say, just go A to B, right? Yeah.
Come on, I want more.
It's a really hard class. I don't know, just want to make the best A to B you can, honestly. So have a lot of smart people help me.
So on the same part, you had also helped Jesse Petro put back together his tractor, so you were a little bit distracted helping him. How did you even read this track and set this track and pick your lane?
Distraction normally helps me because I'm like a fart in the wind most of the time.
So if you hold 2nd place, it's a 30-point swing. How's that make you feel?
It's a lot of pulling left, but we'll take it. So a lot of good trucks.
Chase Richardson sitting in 2nd place. We still got 7 or 8 more guys to go. There you go, offering a little bit of suffering insanity.
I don't know. Hey, here we go back to the live action with Kelly Nichols. She's a material controller at Detroit Diesel. We saw her husband Russ pull earlier. We got a daughter Ashley out of Lower City, Ohio. This is One Fine Edge. If it looks like the on the edge truck, yeah, it does. Good looking Ford here on the line. I want to say this is her 2nd year, at least I want to say an NTPA 2-wheel drive truck pulling. She has 12 years experience. 4th in Brandenburg, Kentucky's been her best finish. She had a 7th last week in Rockwell. One Fine Edge is currently 17 in the points, 23 points from the lead. Had a good run going there, and there toward the end of the track, it just started doing that hop. Took away a little distance, but a fine effort there for Kelly. .324 and 9. 324 and 9. Comes our replay. Launch was good. Pretty smooth. About as smooth as we've seen. Got the front end up. And right there, it started doing that back wheel hop. And that took away some distance there at the end. So it'll be 10th place for Kelly. And not that it matters, except maybe in the Nichols household, Kelly beats Russ tonight. So look at that leaderboard. Look at that. We got Yellow Thunder in 1st, and Suffer Insanity 2nd, followed by Taz, Barbed Wire, and Come Around Sundown, cross-wired in 6th. So good point nights for the Fosters and for Boom Boom Richardson. We used to call Dave Richardson Boom Boom. Now I'm going to pass it on to Chase. Here comes Nathan Faust, Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Once upon a time, I helped run a pull at Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, a beautiful community. This is hang time. Nathan Faust. It's the owner, mechanical contractor, married to Tiffany. It's a 2015 Chevy Colorado, 526 cubic inches. Minor Brothers. Mark Korth, K3 Tires, does the cutting. SCS Gearbox. JAK Racing Engines. PSG Enterprises done the graphics. 5th in Brandenburg, Kentucky, Session 1. Just a few finishes outside the top 20 kind of have hurt Nathan this summer. But he's hoping to continue the march, and it ain't over till the fat lady sings, and I think you'll see Nathan follow the rest of the way. Right now he's in 23rd position, 31 points out of the lead. Again, this is about putting down the best lap you can get to get the most points you can get. If you do that 4 or 5 times, these last few hooks, you can catapult. There's enough point vehicles in there. Chase Richardson did that tonight. The Fosters did that tonight. We still got the leaders to come back. That's going to be exciting. Nathan Faust, hang time. Let's see what this Chevrolet has for us tonight. Hey, nice run there, Nathan. Nice run. Nothing wrong with that run at all. As we wait the distance, .333 and 2. 333 and 2. Definitely should be top 10. 9th place. So for Nathan, that's if that were to hold up, that would be his second best finish of the season if it holds up. Look at it one more time. I like that color gray. If I was to get a truck, I've got a truck now. It's kind of a bluish gray, but I'd like one in that color gray. That's pretty sharp. All right, so we've got Tommy Corsa, Leanne Tamoyan May. We have Donnie Sullivan, Tim Beatty, and Jesse Petro yet to run. So we still got the 2-point leaders. A little dramatic for what's the condition of Buckeye Hauler. Saw that blower pulley wobbling around. He's fortunate to be the test puller and got to drop. Being the second puller of the class, that distance would have stuck, and it would have stung. As we talked about it here earlier in the broadcast when he was in here to help with the first couple classes, and I appreciate his time and everyone that stopped in. Mike Connie, Dave Schultz. Tommy Corsa, Blue Ridge, Georgia, out of the blue. What a beautiful looking truck we have here. 2014 Ford F-150, first year in the two-wheel drive category. And 7th in Toma, 9th in Rockwell. So they're learning. They've had a few 35th in Farley, 30th in Toma, 30th in Rockwell. But they're learning. It takes a little bit. Look at that blue light there on the ground. I'm trying to think what they call that. And there's his sister Taylor looking in. Good looking truck here. He's a technician, 8 years of pulling, first year in this division. Jim Miller gives the fist bump, points down the track. throttle in hand, 350-some feet to take the lead. Can Tyler do it? Out of the Blue Ridge, Georgia. Well, he gets another lap under his belt. I'd say he's going to be toward the top half of our field of 26 tonight. Somewhere in that range. He pulls away from the Ironman sled. .314 and 6. Maybe a little farther down than I gave it credit there, but we kind of look at the replay. Just the front end didn't want to completely take off, and then when it did, it got pretty high, 17th place. So we're going to go down to PK, who's standing by.
All right, we're going out here onto the track, and as you can see, the Harrogator, as they're putting the track back together, what the guys are struggling with is finding a clean zone that's still packed down. We come over here to the holes that Chase made. Watch my hand, the depth with which it sinks down in. So the track is staying so tight, there's not a lot of extra material as I look back up for the 30 and 40 year worth of experience. But you look back at the potholes that guys are having to work their way through when they're finding their trajectory here to the big end. The track is surprisingly very powerful, but also it's staying together so well. There's not a lot of extra debris, so they can fill these potholes back in. It's quite impressive. This Napoleon track at the Henry County Fairgrounds, these guys are doing Omen's work and making a good track, but it's a little bit of a minefield here on the big end.
Wow, did you see that back pedal? He should have been a quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. What a deal. I'd done that, I'd have fallen my behind. Anyway, we got coming to the track, Leanne Tremoyan May out of Valonia, Indiana. I say that fast because I think I mispronounced it. But married to Ryan, and they have a child, regional director of operations. I know she worked in the dental field because at one point she helped my daughter get a job in the dentistry field out in Illinois once upon a time. This is a 2008 Chevrolet TFS Performance, which is her dad, Tom Tremoyan. DMPE Supercharger. 6th in Brandenburg, Kentucky. 8th in Rockwell. And Leanne has been pulling for 21 years, it says. We're glad to have her. The Thriller. Return of Thriller. Jim got thwarted on a fist, doggone it. Nineteenth in points currently. Hey, that's going to shake up the leaderboard a little bit, as I can see that CM Pulling Tires leader sign not too off in the distance. She's been putting down some good laps here in the last couple weeks. Pink gloves, hee hee, Thriller. $339. 339.2. All I know is that that kind of part of the country there, the Litchfield, Southern Indiana, that group's doing pretty good here tonight too. Yeah. Production, you want me to do the Michael Jackson thing again? Hee hee. Oh, the Thriller. How's that? I used to do it really good back in high school when it was actually a hit, as a sophomore. 4th place for Leanne. You got to like that. Nice run. Smooth. Look at it. Keeps on going. So, people are figuring it out. What does PK have for us?
We're down here with Leanne. You just pulled off a fourth with 3:39. I was speculating about the track having a bit of a minefield at the big end. How did you find the traction the whole way down?
Yeah, I think it was really important to get out of the tracks of the person in front of me. So, course ran in front of me. I just, came over to the left just a little bit. And then I actually set my truck to go right instead of over here to the left. And, with the fourth place in this group, I'm ecstatic.
Absolutely. Great run by the Thriller truck and Leanne. Congrats. Nice run. Hopefully it holds.
Well, we're starting to come down to the end of our class, and right here is the story within the story. Tied for the points lead. Here's Donnie Sullivan, Warsaw, Kentucky. He's a truck driver. 41 years of pulling. Everybody knows the Sullivan name in the mod class with the Kentuckian, but they've done a lot of good things in the two-wheel drive category. Former Grand National Champion, that coming back in 2007, but he's also the defending champion from last year at the Big Stick in 2023. So Donnie has really made a good mark here with his two-wheel drive. 2005 Chevy Colorado, sponsored by Sunset Haven Campgrounds. This is a Brad Anderson block, 557 cubic inch Vinny head, modern machine chassis, Larry Darbo tire cutter. First in Farley, Iowa. He set the mark and led it the entire way back there second weekend of June. He's had a couple sixth-place finishes in Toma, 8th place in Brandenburg. Right now tied for the lead with the Buckeye Hauler. Big run here. Forget Ralph Hunt. This is a battle within the battle. This is going to be about Donnie and Jesse coming up. Hopefully Jesse can make the call back. It's going to be interesting here. The Big Stick, Donnie Sullivan. Nice run by Donnie. Got after it pretty hard out of the hole. I had to watch the replay a little bit. Not sure entirely if that tactic was what he was completely looking for. 329. 329 and 2. So we see the replay. He gets after it, kind of bobbled. See a little raw alcohol come out of one of the cylinders. Starts to kind of pick up. Decent ground speed, but then it starts drifting over here to this boundary line. And he, not terribly so, but don't know if he hit the brake or just wasn't where Donnie wanted it. So outside of the top 10 for the Big Stick. So again, with Jesse coming up here in a couple trucks, the thing he's going to look at is surpassing that 329 or keeping awfully close. But the other part of this is Taz and barbed wire and alcohol addiction. Taz and barbed wire have a chance to move up in the standings and maybe take over the lead. I'd have to be doing the points calculations as we go here. As we were moving along fast and furious in this two-wheel drive truck class, they've been doing an excellent job getting these vehicles to the track and down the track for our pulling pleasure. As we got 2 to go, Tim Beatty and Jesse Petro. So it's going to be interesting. There's going to be a shakeup in these points. There's no doubt about it. Depending on what Jesse does, we may come out of here with a new leader. Taz might get it back. I'd have to kind of do some calculations here, but we're moving awfully fast in our class, and I don't have someone in the ear giving me the details. And if John Dunlap's been trying to text me, it doesn't work very well here at Napoleon. A lot of people here. Tim Beatty comes back. He was our first guy to run 3:78, and we reset the sled. See what he's got in the Sawmill Express. And he makes the same type of run down the track. Coming over to that, from his vantage point, left-hand side of the track. We'll wait the distance. .326.5 for Tim Beatty. And Donnie was in the 12th place. And that's 13th place, so he finished right behind Donnie. And Jesse Petro, it's confirmed, will be up. He is the last hook of the two-wheel drive class, the CM Pulling Tires two-wheel drive class, and the last hook of the event. So, hats off to everyone involved in this event. The Henry County Fair, all the track crew, all the NTPA officials. Shout out to Cooper Hunt in the Laser Tower, as Ralph Hunt looks to wrap up the win here at 3:59.7. But again, there's the battle within the battle. Jesse Petro got the engine fired. So luckily that wasn't, maybe just the pulley got loose on there. Doesn't look like any other issue. So that's good. That's good. So it's going to be mano a mano. Jesse Petro. He's got Donnie Sullivan to worry about, but he also has John Hunt, 3:44.3. And how many point trucks are in there? Wesley Foster's in there, 3:38. Chase Richardson's 3:44, but he's above the guys that are right below him. So really, Jesse's, if Jesse could squeeze out a 3:44, 3:40, something like that, 3:44.5, 3:44 or 3:45. So last shot here, Buckeye Holler, Jesse Petro. Going to give it his all here to end our fun, frolicking night of pulling action in Napoleon, Ohio. And considering what happened, Jesse's got to be happy with that run. He's got to be happy with that run. The points race just tightened up a whole bunch. You can see Cooper Hunt down there. He's zeroing in on the laser. Last shot of the night. He's got it. He's just got to calculate it. Jesse takes off his neck brace. 3:29.2. 3:29.2. So Sullivan went 3:29.2 as well. I didn't write the hundredths down. We're going to go to PK.
So Jesse's just getting unbuckled. We saw his distance was a 3:29. We're waiting to hear what his finishing order would be. So after the damage that happened on the first hook, I can see it on your face. You're dissatisfied with that run. What could you have done differently to get more distance?
I don't know if I really want to say on the air because too many two-wheeler guys are going to watch this tomorrow. I know what I did wrong. It's insanity's when you expect a different outcome with the same try. But truck, I'm glad it went A to B. I got to thank Chase Richardson, Adam Bauer, Troy Arndt. Without their help, I probably wouldn't have, we wouldn't have been able to do it so quick. It actually broke the blower pulley bolts off. At first, we thought it was the snout, but so we was able to use this same supercharger. So a couple little things I would have done different, but the truck went A to B. So we'll take that and move on to Bowling Green.
When you break the bolts off the front end there, do you second guess yourself coming off the line then? If it's maybe more to it than that caused the bolts to break, like something seizing?
No, not really. It's one of those things where it's hard to replace something if you don't know it's bad. So it's one of those things. I'm very fortunate it was the top blower pulley and not the crankshaft blower pulley bolts. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to come back. So it turned out okay. Not exactly what we was hoping for, but we'll live for another day.
So as the points race stays tight going into Bowling Green, guys, everybody tune in next week. We've got a big show. Thank Jesse Petrie. Thank you guys for coming. Napoleon, Ohio, and the Henry County Fair. Back to you inside, Greg.
Thanks, PK. Well, on behalf of, we're going to see Jesse Petro's run 3:29.275. And I'm looking at production. I didn't write the hundreds or thousands. Did that beat Donnie Sullivan or no? They're conferring here. No. So Donnie Sullivan got ahead of Jesse, but the thing to look at the leaderboard is Taz in number 3 spot gained 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points. He should be your leader right now, Taz. And then Barbed Wire gained some points. They've got to be up maybe number 2, probably dropping Sullivan and Petro down 3 and 4. That's an unofficial calculation in my brain, folks, but looking at Taz was 3 points behind Sullivan and Petro, and Barbed Wire was 4 points behind. Right there, we've got some changing in the guard. But again, hold on for your hats for Bowling Green next week. There'll be more changes, I guarantee you. There'll be a lot more point trucks. And on behalf of NTPA, WPI, Full Pull Live, Henry County Fair, all the fine folks that help put this production on, we appreciate you watching tonight. And if you want more about NTPA, go to ntpapool.com. And we appreciate everybody's efforts in watching, and we hope to see you next weekend in Bowling Green, Ohio at the National Tractor Point Championships. Can't come live? Watch Full Pull Live. Thanks for watching, everyone.